Hello everyone, my name is Nitin Nahar. I welcome you all on behalf of GK Shah classes to this concept revision with questions. In this, we are going to discuss top 50 questions which will cover almost all chapters and जो जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है ना हम लोग सारा कॉन्सेप्ट्स कवर करने का कोशिश करेंगे प्लस हम लोग केस स्टडी बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस भी क्रैक करेंगे along with how to approach those case study based questions थोड़े and super 50 questions ये सारे provisions हम लोग रिवाइज करेंगे in this video. So let's begin. तो चलिए अब शुरू करते हैं हम ये सारे क्वेश्चंस देखना. Now first one, examine whether the following activities would amount to supply under section 7 read with schedule 1. Section 7, supply consideration in the course or furtherance of business. These three conditions satisfied, GST will be applicable. Schedule 1, now when you talk about schedule 1, basically it covers 4 transactions where GST can apply even without consideration. कौन से हैं? पहला, permanent transfer of a business asset where ITC was availed, related person, distinct person, principal and agent where the billing is in the name of agent, and last वाला है import of service. Import of service should be from a related person plus it should be in the course of furtherance of business. देखते हैं. Sulekha manufacturers have a factory in Delhi and a depot in Mumbai. Both these establishments are registered in respective states. Finished goods are sent from factory in Delhi to Mumbai without consideration so that the same can be sold from the depot. So the goods are moving from Delhi to Mumbai. Delhi or Mumbai, distinct person होंगे? The answer is yes. As it is a case of distinct person, इस पे GST लग जाएगा because it is covered under Schedule 1. Most important thing is writing it clearly. How will you start writing? As per section 7, read with Schedule 1 of CGST Act 2017. A transaction between distinct person without consideration is also liable to GST as the goods are being transferred from from Delhi branch to Mumbai branch. The consideration would be missing even though there is no consideration. Still, we will have to treat it as a supply because it is covered in the above provisions. So you write the answer and state the reason. So basically reason हमने लिखा और reason लिखते ही हमने conclude किया. Let's see the next one. Raman, an architect in Chennai, his brother who is settled in London is a well-known lawyer. लंदन में है brother and लंदन में brother is a well-settled lawyer. Raman has taken legal advice from him free of cost with regard to his family dispute. Whether GST would be applicable, basically whether it would be a supply. शायद exempt हो जाए but हमें वो exemption नहीं देखना है. We are only concerned about whether it is a supply because when you go to CA final, you will read a specific entry where if you import something as an individual not for business purpose, then that import of service is exempt. बट यहाँ हमें एग्जेम्पशन देखना ही नहीं है, हमें बस देखना है whether it amounts to supply in terms of section 7 read with schedule 1. तो रमन आर्किटेक्ट है, ब्रदर से सर्विस ले रहा है, लीगल एडवाइस फॉर फैमिली डिस्प्यूट. सो व्हेन जस्ट GST ट्रिगर, सप्लाई, कंसिडरेशन नहीं है, it should be in the course of business plus from a related person because import of service as per schedule 1 has to satisfy all these cases. Only when it satisfies this case then only GST will apply. Is there a supply? Yes, import of service हो रहा है. Consideration नहीं है, चलेगा. Is it in the course of business? नहीं, because it is for a family dispute. And is it from a related person? The answer is no. because brother who is settled in London, well-known lawyer there, can I treat him as a dependent person? The answer is no. I can't treat him as a dependent person, and hence only a dependent brother is covered because of the definition of family. Family covers spouse plus children plus wholly or mainly dependent grandparents, parents, brother, sister. So as it is not getting satisfied, it will not amount to a supply. Fair enough. अब चलिए नेक्स्ट वाला देखते हैं. Would your answer be different in the above case if Raman had taken advice in respect of business unit in Chennai? If it is for business unit, then it will be in the course or furtherance of business, but it will still not be from a related person. As it is not from a related person, it will not be covered under Schedule 1. So हमने तीन चीज देखा. एक ब्रांच ट्रांसफर रिवाइज हो गया, एक इंपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विस without consideration. What about import of service with consideration? If import of service is with consideration, then in that case we just go by import of service with consideration, because then whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, still it will amount to a supply. That's the plain language of the law. Clear? Okay, चलिए आगे बढ़ते. Question number 2. Gamma Multiplex, registered in the state of Punjab, gives the following offers for booking movie tickets. Ticket only is for 200 rupees, price excluding GST. Combo offer 350 rupees, 200 for ticket, 150 for snacks. Snacks only is 250 per token. Snack quantity will be more when compared to the combo offer. Okay. Now, in April 2024, Gamma Multiplex, situated in Punjab, made the following supplies: 10,000 tickets under combo offer, 2,500 only tickets, and 1,000 only snacks. Snacks का rate दिया हुआ है 5%, exhibition of cinematographic film 18%. You are required to determine the following by explaining the relevant provision. What would be the rate of GST to be applied when combo supply is made? When combo supply is being made, what would be the rate of GST? Rate of GST when snack is being sold in the multiplex, and gross GST payable by Gamma Multiplex for April 2024. Now, when you supply both the things, combo offer, what is the principal supply? When you are supplying it as a combo offer, then the principal supply will be exhibition of cinematographic film. So 10,000 tickets into 350 will be subject to 9% CGST, 9% SGST, because it will be regarded as a supply of exhibition of cinematographic film. Then only tickets का तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है. Only tickets will be 2,500 into 200 into 9% CGST, and same thing for SGST. And then 1,000 tokens of snacks. 1,000 tokens of snacks, 1,000 into 250, and this, if snack is given separately, then it is supply of snacks, which will be subject to 2.5% CGST, 2.5% SGST. So this is how you will do the computation and you will arrive at the answer. So rate of GST for combo supply is 18%, for snacks 5%, and GST payable would be computation of this, which is given here, 35 lakh into 9%. Supply of tickets 9% again, snacks 2.5%. So you get the CGST and SGST. This was an important circular which was issued by CBIC saying that multiplex screen supplying food as a combo, then in that case the principal supply will be multiplex screen. तो इससे हमारा कौन सा कॉन्सेप्ट रिवाइज हो गया? Composite supply and mixed supply. Composite supply is two or more goods or services supplied in conjunction where one is a principal supply and it is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. And if it is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, which rate of GST is applicable? The principal supply rate of GST is applicable. Mixed supply कैसे होता है? Two or more goods or services then supplied in conjunction होता है. Then not a composite supply. Not a composite supply. So first you have to always check whether it is a composite supply, क्योंकि mixed supply में condition है that it should not be a composite supply. And the last one, single price. There should be a single price for the package. Then the rate of GST which is applicable is the highest rate. Clear with this? Yes. Okay. चलिए थर्ड वाले पे बढ़ते हैं. Happy Constructions Limited, a registered builder under GST in Bangalore, Karnataka, has got a permission to build 5 floors from municipal projects for one of its projects in Surajnagar. Aditya Construction, a neighboring housing project, approached Happy Construction Limited to discuss regarding blockage of sunlight issue arising due to construction of 5 floors and asked it to build only 3 floors, for which 20 lakh was offered as compensation. So Happy Construction को project मिला है that they can make 5 floors. Now the adjacent project, they are saying that please build only 3 floors, we will pay you 20 lakh. ठीक है. Happy Construction Limited agreed to the offer. It may be noted that Aditya Construction is not ready to pay any further amount to Happy Construction in addition to the amount already agreed. Briefly explain the correct legal provision, whether the above received compensation is liable to GST. If it is taxable, calculate the GST payable. Assume 9% CGST, 9% SGST. Now, this is a concept of again a circular. उस circular में क्या था? If there is a positive agreement, then positive agreement not to do something will be liable to GST. Now, if there is a breach of contract, then GST will not apply because you don't enter into a contract to breach it. But यहाँ तो positive agreement है, positive agreement to do something. Now this positive agreement to do something will be liable to GST. Is it, sir? Yes, it will be liable to GST because there both the parties are agreeing to do something, and for that the payment is being agreed at 20 lakh, not to construct more than 3 floors. So when the payment is for not to construct more than 3 floors, that amount will be liable to GST. Okay. Solution देखते हैं. Agreeing to an obligation to refrain from an act or to tolerate an act or situation or to do an act has been specifically declared to be a supply of service under para 5e of schedule 2 if the same constitutes a supply. In the given case, Happy Construction Limited has agreed to construct only 3 floors, even though it is permitted to construct 5 floors for a compensation of 20 lakh. The conditions to be complied is there must be an express or implied agreement. Yes, there is an express implied agreement. Consideration must flow in return of the agreement. Is consideration flowing in return of the agreement? The answer is yes. Since Aditya Construction is not ready to pay any further amount to Happy Construction in addition to the amount agreed, 20 lakh will be treated as inclusive of GST because over and above this they are not ready to pay anything. So जैसे ही लिखा हुआ है over and above they will not be paying anything, then 20 lakh will be regarded as inclusive of GST. और inclusive of GST 9 divided by 118 क्यों किया है सर? Because you want to find CGST and SGST separately. Sir, can we do into 18 divided by 118 and then divided by 2? The answer is yes. You can find the full GST, then break it into two parts, CGST and SGST. That is also permissible. But the most important thing which students missed out when such question is asked is not ready to pay any further amount. जब भी क्वेश्चन में ऐसा कुछ लिखा रहे कि नॉट रेडी टू पे एनी फर्दर अमाउंट, उसका मतलब है whatever you are receiving will be regarded as inclusive of GST. इसका बहुत ध्यान रखना, it is to be regarded as inclusive of GST. That's the tricky part. So we learnt about the circular in this, and we also learnt that if this line is mentioned that not ready to pay any additional amount, किसी भी क्वेश्चन में लिखा हुआ है, that means it is to be regarded as inclusive of GST. Okay, चलिए अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. Mr. Ajay has a repair center registered under GST where electronic goods are repaired or serviced. His repair center is located in Rajasthan and he is not engaged in making any interstate supply. Okay, he is not making any interstate supply. His aggregate turnover in preceding financial year is 45 lakh. With reference to the provisions of CGST Act, examine whether Ajay can opt for composition scheme under 10(1) and 10(2) for the current financial year. सोच के देखो, he is only providing service. Will he be eligible to take 10(1) and 10(2)? The answer is no, he will not be eligible because 10(1) and 10(2), the services are to be restricted to 10% of previous financial year turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. But he is only engaged in services. That means he will not be able to satisfy that condition. So he will not be eligible for 10(1) and 10(2). This is what you need to write for the first part. First answer the first part. Then whether he is eligible to avail the benefit of composition scheme under 10(2)(a). 10(2)(a) provides that a person whose aggregate turnover in preceding financial year does not exceed 50 lakh may opt for composition scheme under 10(2)(a), and this is available up to 50 lakh in current financial year. There is no restriction on the quantum of goods or services under 10(2)(a). This is what you are going to write. Considering the option of payment of tax available to Mr. Ajay, compute the amount of total tax payable by him in the current financial year, assuming that his aggregate turnover in the current financial year is 35 lakh. So 35 lakh पे 10(2)(a) में क्या लगता है? 3% CGST, 3% SGST. So 3% CGST, 3% SGST. Now, sir, can we take one more assumption that first 20 lakh no tax and next 15 lakh tax will be applicable? Now, the question has not given us full information as to whether last year he is under composition scheme. Because if last year he was under composition scheme or regular scheme, say suppose he was under regular scheme, then he is already registered. If he is already registered, then will he get the first 20 lakh benefit every year? The answer is no. And that's why on this entire 35 lakh, pay 3% CGST, 3% SGST. Sir, can we pay IGST? The answer is no. Interstate supply is anyways not allowed. And anyways, they have said that he is not doing any interstate supply. As he is not doing any interstate supply, no problem at all. Then, see, two questions we have answered. Now let's see the third one. Will your answer be different if Mr. Ajay procures few items required for providing repair service from neighboring states of Madhya Pradesh? Will the answer differ? No, not at all, because he can purchase goods from outside the state. The restriction is only on providing goods or services outside the state, not receiving goods or services out from outside the state. So the restriction is on outward supply and not inward supply. So he continue doing inward supply? The answer is yes. He can continue doing inward supply. No problem at all. Inward supply can be interstate. So you will state that the restriction is for interstate outward supply in the given case, as he is purchasing goods from outside the state. The restriction under 10(1) 10(2)(a) is not applicable, and hence he is not required to opt out of composition scheme. He can continue under composition scheme. So this will be your answer. Clear? Okay. Now let's go to question number 5. Okay. Question number 5 related to RCM. We will get a revision of reverse charge mechanism. Chaliye. Nutan Limited, a registered person in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, provides the details of following transactions carried out in the month of June 2024. Paid remuneration to Mr. Madan for services rendered by him in the capacity of a director. Okay, Mr. Madan is a director and it is in the capacity of a director. Company deducted TDS under 192, that is salary, and 194J, that is professional service of Income Tax Act. Gross payment made were 8.5 lakh, 8.5 lakh salary हो गया, and 11.5 lakh, 11.5 lakh was professional fees. So 8.5 lakh salary, 11.5 lakh professional fees. So what are we required to compute? You are required to compute GST payable by Newton Limited under reverse charge basis for the month of June 24. Reason for treatment of each item should form part of answer. So one is arriving at the correct answer, second is giving the correct reasoning. Now whatever is being paid as salary पे तो लगेगा ही नहीं. हाँ सर, वो तो हम लोग को पता है कि सैलरी पे नहीं लगेगा. तो हम लोग को किस पे पे करना है? सिर्फ प्रोफेशनल फी. सो प्रोफेशनल फी विल बी liable to RCM. Salary will not be liable to RCM because it is covered by negative list. As it is covered by negative list, there is no supply at all. As it is not a supply, there is no question of reverse charge mechanism. Professional fees received is in the capacity of a director, and director providing service to a body corporate is covered under reverse charge mechanism. Okay. Paid rent to Indian Railways registered in Madhya Pradesh for its property located in same state which was taken on lease. See, who is the supplier? Indian Railways, and we are the recipient. Batao. Indian Railways, all the transactions of Indian Railways are covered by forward charge. So is Nutan Limited required to pay tax under RCM? The answer is no, because services provided by Indian Railways is covered under forward charge. Hence, there is no question of reverse charge. Okay. Paid to XYZ Security Private Limited, for providing security service to its warehouse across the state. Security agency is not registered under GST. See, security agency is not registered, that is fine, but it is a body corporate. So security service, try to recall. Security service provided by any person other than body corporate to a registered person other than composition dealer. That is the exact entry. So if the supplier is a body corporate, then it is not under RCM. So you'll have to give a reason that as the provider of service is a body corporate, it is not covered by reverse charge mechanism. Hence, RCM will not be applicable on this transaction. Clear? Okay, last one. Paid fees to local municipal corporation for renewal of company's factory license for FY 24-25. So if you pay to local municipal corporation, that should be under RCM because government to business entity is covered by RCM. But see the amount. Amount is 4,800. Now the moment you see this amount, you need to get a recall of exemption entry. वो एक exemption entry था ना कि up to 5,000 rupees, अप टू 5,000 रुपीज का कोई सर्विस प्रोवाइडेड बाय लोकल अथॉरिटी और गवर्नमेंट is exempted. So if this is exempted, there is no question of reverse charge mechanism because respect the term charge. Charge होना जरूरी है. Reverse charge तो तभी लग सकता है when there is a charge. As there is no charge, there is no question of reverse charge mechanism. Okay, let's move forward to the next one. So only 11,50,000 you have to pay on this. All three are nil. So tax payable under RCM is only one transaction. Okay, let's see the next one. Mr. Jayesh, a registered supplier in Mumbai, received the following amounts in respect of various activities undertaken by him for October 22. Now let's read what is required. पहले वो पढ़ लेते हैं. You are required to compute gross value of supplies on which GST is to be paid by Mr. Jayesh for the month of अक्टूबर 2022. तो हम लोग को खाली ग्रॉस वैल्यू ऑफ सप्लाईज कंप्यूट करना है ऑन विच हु हैज टू पे टैक्स मिस्टर जयेश, चाहे वो फॉरवर्ड हो या रिवर्स हो. ऑन व्हाट वैल्यू इज मिस्टर जयेश लायबल टू पे टैक्स, दैट हैज टू बी कंप्यूटेड. कोई जीएसटी कंप्यूटेशन वगैरह तो करना नहीं है. ऑल अमाउंट्स आर एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफ टैक्स एंड एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर ऑफ मिस्टर जयेश in previous year was 42 lakh. So these are the two informations available with us. Now let's see. Okay, commission received as a recovery agent from NBFC. Now Mr. Jayesh has received commission from NBFC. Tell me, I should pay the tax, that is Mr. Jayesh, or NBFC has to pay the tax? Sir, in this case NBFC has to pay the tax na, because a recovery agent providing service to NBFC is covered under RCM in the hands of NBFC. So I will not be paying tax. So there is no forward charge in the hands of Mr. Jayesh. Okay. Actionable claim received from normal business debtors. Actionable claim is covered by negative list. Negative list. There is no question of I being responsible to pay any tax on that. Amount received from ABC for classical dance in one program. Classical dance enjoys a exemption but only to the extent of 1.5 lakh per performance. Yeah, 1.5 lakh से ज़्यादा है, so it will become taxable. Okay, then business assets, that is old computers given to a friend free of cost. The market value is 51,000. No ITC was availed on computer. No tax. Sir, is it not covered by Schedule 1? No. Schedule 1 only covers permanent transfer of a business asset where ITC was availed. In this case, no ITC is availed. So no need to pay tax on this. Consideration received for 1 month rent from a registered individual person renting residential dwelling for use as residence. So residential dwelling given to a registered person is covered under RCM. As it is covered under RCM, I don't have to pay any tax on this. The other person will pay the tax under RCM. So no forward charge in the hands of Mr. Jayesh. Okay. Then paid to unregistered GTA for various consignments by road 15,100. Each consignment was less than 1450. That doesn't matter. 15,100 will be liable under RCM. So 174,500 forward charge I have to pay plus 15,100 I have to pay under RCM. Let's see the answer. So first commission recipient will pay under RCM. Second one actionable claim nothing. Third one taxable. Then fourth one free of cost that we are aware. Then rent from individual registered person, the individual registered person will pay under RCM. Unregistered GTA, I will have to pay under RCM. So the total value on which I have to pay tax under RCM is 174,500 plus 15,100, which comes to 189,600. Clear? Okay. Now let's move forward. Determine the place of supply for the following independent cases by briefly stating the relevant provision. Now try to recall what all did you read in place of supply. All provisions are of IGST Act. Section 7 deals with interstate supply. 8 deals with intra-state supply. 9 deals with territorial waters, saying that if the location of supply or place of supply is in territorial waters, then bring it to the nearest coastal state. 10 deals with place of supply for goods. Only domestic transaction is there in your syllabus. 12 deals with place of supply for services. Only domestic transaction is there in your syllabus. Interstate supply is when the location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states, two different union territory, one state, one union territory. Supply to or by SEZ, always interstate. In the taxable territory, not a intrastate supply, again interstate. Supplier is in India, place of supply outside India, again interstate. Intra is location of supplier or place of supply is in the same state or union territory. Territorial waters I already told you. Goods. 10(1)(a) supply involves movement where the movement of goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. 10(1)(b) bill to ship to transaction where the third person's principal place of business, where on whose direction the goods were delivered to the recipient or any other person. 10(1)(c) supply does not involve movement, location of the goods at the time of delivery. 10(1)(ca) supply to unregistered person. When you supply to unregistered person, if his address is available, go by address. If his address is not available, location of the supplier. 10(1)(d), what was D, sir? 10(1)(d) is assembly or installation where the goods are assembled or installed. 10(1)(e), goods supplied on board of a conveyance where the goods were taken on board. And there was one e-commerce operator circular which said that if there is a bill to ship to transaction to an unregistered person through e-commerce operator, then we will go by the delivery address, and delivery address will be regarded as location of recipient. Then 12 to generally RPURP, registered person, location of registered person, unregistered person, location of recipient. If that is not available, location of the supplier. 12(3) immobile property, where the property is located or intended to be located. If the property is outside India, then in that case, location of recipient. 12(4) restaurant outdoor catering wherever it is performed. 12(5) training. RPURP, for RP you know it, location of RP. For URP it will be where it is performed. 12(6) admission to an event where the event is held. 12(7) organization and sponsorship of an event. Location RP, location of RP. URP, location of where the event is held. If that is not available, or if it is outside India, then go by location of the recipient. 12(8) transportation of goods. RP, URP, RP, location of RP. URP, where the goods are handed over for their transportation. 12.9, transportation of passengers. RP, location of RP. URP, where the person embarks for a continuous journey. Return journey is treated as a separate journey. 12.10, 12.10, on board services. First scheduled departure point. 12.11, telecommunication service. Fixed line, go by fixed line. Billing address is used for postpaid. Prepaid, if it is online, location of recipient. If it is through selling agent, address of selling agent. If it is direct prepayment, then where the prepayment is received. Nothing available any other case. Location of recipient, if that is also not available, location of the supplier. 12.12, banking and stock broking. Address available, go by address. Not available, location of the supplier. 12.13, insurance. RP, location of RP. URP, address on record of the supplier. 12.14, advertisement. Advertisement to government based on agreement or contract. It will be in each of the state by way of dissemination of such service. So this is place of supply. Based on this, let's see whether you track it properly. Determine the place of supply for following independent cases by briefly stating the relevant provision. Maxi Pharmaceuticals, registered under GST in Rajasthan, hires Sargam Events LLP, registered in GST at Madhya Pradesh, for annual event in Gujarat. So tell me, what will be the place of supply? See, hires a event manager. Organization of an event provided to a registered person. Place of supply will be location of the registered person, that is Rajasthan. Rajasthan would be the place of supply because 12.7, organization of an event provided to a registered person. The place of supply will be location of the registered person, not where the event is held. Okay, let's see the second one. PSL, a registered person in Chandigarh, Punjab, orders from CRM, CMR, a registered person in Jharkhand, to deliver the goods to MHT, a registered person in Jharkhand. So, who is the main supplier? CMR Limited. Billing is done to PSL Limited, and then the goods are to be delivered to MHT. Now, this person is in Jharkhand. This person is also in Jharkhand. PSL is in Punjab. Now, your requirement is to determine place of supply for both of the above supplies made by CMR Limited and PSL Limited. So you have to determine for both. CMR Limited के लिए क्या होगा? CMR Limited के लिए the place of supply will be 10(1)(b). That is where the invoice was done, Punjab. Then PSL Limited will raise a invoice, second invoice to MHT. For this, the place of supply will be Jharkhand. So first part, the answer will be Punjab. Second part, the answer will be Jharkhand. So based on this, the answer will have to be written. So you are using 10(1)(b) and 10(1)(a. Clear? Okay, sir, if we don't write the section number, fine. Yes, if you see the suggested answer, it does not have the section number. Just Rajasthan mentioned here, and here first supply Punjab, second supply Jharkhand. That's it. But the whole provision is written. See, what is important is writing the whole provision involving movement. See, they've used the same thing, but only difference is only section number is not written. Everything else is as it is. Okay. Now this has been there in model test paper. High chances if they ask a theory question on place of supply, it will be this type. An event management company provided services for organizing of a sporting event for a sport federation which is to be held at multiple states. What would be the place of supply of service in this case? Now, event management services, if it is given in multiple states, then in that case, you have to read 12.7 with IGST rules, and IGST rules says that if it is being held in different states, first you go by the agreement and it will be in proportion of value of supply as determined in terms of the contractor agreement. So whatever is given in the contractor agreement, first go by that. Sir, if nothing is given in the contract, then in that case, generally accepted accounting principles. So you will also have to write the same answer, that if nothing is available, then go by the generally accepted accounting principles. Clear? Okay. So first, in case of an event, if the recipient is registered, then you will go by location of the registered person. If recipient is unregistered, then where the event is held. Since the event is held in multiple states, consolidated amount is charged. Place of supply will be deemed to be in each state in proportion to the value of services determined as per the contract. First, go by the contract. In absence of the contract or agreement, it will be in each state by applying IGST rules, generally accepted accounting principles. This is what you'll have to write in the exam. Okay, let's see one more place of supply question. Determine place of supply in respect of following independent cases. Brief reason should form part of your answer. Mr. U from Mount Abu, Rajasthan, ordered one laptop as a gift for his father from e-commerce site Zilu, registered in Mumbai, to be delivered at his parents' house in Gujarat. So that means this will be the place of supply, because wherever it is getting delivered, CBIC circular has so clearly said that wherever it is getting delivered, that will be regarded as place of supply. This is for your practice, and this can be tested already once it has been tested, but just be careful that if the transaction is through e-commerce operator, write the reference of 10.1 CA, supply to unregistered person, location of the recipient, and in this case CBIC has clarified that where the goods are getting delivered, that will be regarded as location of the recipient. ये आपको लिखना पड़ेगा, बराबर? ठीक है, अभी दूसरा देखते हैं. Mr. Oman, a tourist from Australia, visited India for the in the month of September. He got repaired his camera. ठीक है, कैमरा का रिपेयर करवाया during his visit to Udaipur, Rajasthan, by Mr. R, who has also visited Udaipur at the same time. So Mr. R is providing the service. Mr. R is registered at New Delhi. Mr. Oman provided address of his friend who resides at Mumbai, Maharashtra, to be mentioned in the bill. That means R is providing service to a person who is in Maharashtra. See, technically, he is providing service to Mr. Oman. Now, if he is providing service to Mr. Oman, then it becomes a case of section 13 of IGST. Then 13 is not in your syllabus at all. But that's why in the question they have mentioned that the bill is being raised to Maharashtra. R does not know that he is from Australia. R knows he is providing a service to a person in Maharashtra. What will be the place of supply? Now this will be covered under 12.2, general provision. General provision because there is no specific provision relating to repair. So the place of supply to an unregistered person will be location of the recipient, that is address on record, and address on record is Maharashtra. So the place of supply will be Maharashtra. Let's see the answer. Okay. The place of supply for goods particularly through e-commerce operator to unregistered person if the billing address is different from the address of delivery, then it will be the address of delivery as recorded on the invoice. Whatever is the address on delivery, that is to be used. Billing address is given of Gujarat, and as sorry, billing address is of Rajasthan, delivery address is Gujarat. So delivery address Gujarat will be used. Okay. Now, place of supply of service, except for specified service made to person other than registered person, will be the location of recipient where address exists on record. And address is available of Mumbai, so you go by 12.2. So what is being used? 12.2, because except for specified service is 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6 till 12.14. So what you are using is generally. Clear? Okay. So now let's talk about the 10th one. Examine the following independent cases and determine whether the services are taxable under the GST law. Dhruv Printing Press, a registered entity under GST, received an order of 1,50,000 from Vishwakarma Technical Institute, Private ITI, providing courses notified under Apprentice Act for printing of pre-exam items like question paper, OMR sheets, answer booklets required for conducting exams. So, first of all, whether private ITI is a education institute, the answer is yes. If it is a education institute and it is taking a service for examination, then education institute taking admission or examination related service enjoys a exemption. Then state education board, a registered entity, charge 50,000 per year as affiliation charges from a school run by Dharampal Trust, are registered under 12AA, which gives education from class 1 to class 10. Now, affiliation charges, as you know, will enjoy a exemption if it is provided to a government school, but here it is being provided to a 12AA entity, and that's why this will be taxable. We Care Hospitals, a registered entity, charged 19,500 for 3 days. 19,500 for 3 days, which is more than 5,000 per day, but it was for ICCU. ICCU enjoys a exemption. Then last one, Sit Care Hospitals, a registered entity, entered into an arrangement with Swadhisht Caterers, a registered entity, to supply food to inpatient as per advice of the doctor. Swadhisht Caterers sends monthly bill to the hospital for food supplied by them to the admitted patients. Determine the taxability of sit care hospitals. You have to determine for hospital charging to patient, will it enjoy an exemption? The answer is yes, because food supplied to inpatient by hospital enjoys an exemption. So only second one is taxable, others are all exempted. Yes, this type of 4 mark question, but you'll have to write the reasoning. See, we are talking about sit care hospitals. We are not talking about the caterer providing to hospital. So the most important point on all this is to read the question properly. अगर आपने क्वेश्चन पढ़ने में गलती कर दी, that's where the error happens. It is more about English rather than IDT. IDT तो you have practiced. Now it is more important कि आप English language जो लिखा हुआ है उस पे ध्यान दें. Yes, so read it very carefully कि किसके लिए determine करना है. The most important thing is for whom or from which angle are you determining the taxability. Okay, let's see the 11th one. Determine the taxability or otherwise of the following services provided by Indian Railways. You know, Indian Railways, everything is under forward charge. There is one exemption, Maybe they are trying to test you on that one exemption. Cloakroom services provided to passengers. This enjoys an exemption. Service by transportation of passengers in second class. This will also be exempt. Platform tickets sold to passengers again enjoys an exemption. Renting of warehouse located in Bangalore railway station to Paras traders of Chennai. This will be taxable. There is no such exemption. Transportation of passengers in AC. This will also be taxable. Transportation of relief material meant for flood affected areas. Rail enjoys a exemption for relief material. The answer is yes. Transportation of goods, there is a specific exemption for relief material by railways. And transportation of organic manure again enjoys a exemption. So only two are taxable, 11 lakh 50,000. So see, first one exempt, this is also exempt, third one is also exempt, fourth one taxable, fifth one AC is also taxable, relief material exempt, and the last one is also exempt. So simple notes. Now if you see the notes as well, which needs to be written, ऐसा नहीं है कि you have to write something completely different. एकदम simple notes. देखो ना क्या लिखा हुआ है. Exempt since service of transportation of organic manure by rail is exempt. Everything is given in the question. Exempt since transportation of relief material meant for victims. Everything is copied from the question itself. Same way, railways other than first class and AC is exempt. So AC will be taxable. Simple English language needs to be written as the reasoning. Clear with this? Yes? Okay. Let's move forward to time of supply. See, time of supply, forward charge, reverse charge, forward charge, goods, reverse charge, goods, and continuous supply. Same services you have forward charge, reverse charge, and continuous supply. Goods forward charge, supply involves movement, then removal or invoice. Supply does not involve movement, making available or invoice, sale on approval basis, acceptance or 6 months from the date of removal or invoice. RCM is 31st day from the date of invoice or date of receipt of goods or date of receipt of payment. Continuous supply, invoice or payment slash statement. And services forward charge, 30 days replaced by 40 days, invoice or payment, completion or payment. RCM, if the supplier is liable to raise a invoice, then in that case you will go by 61st day from the date of invoice or payment date. If the recipient is liable to issue a self invoice, then date of issue of self invoice by recipient or payment date. Continuous supply depends on whether it is ascertainable, not ascertainable based on completion. Ascertainable, date mentioned in the contract, invoice or payment. Not ascertainable, invoice or payment. Completion of each event or invoice or payment. Then you have interest and such interest is received. Voucher, and lastly you have any other case. Any other case for registered person, due date for filing GST return, unregistered person, date of payment of GST. Correct? Let's see. Determine the time of supply in the following cases, assuming that GST is payable under reverse charge mechanism. Let's see. Date of receipt of goods is given. So what are we determining for goods reverse charge? Goods reverse charge is 31st day from date of invoice or receipt of goods or date of payment, meaning the date of payment being made by the recipient. So you have date of receipt of goods, you have date of payment by the recipient, and you have invoice date. Now let's see. First, from invoice date we have to count 31 days. So from here, if you count 31 days, you will go beyond 1st July. The answer will be 1st July. Then second one payment is much before. So if you count 31 days from here, that is going to be much ahead. So the answer will be 25th June. Then from here, if we count 31st day, and there is part payment, 31st day will be much ahead. So for first part payment, it will be June 30th. For second part payment, it will be 1st July, because 1st July or 20th July, whichever is earlier. 1st July is earlier. Then from here, if you count 31st day, payment is entered in 28th June. So 28th June will be the date of payment. Now 28th June is much early. So the answer will be 28th June. Now here it is June 29 and this will be June 26. So the answer will be June 26 because payment is received before 31st day from the date of invoice. And here if we count 31st day, now see June 1 day plus 30th July. So 30th July versus 1st August and 10th August, 30th July will be the right answer. So this question gives you a good practice of reverse charge mechanism. Yes? Okay. Okay. So let's move forward. Next one. CBIC has issued a recent clarification on time of supply or respect of supply of service of construction of road and maintenance by thereof of National Highway Project of National Highway Authority in hybrid annuity model. Briefly discuss the clarification. So this type of question can be asked in your exam for any circular. So whenever you read a circular, what should be in your mind? Circular number or the clarification? Clarification. What is important is to put that clarification in words. Now what happens in case of hybrid annuity model? Basically, in case of hybrid annuity model, the payments are received in parts plus it is for more than 3 months. So any contract which is for more than 3 months and payment is received in parts becomes a continuous supply of service. Now continuous supply of service, what is the time of supply? Date of invoice or date of payment or due date to issue invoice. Now if the due date to issue invoice is based on completion date or specified in the contract and that this is before invoice. Now if this is before invoice, then what two things will you compare? This one and payment date. Now if this is after the invoice, so you have already issued the invoice. If you have already issued the invoice, then go by invoice date or payment date. That's what they have said. Let's see. Since in HAM contracts, periodical payments, first point is periodical payments are spread over the contract period in the form of installments, it is a continuous supply of service. It is clarified that the time of supply for HAM contracts should be in case where the invoice is issued on or before the specified date or date of completion of event. So if the invoice is issued before the specified date or date of completion of event, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If it is not issued before the specified date, then provision of service, that is that specified date or receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. So they have just put this invoice, payment or due date to issue invoice in two parts. That's it. That much needs to be written. Sir, can we write it directly? No. See, they have asked briefly discuss the said clarification. So when they have briefly discussed the said clarification, you will have to write this as well as not issued before the specified date. Both the parts will form part of your answer. Clear? Okay. Okay, now we are going to move to valuation. Let's talk about valuation. Red Paper Limited, Delhi, a registered supplier, manufactures taxable goods. It provides the following details of taxable interstate supply made by it during the month of March. Let's see what we have to determine. Always first na, you would notice in all the questions I prefer reading what we have to find out, because then when I read the main question na, I will start focusing from that point of view only. So list price of the goods is net of the two subsidies received. List price is net of subsidy. What is the meaning of net of subsidy? Net of subsidy का मतलब होता है it is सब्सिडी को ऑलरेडी डिडक्ट कर दिया है. क्या मतलब होता है? Subsidy is already deducted. However, the other charges, taxes are charged to the customer over and above the list price. बाकी सब चीज एक्स्ट्रा है. Calculate the value of taxable supplies made by red paper during the month. Rate of IGST 18%. Let's see what is included, what is not. List price of the taxable goods. This will be liable. हाँ, इस पे तो GST लगेगा. Price linked to the subsidy received from central government for supply of taxable goods to government school. So I have received subsidy of 2,10,000, which is exclusively related to goods included in serial number 1. Goods included in serial number 1. This subsidy is related to goods included in serial number 1. They are not saying subsidy is included in serial number 1. That's the tricky part of this. Subsidy is not included in 15 lakh because they've already said deducted. It is already deducted because it is net of the two subsidies. So they are saying that this 2,10,000 is exclusively related to goods included in one. मतलब क्या हुआ? वो गुड्स के लिए ही ये सब्सिडी मिला है, मतलब डायरेक्टली लिंक टू दी प्राइस. सो क्या करेंगे? गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडी इट्स ऑलरेडी डिडक्टेड, नथिंग टू बी डन. Already deducted है ना. Again if you deduct it, double deduction, so nothing to be done. Price link subsidy received from NGO for supply of taxable goods to old age home, exclusively related to supply of goods included in serial number 1. Now again, exclusively related to goods included in serial number. It is related to those goods. That means directly linked subsidy. Now this subsidy already subtracted, already deducted. अभी क्या करोगे? You will have to add it back because you have subtracted something which is liable to GST. This is a big crime, so you'll have to add it back. Taxes levied by municipal authorities. This will obviously get added. Packing charges added. Late fee charged, paid by the recipient for delayed payment of consideration. Recipient has agreed to pay 6,000 lump sum. No additional amount over and above this. We just saw whenever such line is mentioned, that means this late fee is inclusive of GST. So 15 lakh plus 50,000 plus 20 plus 15,000, and in this you'll not add full 6,000 into 100 divided by 118. Why into 100 divided by 118? Because we need value. वैल्यू चाहिए, इसीलिए मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 100 डिवाइडेड बाय 118. इफ वी वांटेड जीएसटी, multiply by 18 divided by 118 because rate given is 18%. So let's see. 15 lakh, 50,000 added, 20,000 added, 15,000 added, 5085, and simple notes includable in value as per section 15. Sir, should we write the subsection? Not required. You can just write section 15, that is sufficient. As interest is lump sum, the same is considered inclusive of GST. See the simplicity of the note. Incidental charges, same is includable in value. Includable in value. Subsidy is received from non-government and directly linked, so it is includable in value. Simple notes needs to be written, but it has to be written because reasoning has to be given. Clear? Okay. Okay, let's see the next one. Ajay, a registered person, provided the following details about transactions entered into by him in the month of July 2024. He sold 3,000 units of goods. Now, first, let's read what is needed. Compute the taxable value of supply for the month of July 2024 on which Mr. Ajay shall pay GST. टैक्सेबल वैल्यू हैज टू बी कंप्यूटेड कौन से मंथ के लिए जुलाई 24 के लिए टैक्सेबल वैल्यू suitable notes and assumptions should form part of answer. All amounts are exclusive of GST. So all amounts are exclusive of GST. Suitable notes needs to be written और जुलाई के लिए computation करना है. Let's start. He sold 3,000 units of the goods to Wellness Pharma at 400. So 3,000 into 400. This will come to 12 lakh. Under section 206C of income tax, he is required to collect 2,000 as TCS. He included 2,000 in the tax invoice issued to the party. So, will you charge on TCS? No. So, you'll write CBIC has clarified that TCS will not form part of value. Simple notes, nothing else is required. TCS will not form part of value. That's it. Okay, let's see the second one. Under the contract with state government, he sold 1,000 units at a unit price of 400 at 200 per unit to families of economic weaker section identified by state government. Balance 200 units will be paid by state government as subsidy. See, government subsidy, will it form part of value? No. So 1,000 multiplied with 200, 2 lakh. You have to charge GST only on 2 lakh because government subsidy is not liable to GST. You are aware of it. Issued credit note worth 1,50,000 net of GST as discount to registered dealer who purchased more than 5,000 units between October and December under Festival Bonanza scheme declared on 1st October 23. The above discount was provided invoice wise with the condition of ITC reversal by registered person. Post supply discount है ये, and it is known at the time of supply and it is being given now. So what will you do? 1.5 lakh you will reduce from the value. So 12 lakh is the value, 2 lakh is value, 1.5 lakh will get deducted because I have issued credit note. If I issue credit note, my output will reduce. Sold goods to old age home for consideration of 1 lakh, normal value 2 lakh. Samvedna, an NGO, gave subsidy of 30,000 to acknowledge his services to elderly people living in old age home. Now, see, will 1 lakh be liable? Obviously, sir, 1 lakh will be liable. Now, what about 30,000, sir? Now, 30,000, if you can right, saying that 30,000 is directly linked to the supply made to old age home. As it is directly linked, we will add it. So you can write that and add it. Sir, can we also say nothing is mentioned because it is just to encourage uh, old age home being provided at a lower value, so it is not linked. See, you can write specific notes because it says suitable assumptions needs to be written by you. So can we go ahead and write that, sir? Yes, you can write, but we will see what is the institute's answer. And generally, if such question comes, follow whatever institute has already done in previous papers. Then, after analysis of sale report of first quarter, he decided to give discount of 1% to shopkeepers whose total purchases exceeded 25 lakh during the quarter. Total discount was 1,30,000. Nothing to be done. Post supply discount, known or not known? Not known at the time of supply, because after analysis of the report, then he is giving it. That means that time when you made the sale, that time it was not known. Nothing is to be done. So let's see. 12 lakh correct, 2 lakh correct, 1 lakh 50 correct. Now see, 1 lakh, what did I tell you? I told you 1.3 lakh. I also told you that you can write an assumption that it is just to encourage. As it is just to encourage, it is not directly linked to the supply which is made. It is just to acknowledge the services that we are providing it to elderly people. Then in that case, institute has said it is not directly linked. See the wordings. Only if it is directly linked to the price. As it is not directly linked, then it will not be liable. Be clear? But sir, can we write a note? Yes, you can go ahead and write a note saying that it is directly linked and it is includable. That you can do. See, that's why if you see, it says assumption. So if your assumption is correct, then you will get full marks depending on what you assume. So if you assume this is directly linked to the subsidy, then you can add, otherwise, no. Why have I included this question? This was the only reason why I included this, because there are interpretations which you can take and see what is the interpretation taken by institute. Yes, both are of the same part. Okay, this is a continuation of this. Okay, discount given to shopkeeper, nothing to be done. Obviously, it is not allowed as deduction because it was not agreed at the time of supply. Simple notes, nothing complicated. Simple notes. समझ में आया? कितने पोजीशन ले सकते हो आप, पर आपका assumption जो आप लिखेंगे, that should be perfect. You should read the question properly and give your assumption, and based on that assumption you need to write your answer. Clear? Okay. Okay. Okay, 16th one is again a very good question. Following are the particulars relating to one machine sold by SQM Limited to ABC Limited in the month of Feb 2020 at a list price of 9,50,000 exclusive of taxes and discount. Further, the following additional amounts have been charged. And now let's read what is required. Compute the value of taxable supply as per the provisions of GST law. Considering that price is the sole consideration and both the parties are unrelated to each other, correct legal provision should form part of your answer. Okay, now let's see. Municipal taxes charged for the machine, liable. Obviously, municipal taxes will be liable. Why will it be liable, sir? Municipal taxes is obviously liable. There is no second thought about it. Outward freight charges. Contract was to deliver FOR basis. FOR is free on road. फ्री ऑन रोड का मतलब होता है मैं आपके प्रीमाइस तक डिलीवरी कराऊंगा. आई विल गेट द गुड्स डिलीवर्ड टू योर प्रीमाइस. सो फ्री ऑन रोड, एज आई एम अग्रीइंग दैट आई विल गेट इट डिलीवर्ड टू योर प्रीमाइस, मैं उसके लिए चार्ज भी करता हूँ एक्स्ट्रा. तो विल दैट चार्ज बी लायबल? द आंसर इज यस, वो तो लायबल रहेगा ही. फिर SQM Limited normally gives an interest-free credit period of 30 days, after which it charges 1% per month or part of the month on the list price. ACD paid for the supply after 45 days, but SQM waived the interest. Waived the interest. तो क्या interest charge किया है? नहीं, you have not charged interest. As you have not charged interest, will GST apply on this interest which is a fictitious interest which is waived off? The answer is no. SQM Limited received 50,000 as subsidy from one non-government organization on the sale of such machine. Subsidy is not linked to the price. Now here can you assume? Here you cannot assume because question itself is saying it is not linked to the price. If it is not linked to the price, then obviously it will not form part of value. Clear? Yes. Okay. ACD Limited deducted discount of 15,000 for at the time of final payment, which was not as per agreement. Arey, if it is not as per agreement, then it is post supply discount not known at the time of supply, and post supply discount not known at the time of supply का कुछ नहीं करना है. SQM Limited collected 9,500 as TCS. Now TCS is also not liable. एग्जाम में क्या होता है? Four adjustments given. All four, nothing is to be done. In exam na, then you get a feeling that no, something I am doing wrongly. Four adjustments, how can all four not be liable? नहीं, कुछ तो मैं एक गलत सोच रहा हूँ. Let me think. Now if you think, that is fine. The moment you start thinking, the moment you start thinking, you start making mistakes. So be very careful. Generally, if you don't have a very strong argument, your first answer is always correct. You should have such a strong argument that your first answer is wrong. Only then think of changing your answer. Generally. Okay. So the answer is just this much, 950 plus that municipal tax and outward supply 10 lakh 60. Write notes for what all was not included. Sir, can we write this in the main part also? The answer is yes. Can we write it separately as notes? The answer is yes. Both are acceptable practices by the institute. Whatever is comfortable to you, do that. You can write it there itself or you can write it separately. Both are acceptable. Okay. Okay, now let's see the next one. Mr. Karan, a registered person in Kerala, has provided the following information of supply received or made during the month of Feb 2025. First, let's see what is required to be computed. From the given information, you are required to compute net minimum GST liability payable in cash after deducting ITC. Sub लिखा हुआ है net minimum liability after deducting ITC. That means output minus ITC by Karan for Feb 2025. Correct legal provisions and individual tax amount for each item should form part of your answer. From here we start 10 mark questions solving. ठीक है, easy होता है. It is easy. Don't see it as a lengthy question. See it step by step. See it as 7 to 8 points. तो आपको जब 7 to 8 points दिखाई देगा, अपने आप you will be able to answer for each and every point. चलिए देखते हैं language. Okay. On 5th Feb 2025, supplied goods to Zara Enterprises, Rajasthan. Don't forget where you are. Read it again so that you can identify C plus S or I. Discount of 10% is offered to Zara Enterprises on the invoice price of 2 lakh as per pre-agreement but not recorded in the invoice. So invoice was issued for full 2 lakh. Discount given by way of a credit note which was issued on 28th Feb. So on 28th Feb you issued a credit note. That means in February you sold the goods, invoice 2 lakh. Then you gave the credit note also. So the net tax for the month of Feb will apply on 1,80,000 because it is post supply. But known कैसे? Pre-agreement था तो it is known. So 1,80,000 which ICS, it will come in I. Now freeze the rate. Freeze the rate quickly. Assume CGST SGST to be 9918 for inward and outward supply except where otherwise provided. So 1.8 lakh, 18%, put it in IGST column output. Okay, let's see the next one. So you completed one adjustment. See one adjustment each and keep posting it in output ITC RCM. See there are only three baskets. तीन ही तो basket होता है. एक output basket होता है. Second one is ITC basket, and the third one is tax payable under RCM. So you subtract output with ITC and at the end add tax payable under RCM. You add tax payable under RCM at the end because you cannot use ITC to pay RCM liability. Barabar. Okay. So this will come 1,80,000 into 18%. This will come in IGST column. Then made a supply of machinery to Cool and Co. registered in the state of Kerala. The machine was installed in Tamil Nadu. Installed in Tamil Nadu. That means the place of supply will be Tamil Nadu and IGST will be applicable. So this will also come in 6 lakh into 18%. Again, IGST column output. Provided supply of online education journal on monthly basis to St. Peter's High School. Online education journal is exempt only when it is provided to education as part of a curriculum to obtain a qualification recognized by law, not to preschool and higher secondary. This will be taxable and it is in Kerala, so this will come in C plus S output, and this was I output. Okay, provided renting of his own commercial property in Kerala to Safe Vault Limited Kerala, in which he is an independent director. See, you are giving a property, commercial property, forward charge, reverse charge. Sir, commercial property, unregistered person to registered person. Here you are yourself registered person, so it will be a case of forward charge. It will come in output C plus S. Why C plus S, sir? Because Kerala plus 18% is the rate given. It will come in output. I have to pay tax under forward charge. Okay. Supplied a consignment of office uniform to Rasool Tea Estate, Kerala. Again, 18% C plus S output. Payment made to Manish, a contractor of Bengaluru, for construction of staff quarters in the factory premise. Will you get ITC? No ITC. So no question of any ITC in this. Okay. Mr. Karan provided the following additional information. During the month, supply for 13,000 was made against redemption of food coupons issued in December. So food coupons were issued in December itself for used against specific pizza available at food court run by Mr. Karan in Kochi. Coupon were valid till 28 Feb. See, specified pizza only you can purchase from it. Identifiable voucher. Identifiable voucher, time of supply is date of issue. When was it issued? December 24 it was issued. So will we do anything in Feb even though it is used in Feb? No treatment in Feb. Okay. Then, in respect of supply made to Munnar, being a hill station, local levy of green tax of 10,000 was charged by Mr. Karan in the invoice to Rasool. So Rasool 10,000 you'll have to add as green tax. So that means this will be on 2 lakh 10,000. So 2 lakh 10,000 into 18 C plus S output. All the above given in the table are exclusive of GST and green tax. Exclusive of green tax, that's why we added green tax or any other taxes wherever applicable. Subject to the information given, conditions for availing ITC is complied with. All inward and outward supply are intrastate except where information is given for place of supply. So if place of supply information is given, go by place of supply. This is the standard statement in all the question nowadays. Assume all inward and inward supply are used for taxable supply only. They can't say some inward supply is used for taxable and exempt because common credit provision आपके syllabus में ही नहीं है. There was opening balance of ITC, IGST 1,50,000, CGST 30,000, SGST nil. So that's it. So we have two IGST transactions, three C plus S. So if you have to show it separately in the exam, here 7.8 lakh into 18%, this one will be IGST, and this is 25,000, 70, 95,000, 95,000 plus 210, which is 3 lakh 5,000 into 18%. This will be I, this will be C plus S, nothing related to RCM. So 7.8 lakh into 18%, it comes to 1,40,400. And then you have 3,05,000 into 9%. See, calculation you can do it 27,450, 27,450. And then you will use ITC. ITC you have 1,50,000. So out of that 140,400 you use here, because you have ITC of 1,50,000 in IGST. So first I with I, then I with C. CGST is 30,000. I with S and C with C. C out of 30,000 you can use only 27,450. So do the calculation, dash dash and 27,450 minus 9,600. 17,850, and some amount will be carry forward, about 2,550. That anyways they have asked net minimum liability, you just calculate net minimum liability. If you want, you can write a note at the end saying that this is the balance tax which will be carried forward. Yes, let's see the answer. See, computation of net liability, 32,400, 1,08,000, we did it together. So we got 27,450, 27,450, 1,40,400. ITC, we used it. Final answer 17,850. ITC working note, or you can do it along with the output table, ITC payable, net tax payable table. You can have 3 steps and close it as I did with these 3 steps. First calculate output, then calculate ITC, and then do the adjustment of net tax payable. Clear? Yes. Okay. Okay, so this was a 10-mark question. So 10-mark questions, really important. You get a 10-mark question, which is your first question, but try to answer to the extent possible correctly. That is our aim. And you see each adjustment separately, you will get a correct answer at the end. For sure. Why not? You will get a correct answer at the end. Okay. Let's solve more and more such questions. MLM Private Limited, a registered person in Udaipur, Rajasthan, engaged in various lines of business, provided the following details regarding transactions undertook in the month of March 2024. Now, first, let's see what is required. See, freeze the goods rate, freeze the service rate, then it becomes easy. Goods rate is 12%, services rate is 18%. Be very mindful of this. Calculate net GST payable in cash. Net GST payable in cash, output minus ITC is to be done for the month of March 24. Support calculation with reason. Reason has to be written. It is given. Company paid 50,000 to Ajay, independent director, sitting fees, RCM and ITC. Here only you get to know. And it is a service, so 18%. And C plus S because director remuneration within the state. Company made a donation of 450 to old age home, a trust not registered under GST, for setting a water cooler at old age home with name of the company embedded on the water cooler to express their support for a good cause. So, is this a taxable supply? Yes, it is a taxable supply, but trust has to charge us. So, trust is unregistered. If trust is unregistered, how will they charge any GST? See, this is a supply, but trust has to charge us. Na? Trust cannot charge us because trust is unregistered person. So, there will be no tax, no ITC. Trust unregistered. All figures are exclusive of GST. Inward and outward supply are intra except when specified. Subject to information given, all conditions are satisfied. Now let's see. Okay. Advance received from Mr. Gokul for business support service to be supplied in the month of April 2024. For service, you have received an advance. Service is to be supplied in April. You have received the advance in March itself. Whether GST will apply? Yes. And you will treat it as C plus S transaction. It will come in output, 18% output. Provided commissioning services under pure labor contract for Raj Builders for a multi-story complex. Again liable. We are in Rajasthan. He is also in Rajasthan. Again C plus S, it's a service, 18% output. Stock transfer without consideration to Jodhpur Rajasthan branch within the same GST number. No GST. Same GST number, no GST. Outward supply of goods. Market value 5 lakh, transaction value 5 lakh 75,000. So 5 lakh 75,000. Intra it's written C plus S. Goods 12%. See what will happen in the exam if we don't freeze the rate initially, then we will end up charging 18% here also. तो उसका ध्यान रखना, इस पे 18% मत लगा देना, क्योंकि ये तो गुड्स का ट्रांजैक्शन है, बाकी दो क्या था, सर्विस का था. सर्विस में 18% बराबर लगाए, यहाँ गुड्स में बराबर 12% लगाए. क्लियर? ओके. वेयर हाउसिंग ऑफ किडनी बीन्स, राजमा, रेड लेंटिल्स एंड other pulses. So Rajma, whole grain warehousing plus cereals pulses. You remember fruits, vegetables, cereals, pulses warehousing is anyways exempt. As it is exempt, no GST. So C plus S, C plus S, C plus S. That's it. These are outward supply transactions. Now let's talk about inward supply. Received car rental service from Carman Private Limited. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So you are receiving it from a private limited company. Will RCM trigger? The answer is no. RCM will not trigger because it is a company, body corporate, and there are three entries in entire GST RCM where other than body corporate is mentioned. Renting of motor vehicle, security services, third one, sponsorship services. In these three cases, if the supplier is a body corporate, then in that case, there is no question of RCM. And sir, will we get ITC for this? No ITC. Why no ITC, sir? At least give ITC. Renting of a motor vehicle. If you don't get on car, you don't get on taking a car on rent. So how will you get on renting? No chance, sir. But the private limited is unregistered. So what? Good, no. If they are unregistered, they had to pay under forward charge. They are not paying. So what should I do? Nothing I have to do. Intrastate supply of inward supply of goods or services for business. So goods 12%. C plus S, you will get ITC. This will come in ITC. And services 18%. This will come in ITC. Yes. So three transactions in output, 2 lakh, 5 lakh and 5 lakh 75, and these two in ITC, and we close the answer. See, 2 lakh output, same thing. Okay, then commissioning services, again output 5,75,000, 6%, 6%. So, and warehousing of pulses exempt. So, total output, your ITC computation is even more simple. Where is ITC computation? ITC computation, see, one is this, second one this, and third, independent director. Independent director, you will get ITC plus RCM that we had written here only, RCM and ITC. So you take it in ITC, you subtract ITC, and then 225,500 add RCM liability, and you get net tax payable and cash. Clear? Yes. So the only aspect is placing each and every entry. हर एंट्री को हमको बराबर से आउटपुट आईटीसी आरसीएम में पोस्ट करना है. If we keep posting output ITC and RCM, no way we can make a mistake in these questions. Clear? Okay. Okay, let's see the next one. Galaxy Cube Private Limited, a registered person in Bharuch, Gujarat, engaged in various lines of business, provided the following details regarding transactions made in the month of May. तो हम लोग को May का ध्यान रखना है. First, let's see what is required. Again, they are asking net minimum GST payable by Galaxy Cube Private Limited for May 2024. Goods rate 12, services rate 18%. Now, during the course of filing invoices, accountant identified a invoice dated 31st March issued by Mahajan, whose residential house was taken on rent for MD of the company for its residential use, 50,000 rupees. No payment has been made till now. So, residential property by any person given to a registered person. The registered person has to pay tax under RCM. Correct? Yes. So we will have to pay tax under RCM. Will we also get ITC, sir? Yes, we will obviously get ITC. Now, whether the time of supply has happened in this month, check, because we have to compute for May. Don't forget the month. May 2024 के लिए कंप्यूटेशन कर रहे हैं, बराबर ना? May 24 के लिए कंप्यूटेशन कर रहे हैं, प्लस we are in Gujarat. Now 31st March invoice. Now if you add 61st day from here, payment is not made till now because the time of supply is the 61st day from the date of invoice or payment date. So 61st day, start counting 61st day. If you count 61st day, you will get April 30 days, 31st May. So it comes on 31st May 2024. That means this will come in RCM as well as ITC for the month of May, which we are doing. As we are doing for May, you will have to take it into consideration. Okay. All figures are exclusive of tax, fair enough. All inward and outward supply are intra, except where the details of recipients are given. Subject to the given information, all necessary conditions of ITC are fulfilled. मतलब ITC का कोई condition जब तक कुछ नहीं है ऐसा दिया हुआ, you can avail ITC. Let's see. Supplied latest technology laptop with touchscreen option to managing director's friend. Open market value 90,000. GST will apply on, sir. GST will apply on 60,000. C plus S, and it will come in output. Why on 60,000, sir? Obviously, now people, GST will apply on value which you have charged. It is managing director's friend. Managing director's friend is not a related person. No need to apply any market value, etc. Directly apply on 60,000. Supplied printed letter cards. Printed letter cards. That means it is goods. Circular. printed letter cards, any kind of boxes, carton boxes, printed carton boxes, all these are supply of goods. If it was printing service of books, then it would have been a service. A registered person in Gujarat. We are also in Gujarat. Logo design was supplied by MK Industry. Out of 5 lakh, material is 4 lakh and balance is printing cost. So it is a supply of goods. Output 12%, C plus S. Provided service of transportation of passengers by an omnibus through an e-commerce operator. Omnibus through an e-commerce operator. Now, omnibus through an e-commerce operator, forward charge. Forward charge applies because transportation of passengers through e-commerce operator, only one exception is there, omnibus by a company. So this will be under forward charge, 18%, C plus S. Catering services. 2. Excel University, Patna, which is recognized by University Grant Commission for recognized qualification. Sir, this will be taxable or exempt? Taxable. Why taxable, sir? Catering services is exempt only up to higher secondary, not above that. Okay. Made supply of goods in territorial waters to Blue Waters Inc. registered in Maharashtra. The place of territorial waters was at a distance of 5 nautical miles from Gujarat and 7 nautical miles from Maharashtra. 5 nautical miles from Gujarat, 7 nautical miles from Maharashtra. Now, what will we take as, sir, nearest coastal state? Gujarat, 5 nautical miles. Now, that is one position which you can take. The other position is you can say that the goods are ordered by Blue Waters. Now, it is delivered to some other place which is in waters. Now, as it is delivered to some other place, delivery does not matter because 10(1)(b) says bill to ship to transaction. If shipping has happened somewhere else, doesn't matter. To whom you have billed, that will be the place of supply. So, principal place of business of the third person on whose direction goods were delivered. If you take that position, then the place of supply will come Maharashtra IGST. If you take position of 5 nautical miles versus 7 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles, nearest coastal state is Gujarat. We will see what institute takes at present. Both you have to write proper notes. So I will just take it as Gujarat. See, last time we saw, this time also we will see what position institute has taken. This will be goods, so 12%, and Gujarat, we will do C plus S. But can it be I also? Yes, it can be I as well, to my understanding. Possible, because it depends on the way you read the language. जैसे आप पढ़ेंगे, अगर आप बोलते हैं कि बिल टू शिप टू का ट्रांजैक्शन है, तो बिल टू तो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है, फिर डिलीवरी कहीं भी हो, बिल टू जिसको हुआ है दैट विल बी द प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई. Second is, if the goods are delivered to waters, then we take the where the movement of goods terminates for delivery, 10(1)(a. Then we can take a position of nearest coastal state, that is Gujarat, 5 nautical miles. Okay, purchased goods from DK and Co, a registered composition dealer, no ITC. If you purchase from a composition dealer, no ITC. So see, one output here, one output here, one output here, one output here, one output here. ITC का कुछ है ही नहीं except for this. This residential property will come in ITC as well as RCM. Bas. And there is no opening balance. So nothing, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outputs and ITC and RCM, one transaction with proper notes, and you are done. So 60,000, 12%, 60,000, 12%, 5 lakh printed letter cards, again 12%, 12 lakh 58,000 service forward charge. This is clear. Catering services to Bihar, IGST not exempt, 4 lakh 50,000 C. deemed to be the coastal state where the nearest point is located, as the supply is in territorial waters, it will be a intra-state supply because Gujarat. Why did Institute take this assumption, sir? Because Section 9, territorial waters, is very strong. It says, notwithstanding anything contained in the law, if the location of supplier and place of supply is in waters, then it will be the nearest coastal state. We can take an argument that, sir, bill to ship to transaction, place of supply is not in waters. We can do it, but Institute has considered territorial waters point, so we will also go by that. So this done, and then eligible ITC is only one, residential house taken on rent. Same thing is also payable under reverse charge mechanism, and we get our answer. Yes. Okay. Now let's discuss the 20th question. DEF Private Limited, a registered supplier of goods and services in Pune, Maharashtra, has furnished the following details for the month of January 24. That means our focus is in January 24 and the location is Maharashtra. Maharashtra, January 24. ये दो information important है. DEF Private Limited was 3.2 crore turnover last financial year. That means none of the benefits which are based on previous financial year turnover are available. लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर के बेसिस पे जितने भी बेनिफिट नहीं मिलते हैं वो नहीं मिलेंगे. नाउ लेट्स सी व्हाट वी हैव टू कैलकुलेट. Rate of GST, CGST, SGST, IGST, C9, S9, I18 unless otherwise mentioned. Both inward and outward supply are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. All conditions necessary for availing ITC are fulfilled. तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है. From the above given information, compute output tax liability and ITC available to DEF Private Limited for the month of January 2024. That means we only have to do आउटपुट एंड आईटीसी. इसमें हम लोग को आउटपुट माइनस आईटीसी करके नेट जीएसटी पेएबल कंप्यूट नहीं करना है. मेक सुटेबल assumptions wherever required. Okay, now let's see. Okay, intra-state supply of taxable goods, ये कहाँ आएगा? C plus S, output 18%. ठीक है. सेकेंड वन, F Limited, Mumbai, unregistered, had promised to DEF in October 23 to complete the contract within 3 months, but they have not been able to complete the committed contract. So DEF Private Limited received consideration for non-performance of contract on time as decided by pre-written agreement. No GST because ब्रीच ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, नॉन परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए जो भी आपको मिलता है उस पे जीएसटी नहीं लगता है, तो इस पे जीएसटी तो नहीं लगेगा. ठीक है, ये तो सिंपल ट्रांजैक्शन था, बराबर ना. ओके. DEF Private Limited has provided services of booking of flight tickets for employees of H Enterprises Delhi इन इकोनॉमी क्लास फ्रॉम बागडोगरा टू पुणे. बताओ, यहाँ हम फ्लाइट की सर्विस दे रहे हैं या कमीशन एजेंट की? कमीशन एजेंट की. तो कमीशन एजेंट के सर्विस पे टैक्स लगेगा, आईजीएसटी लगेगा 18% और ये आएगा आउटपुट में, बिकॉज हियर we are charging for the booking of that ticket. We are not providing transportation of passenger. हम इंडिगो नहीं है. We are only providing service of booking of ticket. DEF Private Limited purchased goods worth 5 lakh from R Limited, registered in Gujarat on 15/3/23. Now R Limited has issued a debit note. Now R Limited has issued a debit note. That means I have received it. When I receive it on 15/1, whether I can avail ITC? Yes, I can avail ITC. मैं महाराष्ट्र का हूँ, ये गुजरात, तो I can avail ITC of IGST 18% क्योंकि मैंने डेबिट नोट रिसीव किया है. See, the other party issued debit note. I received debit note. So when I receive debit note, I can avail ITC because debit note his output will increase, my ITC will increase. If it was credit note, his output will reduce, my ITC will reduce. DEF Private Limited had sold one of its unit in Pune as a going concern, exempt because going concern पे GST नहीं लगता है. DEF Private Limited has provided services to Y Limited to organize a business exhibition in Dubai. This is also exempt. Why, sir? Business exhibition held outside India enjoys a exemption. Interstate supply of services, इसमें आउटपुट आएगा 18% IGST. Amount towards receipt of intrastate service, receipt of service, you are receiving service, ITC. C plus S 18%, because you are receiving the service, you are not providing service, you are receiving the service. ठीक है. Then purchase of confectionery items, food items, which are used for free supply to the customers in customer meet, no ITC. एंड फिर ओपनिंग बैलेंस दिया हुआ है, सी एस इक्वल है, बहुत अच्छा. आई 30,000 है, वेरी गुड. इफ दिस इज द केस, यू कैन यूज एक्सेस ऑफ आई अगेन सी प्लस सी एंड एस इक्वली, और आपका करेक्ट आंसर ही आएगा. तो 1 आउटपुट, 2 आउटपुट, 3 आउटपुट, एंड आईटीसी कितना है, 1 2 बस. एंड ओपनिंग बैलेंस 3 आउटपुट, 3 आईटीसी, आंसर क्लोज. लेट्स सी द आंसर. चलिए देखते हैं. देखिए, इंट्रास्टेट सप्लाई ऑफ टैक्सेबल गुड्स, आउटपुट चार्ज किया. नॉन परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, नॉट अ कंसिडरेशन, हेंस नॉट अ सप्लाई एट ऑल, 20,000 पे आउटपुट चार्ज किया. सेलिंग ऑफ यूनिट, नो आउटपुट. बिजनेस एग्जीबिशन आउटसाइड इंडिया, नो आउटपुट. इंटरस्टेट सर्विस, आउटपुट विल बी एप्लीकेबल. ओपनिंग बैलेंस से शुरू किया आईटीसी का, डेबिट नोट पे आईटीसी ले लिया. एंड देन रिसीट ऑफ सर्विस ले लिया. कन्फेक्शनरी आइटम ब्लॉक क्रेडिट, फूड एंड बेवरेजेस का आईटीसी नहीं मिलता है, बराबर. दिस इज हाउ यू क्रैक अ क्वेश्चन फॉर 10 मार्क्स. क्लियर? ओके. Okay, now let's go ahead. 21 is a very good question. As per CGST Act, Vishnu Limited was not mandatorily required to get registered. That means voluntary registration he is taking. However, he opted for voluntary registration and applied for registration on 12th Feb 2024. Registration certificate has been granted by department on 24th Feb. So this is the effective date, because the effective date will be date of grant of registration. voluntary registration का केस है. Vishnu Limited is not engaged in making interstate outward taxable supply. CGST and SGST liability for the month of February is 31,000 each. Vishnu Limited provided the following information held on stock on 23rd Feb. बराबर. Effective date क्या है, 24th Feb. Previous day का stock है, उस पे ITC मिलता है. हाँ क्या सर? हाँ. You get ITC of only inputs, not of capital goods. हाँ, effective date के बाद जो भी परचेस करेंगे उसका पूरा ITC मिल जाएगा, whether it is input, input services और capital goods. But previous day stock का information दिया हुआ है, stock का खाली inputs का ही मिलेगा, capital goods का नहीं मिलेगा. Correct? Okay. Now, see, we are standing on 23rd Feb 24. First, let's see what is required. You are required to determine eligible ITC, okay, and amount of net minimum GST payable in cash for February 24. Okay, so output they have already given, 31,000 CGST, 31,000 SGST. Capital goods purchased on 5th Feb, nahi milega. Because new registration you get ITC only of stock of inputs, that too not older than 1 year. Inputs contained in finished goods purchased on 13th Feb 23 बहुत पुराना स्टॉक है, older than 1 year, no ITC. Inputs purchased on 10th October contained in semi-finished goods being intrastate supply, yes, this you will get. This was 12%. This you can claim C and S. Input purchased on 1st Feb lying in semi-finished goods. Rate of GST 7.5% each. Yes, this also you can take C and S. Inputs purchased on 8th Feb 24. 8th Feb 24 lying in stock of finished goods. Yes, this also you can take C plus S. So these three you can take. Balance two you cannot take. So let's see. And being this is inter, this is intra, this is intra, or last one is IGST. So let's calculate this. 2,50,000 into 6%. फिर ये किए तो 15,000 CGST, 15,000 SGST, then 1,50,000 into 7.5%, 11,250, 11,250, and 60,000 into 18%, 10,800 IGST. So my ITC, eligible ITC will be 10,800, 26,250, 26,250. Correct? Okay, what is my output? See, my output is given. My output is CGST 31,000, SGST 31,000. So first, ITC of IGST will be used. That is this 10,800. ये IGST यूज करेंगे, हाफ हाफ कर सकते हैं सर, हाँ कीजिए, हाफ हाफ करेंगे तो 31,000, 25,600 and 25,600. Then CGST 25,600 you will use here. See, you have 26,250. Out of that, 25,600 you will use here, and then SGST you will use here. So balance will be carry forward. Clear? Let's see the answer. Nil, nil. 25,600, 25,600. Total ITC 26,250, 26,250, and 10,800. Very good question, where it tests you on unregistered to registered. SAE they can ask exempt to taxable. Remember, exempt to taxable is only for a registered person. Then how he can avail ITC on both inputs and capital goods. Unregistered person to registered person only on inputs, and composition to regular, again he can claim on inputs and capital goods. In all the three places, if it is older than 1 year, then you will not get ITC. Okay. Okay, let's see question number 22. Charm Limited, a registered person under GST in Jharkhand, manufactures cosmetic products and appoints Mr. Handsome of Mumbai, who is registered under GST in the state of Maharashtra, as a Del Credre agent to sell their products. Being DCA, he agrees to raise invoice in his own name. Who is the DCA? Handsome is the DCA, Del Credre agent, and also guarantees for realization of payment from the customers to Charm Limited. In order to realize the payment from customers on time, he extends short-term transaction-based loans to them and charges interest. Mr. Handsome provides the following details for March 22. So these are the details provided. Outward supply is given, inward supply is given. Wonderful. Outward and inward available, matlab it's very easy for you. Then let's read the last part. Applicable rate of tax on both inward and outward supply is 9% each. Amounts given are exclusive of tax wherever applicable. Subject to the information given, necessary conditions are complied with for availment of ITC. You are required to calculate the gross GST liability, eligible input tax credit for the month of March of Mr. Handsome. Brief note should form part of your answer. So you are only required to compute the gross GST liability and eligible ITC. No need to do anything else. Okay. Now, outward supply. Goods sold by Mr. Handsome in the capacity of DCA. This will come as C plus S 18%. Interest earned from above customers on short-term credit facility provided to them. Again, C plus S 18%. Why, sir? Why interest is taxable? See, DCA, agent is billing in his own name. If agent is billing in his own name, तो वो जो interest कमा रहा है, that interest will also be liable because agent जब अपने नाम पे bill करता है, he is providing a taxable supply. On that taxable supply, he is earning interest. That's why interest will also be taxable. ये एक circular है इसका. Commission bill raised by on Charm Limited in respect of DCA service. This will be IGSTY interstate supply. IGST 18%. That's it. So output is freezed. This much is output. Then inward supply. Interstate supply of goods received from Charm Limited. Being DCA, no consideration was paid. Value is 2 lakhs. So will I get ITC? Yes, I will get ITC of IGST on this 18%. Why will I get IGST? ITC? Because Charm will charge to Handsome, Handsome will charge it further to the customers. So GST will be applicable on this. Receive training service in marketing and distribution from Charm Limited as per DCA agreement free of cost. Company charges 75,000 when it is provided to others. No GST. Why? Because this is not under Schedule 1. Why is it not under Schedule 1? Principal and agent, na sir. Principal agent transaction only for goods is covered under Schedule 1, not for services. When principal is sending something to the agent, then the principal sending it to the agent goods will be liable to GST because of Schedule 1. तब उस पे GST लगता है. पर कोई सर्विस अगर प्रिंसिपल एजेंट को देता है तो यहाँ कहीं नहीं लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें शेड्यूल 1 लगेगा. प्रिंसिपल एजेंट का ट्रांजैक्शन जब आप पढ़ेंगे शेड्यूल 1 में, इट ओनली टॉक अबाउट सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स from principal to agent and agent to principal. It does not talk about services. And ये दोनों related party तो है नहीं, because related person only covers a sole selling agent, not any other agent. तो sole selling agent होता तो yes, तब GST लग जाता because related person हो जाता, और related person होने के कारण any goods or services free of cost to a related person is liable to GST. But here he is not a related person. Principal agent schedule 1 where agent is billing in his own name, सिर्फ goods cover होता है, services cover नहीं होता है. तो एक ही ITC है 36,000 और आउटपुट तो ये तीन का कंप्यूट करना है. ये 3 लाख हो गया, 3 लाख का C प्लस एस एंड ये 5,400 आ जाएगा IGST. सो 3 लाख का C प्लस एस होगा 27,000. So C, S, I and ये 36 and total computation दिखाना नहीं है because it was a 6 mark question and they had asked only output and ITC, not tax payable. चलिए देखते हैं. Okay, so 27,000, 5,400 and then ITC will be only this 36,000. Clear? Writing the reason is important. Service provided from principal to agent does not qualify as a supply as no GST is paid. ITC is not available. Clear? Okay. चलिए आगे बढ़ते. Question number 23. Okay. Mr. Sagar Chaturvedi, registered under GST, is engaged in supplying multiple services as discussed in the table below in Maharashtra. Furnish the following information for service in respect to the services supplied and received during April. So our target month is April and he is in Maharashtra. Let's see. Rate of CGST, SGST, IGST 9918 for both inward and outward supply except transportation of goods by GTA rate is 5%. Okay, ये पता चल गया. Inward and outward supply are exclusive of taxes. Fine. All necessary conditions for availing ITC are fulfilled. Very good. लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर दिया हुआ है ताकि आप कोई एग्जेम्पशन नहीं ले सके. बेस्ड ऑन लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर गवर्नमेंट रिलेटेड सर्विस को एग्जेम्पशन मिलता है, लीगल सर्विस को एग्जेम्पशन मिलता है. All the above mentioned transactions are intrastate wherever information determining place of supply is not provided. Standard statement. Compute net GST payable in cash by Sagar for the month of April. Let's see. Okay. Services of transportation of students provided to Sanskar College offering degree courses. बताओ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ स्टूडेंट खाली अप टू हायर सेकेंडरी के लिए एग्जाम रहता है. दिस विल बी टैक्सेबल एंड दिस विल कम इन output 18% C plus S because anything which is not given is C plus S. Outward supply of services of paddy to rice. Paddy to rice is also taxable. Output 18% C plus S. Receive the service. Receive the services. Purchase. Inward supply. Receive the service by way of transportation of goods by road from Sindhu Transporters and unregistered goods transport agency. So that means I will have to pay under RCM. This will be taxable. ITC and RCM. वो भी महाराष्ट्र में भी महाराष्ट्र 5% C plus S. So this will come in ITC. This will also come under RCM. Careful. Organized business exhibition in Gujarat for Ramesh Industries registered in Delhi. So Delhi में registered है तो organization of business exhibition India में ही organize कर रहे हैं. Taxable. IGST it will come in output 18% IGST. Provided training at his Mumbai office to employees of Ashiana Interiors, proprietorship concern of Rajasthan, who is not registered under GST. Not registered under GST, that means place of supply will be where the service is performed. Maybe Maharashtra, service performed in Maharashtra, C plus S, taxable, output 18% C plus S. Recovery agent services provided to a car dealer. Now recovery agent to a car dealer. देखो recovery agent to a bank or NBFC is covered under RCM. Then I don't have to pay tax. But here I am providing services to a car dealer. So taxable, output 18% C plus S. Legal service availed for official purpose from an individual advocate located in Gujarat. ITC and RCM 18% IGST. Sponsored his business in cricket match organized by Mumbai Cricket Association, paid 1,50,000 to the association. मैं कौन हूँ? सागर चतुर्वेदी. Individual. Individual receiving sponsorship service. No RCM. नो आरसीएम सर, नो आरसीएम. बट सर अभी सामने वाला चार्ज करेगा तो मेरे को आईटीसी मिलेगा क्या? हाँ, इफ द अदर पार्टी चार्जेस देन आई विल गेट आईटीसी ऑफ C plus S. Sir, can we write an assumption that the association might not have charged GST, or can we write that it is a cricket match for a sporting event which is a recognized sporting event, so it is exempt? Can we write all this, sir? The answer is yes, you can write it. This is one alternative. I gave you the other alternative. Let's see institute ने क्या किया है. तो एक एक देखते हैं. 90,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 90,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 1,80,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 1,80,000 आउटपुट C plus S. 20 lakh output, because this is ITC and RCM, this is separate. 20 lakh output, 18% IGST. 20 lakh output, 18% IGST. Then 1 lakh output, 18% Mumbai office training C plus S. 1 lakh output, C plus S. Correct? Okay. Then recovery agent services taxable output 18% C plus S. So this much is output correct है. रिवर्स चार्ज देख लेते हैं. रिवर्स चार्ज जीटीए सर्विस हमने आरसीएम किया था, ठीक है. लीगल सर्विस आरसीएम किया था, स्पॉन्सरशिप आरसीएम नहीं किया था. लीगल सर्विस आरसीएम किया था, स्पॉन्सरशिप सर्विस आरसीएम नहीं किया था. अभी आईटीसी मिलेगा, आईटीसी इसका मिलेगा सर, हाँ मिलेगा. स्पॉन्सरशिप का आईटीसी मिलेगा, हाँ मिलेगा. सी sponsorship service, that means we are assuming that the other person would have charged us GST and we will get ITC. Legal service also we will get ITC, IGST. देखो हम लोग ने भी वही किया था. तो अब lastly after all this you will do the computation करके you will add tax payable under RCM. The moment you add tax payable under RCM, you will get your net GST payable. So output minus ITC, you get your tax payable. From that, you add tax payable under RCM and you get your answer. Clear? Yes. Very important question. Okay, and a good question because it tested you in output RCM fully. पूरा का पूरा टेस्टिंग किया है इंस्टीट्यूट ने इस आरटीपी के थ्रू, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई इंक्लूडेड दिस क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट देखें. चलिए नेक्स्ट देखते हैं. 24. Surya is engaged in providing a bouquet of goods or services. It is registered in Jaipur, Rajasthan. It provides the following information for the month of January. Okay. What are we required to calculate? Rate of GST freeze कर लो 9918 for inward and outward supply, except car rental service and transportation of goods, where the GST rate will be 5%. All the amounts given are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. Fair enough. There is no opening balance of ITC during relevant period. बहुत अच्छा. It becomes easy. From the given information, you are required to compute the minimum net liability payable in cash. That means you have to do CSI for January. Let's see. Okay. Organized a business exhibition. Where are we from? We are from Rajasthan. And January is the focus month. Organized business exhibition in Gujarat to a person registered in Gujarat. IGST 18% output. Provided accommodation service to 10 CA students originally from outside Rajasthan in a hostel. Surya Homes owned by it. Surya Homes is located in Rajasthan. मैं कहाँ का हूँ? राजस्थान का ही हूँ. Hostel accommodation charges were 22,000. And the minimum period of stay of 4 months. 22,000, it will be taxable because up to 20,000 exemption is there. So this will be C plus S, 18% output. Performed Carnatic music to promote a brand gone in Rajasthan. So this will be C plus S, 18% output. Intra-state services provided as a business correspondent of Money Bank registered in Rajasthan for Jaipur city branch. Jaipur city branch, urban area. It's not a rural area. As it is a urban area, C as a business correspondent. Business correspondent to bank. RCM में आता है क्या? नहीं. Forward charge में आएगा C plus S, 18% output. हाँ, if it was business facilitator, yeah. If it was as a business facilitator, then business facilitator to bank, then RCM would have applied. So you need to be very strong with the RCM entries. तो RCM रिवाइज बहुत अच्छे से करना है. Rented a commercial property in Jaipur, Rajasthan to Ganga Limited, a supplier of goods registered in Rajasthan. Surya is a director in Ganga Limited. Doesn't matter. Commercial property. I am a registered person. I give registered another registered person. Then C plus S output. I only have to pay. Agar if I was an unregistered person, then recipient will be liable to pay under RCM. Sponsored a business summit organized in Bikaner, Rajasthan by Associated Chamber of Commerce and paid sponsorship fee of 5 lakh to Associated Chamber of Commerce. मैं कौन हूँ? Surya. Will I have to pay tax under RCM? No. But can I claim ITC? Yes, I can claim ITC. I can take ITC of C plus S 18%. Okay. Receive the service of transportation of goods by road from Sindhu transporter unregistered person. ITC and RCM C plus S 5%. ITC and RCM C plus S 5%. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited. Ajay Limited. Ajay Limited. He is a body corporate. He will pay tax under forward charge. सर हम लोग को ITC मिलेगा? No ITC. Taking car on rent. Block credit. तो कुछ नहीं करना है सर. कुछ नहीं करना है. That means totally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 output transaction, 2 ITC transaction, 1 RCM transaction. Game over. That's it. 5 output, 2 ITC, 1 RCM. 2 ITC क्या? ये ITC, ये ITC. ठीक है, चलो देखते हैं आंसर. देखो 20 लाख IGST, 20 लाख IGST. Then 2,20,000 C plus S, 2,20,000 C plus S in output. Then 1,45,000 C plus S, 1,20,000, 3 lakh sub C plus S. 1,45,000 C plus S, 1,20,000 C plus S, 3 lakh C plus S. Clear? Okay, 2 ITC. One sponsorship ITC. Second ITC relating to transportation of goods from a unregistered person. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited. ITC is taken, but you remember block credit very well. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited, registered under Gujarat. Car, you will not get ITC. But sir, if such a question comes, then what should we do? In exam, there is a possibility that what you think and what institute gives in suggested answer, that is different. इस केस में क्या करना है? यू राइट अ नोट. यू राइट अ नोट. सी दिस इज नॉट अंडर आरसीएम. देखो आरसीएम में दो एक ही एंट्री है. करेक्ट. सो should we get ITC on this? The answer is no. So this is institute answer. But what will we write? Blocked credit. Blocked credit. And therefore no ITC. And see, this is not a position which can have two views. Reason I'll tell you. आपने थोड़ी देर पहले ही और एक क्वेश्चन देखा था जहां कार रेंटल के लिए आईटीसी नहीं मिला था. सो कार रेंटल यू डोंट गेट आईटीसी बिकॉज इफ यू डोंट गेट ऑन कार यू डोंट गेट ऑन रेंटिंग ऑफ कार एज वेल. They have mentioned that it is not payable under reverse charge, and as Ajay Limited is a body corporate, it will be a case of forward charge. That is fine. But whether ITC will be available, to my understanding, never. Just because there is an answer of ITC being available doesn't mean you will also follow the same thing in the exam. In exam, treat it as no ITC because block credit, renting of car, you don't get ITC. And also mention this that it is a case of forward charge. Clear? Okay. Okay. Let's have a look at the next question. Now let's discuss the 20th question. DEF Private Limited, a registered supplier of goods and services in Pune, Maharashtra, has furnished the following details for the month of January 24. That means our focus is in January 24 and the location is Maharashtra. Maharashtra, January 24. ये दो information important है. DEF Private Limited was 3.2 crore turnover last financial year. That means none of the benefits which are based on previous financial year turnover are available. लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर के बेसिस पे जितने भी बेनिफिट नहीं मिलते हैं वो नहीं मिलेंगे. नाउ लेट्स सी व्हाट वी हैव टू कैलकुलेट. Rate of GST, CGST, SGST, IGST, C9, S9, I18 unless otherwise mentioned. Both inward and outward supply are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. All conditions necessary for availing ITC are fulfilled. तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है. From the above given information, compute output tax liability and ITC available to DEF Private Limited for the month of January 2024. That means we only have to do आउटपुट एंड आईटीसी. इसमें हम लोग को आउटपुट माइनस आईटीसी करके नेट जीएसटी पेबल कंप्यूट नहीं करना है. मेक सुटेबल assumptions wherever required. Okay, now let's see. Okay, intra-state supply of taxable goods ये कहाँ आएगा? C plus S आउटपुट 18%. ठीक है. सेकेंड वन, एफ लिमिटेड मुंबई अनरजिस्टर्ड had promised to DEF in October 23 to complete the contract within 3 months, but they have not been able to complete the committed contract. So DEF Private Limited received consideration for non-performance of contract on time as decided by pre-written agreement. No GST because ब्रीच ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, नॉन परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए जो भी आपको मिलता है उस पे जीएसटी नहीं लगता है, तो इस पे जीएसटी तो नहीं लगेगा. ठीक है, ये तो सिंपल ट्रांजैक्शन था, बराबर ना. ओके. DEF Private Limited has provided services of booking of flight tickets for employees of H Enterprises Delhi इन इकोनॉमी क्लास फ्रॉम बागडोगरा टू पुणे. बताओ, यहाँ हम फ्लाइट की सर्विस दे रहे हैं या कमीशन एजेंट की? कमीशन एजेंट की. तो कमीशन एजेंट के सर्विस पे टैक्स लगेगा, आईजीएसटी लगेगा 18% और ये आएगा आउटपुट में. बिकॉज हियर we are charging for the booking of that ticket. We are not providing transportation of passenger. हम इंडिगो नहीं है. We are only providing service of booking of ticket. DEF Private Limited purchased goods worth 5 lakh from R Limited registered in Gujarat on 15/3/23. Now R Limited has issued a debit note. Now R Limited has issued a debit note. That means I have received it. When I receive it on 15/1, whether I can avail ITC? Yes, I can avail ITC. मैं महाराष्ट्र का हूँ, ये गुजरात, तो I can avail ITC of IGST 18% क्योंकि मैंने डेबिट नोट रिसीव किया है. See, the other party issued debit note. I received debit note. So when I receive debit note, I can avail ITC because debit note, his output will increase, my ITC will increase. If it was credit note, his output will reduce, my ITC will reduce. DEF Private Limited had sold one of its unit in Pune as a going concern. Exempt because going concern पे जीएसटी नहीं लगता है. DEF Private Limited has provided services to Y Limited to organize a business exhibition in Dubai. This is also exempt. Why, sir? Business exhibition held outside India enjoys a exemption. Interstate supply of services, इसमें आउटपुट आएगा 18% IGST. Amount towards receipt of intrastate service. Receipt of service. Receipt of service. You are receiving service, ITC. C plus S 18% because you are receiving the service. You are not providing service. You are receiving the service. ठीक है. Then purchase of confectionery items, food items which are used for free supply to the customers in customer meet, no ITC. एंड फिर ओपनिंग बैलेंस दिया हुआ है सी एस इक्वल है, बहुत अच्छा. आई 30,000 है, वेरी गुड. इफ दिस इज द केस यू कैन यूज एक्सेस ऑफ आई अगेन सी प्लस सी एंड एस इक्वली, और आपका करेक्ट आंसर ही आएगा. तो वन आउटपुट, टू आउटपुट, थ्री आउटपुट एंड आईटीसी कितना है, वन टू बस. एंड ओपनिंग बैलेंस, थ्री आउटपुट, थ्री आईटीसी, आंसर क्लोज. लेट्स सी द आंसर. चलिए देखते हैं. देखिए, इंट्रा स्टेट सप्लाई ऑफ टैक्सेबल गुड्स, आउटपुट चार्ज किया. नॉन परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, नॉट अ कंसिडरेशन, हेंस नॉट अ सप्लाई एट ऑल, 20,000 पे आउटपुट चार्ज किया. सेलिंग ऑफ यूनिट, नो आउटपुट. बिजनेस एग्जीबिशन आउटसाइड इंडिया, नो आउटपुट. इंटर स्टेट सर्विस, आउटपुट विल बी एप्लीकेबल. ओपनिंग बैलेंस से शुरू किया आईटीसी का, डेबिट नोट पे आईटीसी ले लिया. एंड देन रिसीट ऑफ सर्विस ले लिया. कन्फेक्शनरी आइटम ब्लॉक क्रेडिट, फूड एंड बेवरेजेस का आईटीसी नहीं मिलता है. बराबर. दिस इज हाउ यू क्रैक अ क्वेश्चन फॉर 10 मार्क्स. क्लियर? ओके. Okay, now let's go ahead. 21 is a very good question. As per CGST Act, Vishnu Limited was not mandatorily required to get registered. That means voluntary registration he is taking. However, he opted for voluntary registration and applied for registration on 12th Feb 2024. Registration certificate has been granted by department on 24th Feb. So this is the effective date, because the effective date will be date of grant of registration. voluntary registration का केस है. Vishnu Limited is not engaged in making interstate outward taxable supply. CGST and SGST liability for the month of February is 31,000 each. Vishnu Limited provided the following information held on stock on 23rd Feb. बराबर. Effective date क्या है, 24th Feb. Previous day का stock है, उस पे ITC मिलता है. हाँ क्या सर? हाँ. You get ITC of only inputs, not of capital goods. हाँ, effective date के बाद जो भी purchase करेंगे उसका पूरा ITC मिल जाएगा, whether it is input, input services और capital goods. But previous day stock का information दिया हुआ है, stock का खाली inputs का ही मिलेगा, capital goods का नहीं मिलेगा. Correct? Okay. Now, see, we are standing on 23rd Feb 24. First, let's see what is required. You are required to determine eligible ITC, okay, and amount of net minimum GST payable in cash for February 24. Okay, so output they have already given 31,000 CGST, 31,000 SGST. Capital goods purchased on 5th Feb nahi milega, because new registration you get ITC only of stock of inputs, that too not older than 1 year. Inputs contained in finished goods purchased on 13th Feb 23 बहुत पुराना स्टॉक है, older than 1 year, no ITC. Inputs purchased on 10th October contained in semi-finished goods being intrastate supply, yes, this you will get. This was 12%. This you can claim C and S. Input purchased on 1st Feb lying in semi-finished goods. Rate of GST 7.5% each. Yes, this also you can take C and S. Inputs purchased on 8th Feb 24. 8th Feb 24 lying in stock of finished goods. Yes, this also you can take C plus S. So these three you can take. Balance 2 you cannot take. So let's see. And being this is inter, this is intra, this is intra, or last one is IGST. So let's calculate this. 2,50,000 into 6%. फिर ये किए तो 15,000 CGST, 15,000 SGST, then 1,50,000 into 7.5%, 11,250, 11,250, and 60,000 into 18%, 10,800 IGST. So my ITC, eligible ITC will be 10,800, 26,250, 26,250. Correct? Okay. What is my output? See, my output is given. My output is CGST 31,000, SGST 31,000. So first ITC of IGST will be used. That is this 10,800. ये IGST यूज करेंगे. हाफ हाफ कर सकते हैं सर? हाँ कीजिए. हाफ हाफ करेंगे तो 31,000, 25,600 and 25,600. Then CGST 25,600 you will use here. See, you have 26,250. Out of that 25,600 you will use here, and then SGST you will use here. So balance will be carry forward. Clear? Let's see the answer. Nil, nil. 25,600, 25,600. Total ITC 26,250, 26,250, and 10,800. Very good question, where it tests you on unregistered to registered. SAE, they can ask exempt to taxable. Remember, exempt to taxable is only for a registered person. Then he can avail ITC on both inputs and capital goods. Unregistered person to registered person, only on inputs. And composition to regular, again he can claim on inputs and capital goods. In all the three places, if it is older than 1 year, then you will not get ITC. Okay. Okay, let's see question number 22. Charm Limited, a registered person under GST in Jharkhand, manufactures cosmetic products and appoints Mr. Handsome of Mumbai, who is registered under GST in the state of Maharashtra, as a Del Credre agent to sell their products. Being DCA, he agrees to raise invoice in his own name. Who is the DCA? Handsome is the DCA, Del Credre agent, and also guarantees for realization of payment from the customers to Charm Limited. In order to realize the payment from customers on time, he extends short-term transaction-based loans to them and charges interest. Mr. Handsome provides the following details for March 22. So these are the details provided. Outward supply is given, inward supply is given. Wonderful. Outward and inward available. Matlab, it's very easy for you. Then let's read the last part. Applicable rate of tax on both inward and outward supply is 9% each. Amounts given are exclusive of tax wherever applicable, subject to the information given. Necessary conditions are complied with for availment of ITC. You are required to calculate the gross GST liability, eligible input tax credit for the month of March of Mr. Handsome. Brief note should form part of your answer. So you are only required to compute the gross GST liability and eligible ITC. No need to do anything else. Okay. Now, outward supply. Goods sold by Mr. Handsome in the capacity of DCA. This will come as C plus S 18%. Interest earned from above customers on short-term credit facility provided to them. Again, C plus S 18%. Why, sir? Why interest is taxable? See, DCA, agent is billing in his own name. If agent is billing in his own name, तो वो जो interest कमा रहा है, that interest will also be liable, because agent जब अपने नाम पे bill करता है, he is providing a taxable supply. On that taxable supply, he is earning interest. That's why interest will also be taxable. ये एक circular है इसका. Commission bill raised by on Charm Limited in respect of DCA service. This will be IGSTY, interstate supply, IGST 18%. That's it. So output is freezed. This much is output. Then inward supply. Interstate supply of goods received from Charm Limited. Being DCA, no consideration was paid. Value is 2 lakhs. So will I get ITC? Yes, I will get ITC of IGST on this 18%. Why will I get IGST? ITC? Because Charm will charge to Handsome, Handsome will charge it further to the customers. So GST will be applicable on this. Receive training service in marketing and distribution from Charm Limited as per DCA agreement free of cost. Company charges 75,000 when it is provided to others. No GST. Why? Because this is not under Schedule 1. Why is it not under Schedule 1? Principal and agent na sir. Principal agent transaction only for goods is covered under Schedule 1, not for services. When principal is sending something to the agent, then the principal sending it to the agent goods will be liable to GST because of Schedule 1. तब उस पे GST लगता है. पर कोई सर्विस अगर प्रिंसिपल एजेंट को देता है तो यहाँ कहीं नहीं लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें शेड्यूल 1 लगेगा. प्रिंसिपल एजेंट का ट्रांजैक्शन जब आप पढ़ेंगे शेड्यूल 1 में, इट ओनली टॉक अबाउट सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स from principal to agent and agent to principal. It does not talk about services. And ये दोनों related party तो है नहीं, because related person only covers a sole selling agent, not any other agent. तो sole selling agent होता तो yes, तब GST लग जाता because related person हो जाता, और related person होने के कारण any goods or services free of cost to a related person is liable to GST. But here he is not a related person. Principal agent schedule 1 where agent is billing in his own name, सिर्फ goods cover होता है, services cover नहीं होता है. तो एक ही ITC है 36,000 और आउटपुट तो ये 3 का कंप्यूट करना है. ये 3 लाख हो गया, 3 लाख का C+S एंड ये 5,400 आ जाएगा IGST. सो 3 लाख का C+S होगा 27,000. So C, S, I and ये 36. And total computation दिखाना नहीं है because it was a 6 mark question and they had asked only output and ITC, not tax payable. चलिए देखते हैं. Okay, so 27,000, 5,400 and then ITC will be only this 36,000. Clear? Writing the reason is important. Service provided from principal to agent does not qualify as a supply as no GST is paid. ITC is not available. Clear? Okay. चलिए आगे बढ़ते. Question number 23. Okay. Mr. Sagar Chaturvedi, registered under GST, is engaged in supplying multiple services as discussed in the table below in Maharashtra. Furnish the following information for service in respect to the services supplied and received during April. So our target month is April and he is in Maharashtra. Let's see. Rate of CGST, SGST, IGST 9918 for both inward and outward supply except transportation of goods by GTA rate is 5%. Okay, ये पता चल गया. Inward and outward supply are exclusive of taxes. Fine. All necessary conditions for availing ITC are fulfilled. Very good. लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर दिया हुआ है ताकि आप कोई एग्जेम्पशन नहीं ले सके. बेस्ड ऑन लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर गवर्नमेंट रिलेटेड सर्विस को एग्जेम्पशन मिलता है, लीगल सर्विस को एग्जेम्पशन मिलता है. ऑल द अबव मेंशन्ड ट्रांजैक्शंस आर इंट्रास्टेट wherever information determining place of supply is not provided. Standard statement है. Compute net GST payable in cash by Sagar for the month of April. Let's see. Okay. Services of transportation of students provided to Sanskar College offering degree courses. बताओ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ स्टूडेंट खाली अप टू हायर सेकेंडरी के लिए एग्जेम्प्ट रहता है. दिस विल बी टैक्सेबल एंड दिस विल कम इन output 18% C plus S because anything which is not given is C plus S. Outward supply of services of paddy to rice. Paddy to rice is also taxable. Output 18% C plus S. Receive the service. Receive the services. Purchase. Inward supply. Receive the service by way of transportation of goods by road from Sindhu Transporters and unregistered goods transport agency. So that means I will have to pay under RCM. This will be taxable. ITC and RCM. वो भी महाराष्ट्र मैं भी महाराष्ट्र 5% C plus S. So this will come in ITC. This will also come under RCM. Careful. Organized business exhibition in Gujarat for Ramesh Industries registered in Delhi. So दिल्ली में registered है तो organization of business exhibition इंडिया में ही organize कर रहे हैं. Taxable IGST. It will come in output 18% IGST. Provided training at his Mumbai office to employees of Ashiana Interiors, proprietorship concern of Rajasthan, who is not registered under GST. Not registered under GST, that means place of supply will be where the service is performed. Maybe Maharashtra, service performed in Maharashtra, C plus S, taxable, output 18% C plus S. Recovery agent services provided to a car dealer. Now recovery agent to a car dealer. देखो recovery agent to a bank or NBFC is covered under RCM. Then I don't have to pay tax. But here I am providing services to a car dealer. So taxable, output 18% C plus S. Legal service availed for official purpose from an individual advocate located in Gujarat. ITC and RCM 18% IGST. Sponsored his business in cricket match organized by Mumbai Cricket Association, paid 1,50,000 to the association. मैं कौन हूँ? सागर चतुर्वेदी. Individual receiving sponsorship service. No RCM. नो आरसीएम सर, नो आरसीएम. बट सर अभी सामने वाला चार्ज करेगा तो मेरे को आईटीसी मिलेगा क्या? हाँ, इफ द अदर पार्टी चार्जेस देन आई विल गेट आईटीसी ऑफ C plus S. Sir, can we write an assumption that the association might not have charged GST, or can we write that it is a cricket match for a sporting event which is a recognized sporting event, so it is exempt? Can we write all this, sir? The answer is yes, you can write it. This is one alternative. I gave you the other alternative. Let's see institute ने क्या किया है. तो एक एक देखते हैं. 90,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 90,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 1,80,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 1,80,000 आउटपुट C plus S, 20 lakh output, because this is ITC and RCM, this is separate. 20 lakh output, 18% IGST. 20 lakh output, 18% IGST. Then 1 lakh output, 18% Mumbai office training C plus S. 1 lakh output C plus S. Correct? Okay. Then recovery agent services, taxable, output 18% C plus S. So this much is output correct है. रिवर्स चार्ज देख लेते हैं. रिवर्स चार्ज जीटीए सर्विस हमने आरसीएम किया था, ठीक है. लीगल सर्विस आरसीएम किया था, स्पॉन्सरशिप आरसीएम नहीं किया था. लीगल सर्विस आरसीएम किया था, स्पॉन्सरशिप सर्विस आरसीएम नहीं किया था. अभी आईटीसी मिलेगा. आईटीसी इसका मिलेगा सर? हाँ मिलेगा. स्पॉन्सरशिप का आईटीसी मिलेगा? हाँ मिलेगा. सी sponsorship service, that means we are assuming that the other person would have charged us GST and we will get ITC. Legal service also we will get ITC, IGST. देखो हम लोग ने भी वही किया. तो अब lastly after all this you will do the computation करके you will add tax payable under RCM. The moment you add tax payable under RCM, you will get your net GST payable. So output minus ITC, you get your tax payable. From that, you add tax payable under RCM and you get your answer. Clear? Yes. Very important question. Okay, and a good question because it tested you in output RCM fully. पूरा का पूरा टेस्टिंग किया है इंस्टीट्यूट ने इस आरटीपी के थ्रू एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई इंक्लूडेड दिस क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट देखें. चलिए नेक्स्ट देखते हैं. 24. Surya is engaged in providing a bouquet of goods or services. It is registered in Jaipur, Rajasthan. It provides the following information for the month of January. Okay. What are we required to calculate? Rate of GST freeze kar lo 9918 for inward and outward supply, except car rental service and transportation of goods, where the GST rate will be 5%. All the amounts given are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. Fair enough. There's no opening balance of ITC during relevant period. बहुत अच्छा. It becomes easy. From the given information, you are required to compute the minimum net liability payable in cash. That means you have to do CSI for January. Let's see. Okay. Organized a business exhibition. Where are we from? We are from Rajasthan. And January is the focus month. Organized business exhibition in Gujarat to a person registered in Gujarat. IGST 18% output. Provided accommodation service to 10 CA students originally from outside Rajasthan in a hostel. Surya Homes owned by it. Surya Homes is located in Rajasthan. मैं कहाँ का हूँ? राजस्थान का ही हूँ. Hostel accommodation charges were 22,000. And the minimum period of stay of 4 months. 22,000, it will be taxable because up to 20,000 exemption is there. So this will be C plus S, 18% output. Performed Carnatic music to promote a brand gone in Rajasthan. So this will be C plus S, 18% output. Intra-state services provided as a business correspondent of Money Bank registered in Rajasthan for Jaipur city branch. Jaipur city branch, urban area. It's not a rural area. As it is a urban area, C as a business correspondent. Business correspondent to bank. RCM में आता है क्या? नहीं. Forward charge में आएगा C plus S, 18% output. हाँ, if it was business facilitator, yeah. If it was as a business facilitator, then business facilitator to bank, then RCM would have applied. So you need to be very strong with the RCM entries. तो RCM revise बहुत अच्छे से करना है. Rented a commercial property in Jaipur, Rajasthan to Ganga Limited, a supplier of goods registered in Rajasthan. Surya is a director in Ganga Limited. Doesn't matter. Commercial property. I am a registered person. I give registered another registered person. Then C plus S output. I only have to pay. Agar if I was an unregistered person, then recipient will be liable to pay under RCM. Sponsored a business summit organized in Bikaner, Rajasthan by Associated Chamber of Commerce and paid sponsorship fee of 5 lakh to Associated Chamber of Commerce. मैं कौन हूँ? Surya. Will I have to pay tax under RCM? No. But can I claim ITC? Yes, I can claim ITC. I can take ITC of C plus S, 18%. Okay. Receive the service of transportation of goods by road from Sindhu transporter unregistered person, ITC and RCM, C plus S 5%. ITC and RCM C plus S 5%. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited. Ajay Limited. Ajay Limited. He is a body corporate. He will pay tax under forward charge. सर हम लोग को आईटीसी मिलेगा? नो आईटीसी. टेकिंग कार ऑन रेंट, ब्लॉक क्रेडिट. तो कुछ नहीं करना है सर, कुछ नहीं करना है. दैट मीन्स टोटली 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 output transaction, 2 ITC transaction, 1 RCM transaction, game over. That's it. 5 output, 2 ITC, 1 RCM. 2 ITC क्या? ये ITC, ये ITC. ठीक है, चलो देखते हैं आंसर. देखो 20 लाख IGST, 20 लाख IGST. Then 2,20,000 C plus S, 2,20,000 C plus S in output. Then 1,45,000 C plus S, 1,20,000, 3 lakh sub C plus S. 1,45,000 C plus S, 1,20,000 C plus S, 3 lakh C plus S. Clear? Okay, 2 ITC. One sponsorship ITC. Second ITC relating to transportation of goods from a unregistered person. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited. ITC is taken, but you remember block credit very well. Taken car on rental basis from Ajay Limited, registered under Gujarat. Car, you will not get ITC. But sir, if such a question comes, then what should we do? In exam, there is a possibility that what you think and what institute gives in suggested answer, that is different. इस केस में क्या करना है? यू राइट अ नोट. यू राइट अ नोट. सी दिस इज नॉट अंडर आरसीएम. देखो आरसीएम में दो एक ही एंट्री है, करेक्ट? सो should we get ITC on this? The answer is no. So this is institute answer. But what will we write? Blocked credit. Blocked credit. And therefore no ITC. And see, this is not a position which can have two views. Reason I'll tell you. आपने थोड़ी देर पहले ही और एक क्वेश्चन देखा था जहां कार रेंटल के लिए आईटीसी नहीं मिला था. सो कार रेंटल यू डोंट गेट आईटीसी बिकॉज इफ यू डोंट गेट ऑन कार यू डोंट गेट ऑन रेंटिंग ऑफ कार एज वेल. They have mentioned that it is not payable under reverse charge, and as Ajay Limited is a body corporate, it will be a case of forward charge. That is fine. But whether ITC will be available, to my understanding, never. Just because there is an answer of ITC being available doesn't mean you will also follow the same thing in the exam. In exam, treat it as no ITC because block credit, renting of car, you don't get ITC. And also mention this that it is a case of forward charge. Clear? Okay. Okay. Let's have a look at the next question. Craft Model Limited, a registered dealer in Patna, Bihar, engaged in various types of supplies. It is not engaged in renting of cars. Good. The company provided following details for January. So, Bihar, January. Okay. Let's first see what is required. All amounts given are exclusive of taxes. During the course of arranging and filing of documents, accountant of Craft Limited observed that invoice of 30,000 dated 2nd December was omitted to be recorded in the books. No payment is made till January. So 2nd December invoice. See, car rental service from an individual, that is Rahu Ketu, will be अंडर आरसीएम. बट व्हाट विल बी द टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई? इसका टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई क्या होगा? यहाँ से 61 डेज ऐड करते हैं. 61st डे फ्रॉम हियर विल बी 29 डेज इन दिसंबर, क्योंकि ये 2 दिसंबर है. सो 29 डेज इन दिसंबर, 31 डेज इन जनवरी, 1st Feb. That means the time of supply will be 1st Feb. As the time of supply is 1st Feb, because payment is not made till now. If the payment was made, then we would have taken RCM in this month only, but payment is not made. 1st Feb is the time of supply. We are calculating for January, so nothing has to be done for this. And sir, will we get ITC? No way. Car rental, you'll not get ITC. Pledging of shares, face value 5 lakh, market value 8 lakh. We will see ये क्या है. कार रेंटल सर्विस रेट दिया हुआ है. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ पैसेंजर बाय एयर 5%, अदर केसेस 18%. ओके, नो ओपनिंग बैलेंस ऑफ ITC, सब्जेक्ट टू द फॉलोइंग इंफॉर्मेशन. Everything is complied with. Calculate net GST liability payable by Craft Model Limited for the month of January 2024. Okay, now let's see the main part. Outward supply of goods made during the month to non-related person. Transaction value will be used. So intrastate, we will end up charging C plus S, 18% output, and interstate again 6 lakh. Transaction value is to be used. वो आपको पता ही है कि transaction value use करते. IGST 18% output. The company pledged 5% equity shares to merchant banker for the purpose of IPO. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. Pledging of shares is not going to have an impact on supply. It's not a supply. Stock transfer of goods of 58,000 without consideration to the branch at Gaya. Branch is declared as additional place of business in the registration certificate. No GST because it is under the same GST number. It is additional place of business, so same GST number, no GST. Intrastate inward supply of various services for use in the course or furtherance of business, 30 invoices. Out of 30 invoices, details of 10 invoices amounting to 2,50,000 were not furnished by the supplier and not reflected in GSTR to be. तो ये 2.5 lakh का नहीं मिलेगा. So you will get only for 9.5 lakh. Okay, 9.5 lakh will be eligible as ITC, and intra hai, so C plus S, 18% you will get ITC. Outward supply of milling into paddy to rice, this will be C plus S, 18% output, and this will be ITC. Outward supply of giving truck on hire to a government authority. Truck on hire to a government authority. See, truck on hire to a goods transport agency enjoys the exemption. Truck on hire to a government authority, liable, C plus S, 18 output. Amount paid to IIM Ahmedabad for 15-day management training program from 10th Jan. IIM provided participation certificate. So IIM will charge GST. Will we get ITC? Yes, we will get ITC. IGST 18%, ITC. Purchased air ticket for its employees from Patna to Guwahati, Assam Airport in economy class. Total fare 1 lakh, basic fare 80,000. So what? So what? For ticket, Assam will enjoy a exemption because any flight starting or terminating in northeastern states is exempt. If it was booking fee, then it would have been taxable. So इतना हो गया. अभी देखो, ये आउटपुट, ये आउटपुट, ये आउटपुट, ये आउटपुट, 4 output transactions, 2 ITC transactions, done. Okay, let's see. Outward supply 4 lakh, 6 lakh, this was first one. Then 5% equity shares, no impact. Gaya branch, same additional place of business, no impact. Milling of paddy to rice, output. Giving a truck on hire, output. Correct. ITC is utilized. First I with I, then you have used C, then you have used S. Okay, now इंट्रा स्टेट इनवर्ट सप्लाई 9,50,000 पे हम लोग ने भी लिया था. ट्रेनिंग वी विल गेट आईटीसी. एयर टिकट exempt, so nothing. Car rental service first Feb, and see, ITC on renting of car is blocked. This is what you will write in the previous answer as well, which was a RTP question, but वहाँ ITC लिया हुआ था for car rental, which is a mistake. Clear? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead with the next one. ABC Limited, a registered supplier in Surat, Gujarat. So we are dealing with Gujarat. Has calculated output net GST liability after adjusting ITC in the books for the month of Feb 2021. That means he has already computed output minus ITC. तो हम लोग को क्या करना है सर? बाकी एडजस्टमेंट दिया हुआ है वो करना है. आउटपुट माइनस आईटीसी इज ऑलरेडी कैलकुलेटेड, हैज कैलकुलेटेड. तो गुजरात में है फेब 21 का, ही हैज ऑलरेडी कैलकुलेटेड आउटपुट माइनस आईटीसी. C is coming to 3 lakh, S 2 lakh 50, I 3 lakh. So this will be our starting point. I, C, S. I कितना है? 3 lakh, C 3 lakh, 2.5 lakh. So this will be our starting point. During the above month, following additional information are provided. देखते हैं क्या कैलकुलेट करना है. The rate of GST is 9918. You are required to compute actual net GST to be paid in cash along with working notes for the month of Feb 2021. Let's see. Okay. Company had given on hire 5 trucks to one of the transporters in Vadodara, GTA, Goods Transport Agency, for transporting goods for 10 days. Hiring charges for the truck was 7,500 per truck per day. So 7,500 per truck per day, whether GST will apply. Sir, truck given on hire to a GTA, exempt. This is amount is anyways excluding GST. This will be exempt. So nothing will come for this. Then company sold goods to Exenco of Delhi on 6th Jan 21. We are in Feb 21 and they are giving a date of 6th Jan 21 with a condition that interest of 2% per month will be charged on invoice value. Invoice value क्या होता है? Invoice value is amount including GST. If Exenco fails to make payment within 30 days of delivery of goods, goods were delivered and invoice was issued on 6th Jan. Exenco paid the consideration for the goods on 20th Feb along with applicable interest. So देखो, अगर वो 30 डेज में पेमेंट नहीं करेगा तो हम लोग इंटरेस्ट चार्ज करेंगे. कितने पे इंटरेस्ट चार्ज करेंगे? 5 लाख एक्सक्लूडिंग जीएसटी है तो 5 लाख प्लस 18% 90,000 होता है. टोटल 5,90,000. 5,90,000 पे हम लोग इंटरेस्ट चार्ज करेंगे. कितना चार्ज करेंगे? 2% पर मंथ बियॉन्ड 30 डेज. तो देखते हैं 6th जैन से 20th फेब कितना दिन हुआ. जनवरी में 31 डेज होते हैं. 31 माइनस 6 25. February 20 because 20th Feb you paid 45 days. First 30 days no interest, that means interest will apply for 15 days. Now for 1 month interest is 2% per month. 2% per month 15 days के लिए 1%, so interest will be 1%. So interest will be 1%. या आप ऐसे भी कर सकते हो 2% into 15 by 30, taking 1 month as 30 days. So if we do it this way, then 1% आएगा. 1% 5,900. This will be interest. Now this interest is received in Feb, correct? And we are doing calculation for Feb. So this 5,900 interest will be liable to GST in Feb, not the main 5 lakh, because main 5 lakh जनवरी में हम लोग ने ऑलरेडी टैक्स भर दिया है. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्चार्ज द टैक्स इन जनवरी फॉर 5 लाख. because it was a supply of goods for January. Interest, the tax will be payable in the month of Feb. So how will we calculate it, sir? Up 5,900 is the interest, divide by 118 into 18, and it is outside the state. How is it outside the state, sir? See, Delhi, and we are in Gujarat. So Delhi, Gujarat, IGST. So 900 will be the IGST, which will be our output. Okay, let's see next one. The company sought legal consultancy service for its business from A and Advocate partnership firm of advocate situated in गुजरात. सो गुजरात से हमने आरसीएम का सर्विस लिया. इसमें ये कहाँ आएगा? आईटीसी में आएगा एंड आरसीएम में आएगा. सो वी विल डू दिस एट द एंड. Then company ordered 3,000 packets of tools which are to be delivered by the supplier of Delhi via 3 installments of 1,000 packets monthly. Supplier raised the invoice in Feb and last lot delivered in April. No ITC in Feb. Why no ITC in Feb, sir? Because last lot कब मिला है? Last lot is received in April, so you'll get ITC only in April, not in Feb. Company supplied 10,000 packets of tools to one of its customer at 10 rupees per packet in January. Afterwards, company revalues it at 9 rupees in Feb and issues credit note for 1. This is post supply discount, not known at the time of supply. It was not known at that point of time. So nothing will have to be done. So no treatment at all. Because रीवैल्यू करोगे तो क्रेडिट नोट नहीं इशू कर सकते विथ जीएसटी वाला. हाँ, क्रेडिट नोट विदाउट जीएसटी वाला इशू कर सकते हो. नो ट्रीटमेंट इन फैप कैलकुलेशन. सो ओनली थिंग विच इज लेफ्ट इज आरसीएम. आईटीसी भी मिलेगा, आरसीएम पे भी करना पड़ेगा. सो 1,50,000 इंटू 18%. आईटीसी कितना मिलेगा? 13,500. 13,500. So ITC you will subtract. You know, C with C, C with I. First C with C, then only C with I. S with S, S with I. So you do this calculation. This comes to 3,900,000. This comes to 286,500. And this comes to 236,500. And then you will add RCM payable. RCM payable will be the same number, 13,500. 13,500. Total it up, 3,900,000, 3 lakh, 2,50,000. This becomes your tax payable after the adjustments. Clear with this? Okay. Let's have a look at the answer. This was the starting point. Truck given on hire exempted, simple notes. Interest for 15 days, 5,900, and we calculated that. Then ITC only of legal service, and then legal service RCM is added. RCM added, we get the final answer, 3,900,000, 2,50,000, 3 lakh. Clear? Okay. Okay, so these were the computation questions. Okay. Examine whether the supplier of goods is liable to get registered in the following independent cases. Registration, section 22, 23, 24. 22 dealing with persons who are liable to register. 4 people, aggregate turnover more than registration limit in the current financial year. Second, earlier law. Third, transfer in succession. Fourth, transfer in amalgamation. Section 23, persons not liable to register. Any person who is exclusively providing exempt goods or service, agriculturist, individual or HUF, cultivation of land. Then we have exclusively supplying something which is covered under RCM, then supplying goods through e-commerce operator up to registration limit in current year and preceding financial year subject to certain condition, supplying services through e-commerce operator up to 10 lakh 20 lakh in the current financial year, handicraft goods interstate up to 10 lakh 20 lakh, no need to register. 24 deals with compulsory registration, interstate outward supply, person liable to pay under RCM, supplying goods or services through e-commerce operator where TCS is applicable, eco who is liable to pay tax under 95, schedule 1 agent, that is agent billing in his own name. Then you have CTP, NRTP, ISD, OIDR is not there for your syllabus, and you have a person who is basically a supplier of online money gaming. Online money gaming, we would have discussed in the class at the end that if you are providing online money gaming from outside India to India, then you are required to compulsorily take GST registration in India. Okay. Now, you also remember some key points. If you are only providing good and with that you are earning interest, still you will be regarded as a supplier of goods. Still you will be eligible for 40 lakh limit. Then supplier of pan masala, tobacco, ice cream, bricks and tiles. Supplier, not manufacturer. Supplier of pan masala, tobacco, ice cream, bricks and tiles will not be eligible for 40 lakh limit. That means 20 and 10 will apply. And you remember, only goods 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh. Goods plus services or only services 10 lakh and 20 lakh is the limit. 20 goods. This is applicable to 6 states: Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Telangana, Uttarakhand, Puducherry. And 10 lakh is applicable for Manipur, Tripura, Nagaland, Mizoram. And if it is goods plus service or only service, then anyways only two limits: 10 lakh and 20 lakh. And for pan masala, tobacco, ice cream, bricks and tiles, not aerated water. Pan masala, tobacco, ice cream, bricks and tiles, 10 lakh and 20 lakh will apply. Okay, with this base, let's see the questions. Raghav of Assam is exclusively engaged in intrastate taxable supply of ready-made garments. His turnover in current financial year from Assam showroom is 33 lakh. Another showroom in Tripura is 11 lakh. So first of all, we always check aggregate turnover, and after checking aggregate turnover, we the registration limit will be lowest amongst those states from where I am making taxable supply. So if I am making taxable supply from everywhere, one Tripura and one Assam, and this is a case of goods, तो त्रिपुरा के लिए लिमिट क्या होगा 10 लाख, आसाम के लिए लिमिट क्या होगा 40 लाख. तो गवर्नमेंट क्या बोलता है, लिमिट ऐसे स्टेट वाइज नहीं देखना है. अगर मेरा डिफरेंट ब्रांचेस है तो मैं लोएस्ट लिमिट कंसिडर करूंगा, क्योंकि एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर मैं राघव के लिए डिटरमाइन कर रहा हूं, ना कि states के लिए. And that's the reason aggregate turnover will be always lowest. So 10 lakh will be considered. Now if you see the turnover, it is 44 lakh. So will he have to register? Yes, he will have to register in both Tripura as well as Assam. But from Tripura, if he was only doing exempt supply, अगर त्रिपुरा से सिर्फ exempt supply करता, then in that case he will not be liable to register in Tripura. But Assam में लेना पड़ता because aggregate turnover 44 lakh. Aggregate turnover is always all branches taken together, and lowest limit नहीं कंसिडर होता तो 40 लाख भी कंसिडर होता, तो aggregate turnover is crossed because registration limit 40 lakh, aggregate turnover 44 lakh. That would have been the case if Tripura was making only exempt supply. यहाँ तो Tripura is not making only exempt supply, so this will not apply. 44 lakh will remain as it is. Registration limit will be 10 lakh. Clear? Okay. Pulkit of Panjim, Goa is exclusively engaged in intrastate supply of shoes, again goods. His aggregate turnover is 22 lakh. Should he register? No, because registration limit will be 40 lakh. His aggregate turnover is 20 lakh. He is not required to register. Then, Harshit of Himachal Pradesh is exclusively engaged in supply of pan masala. Aggregate turnover is 24 lakh. So our pan masala, the registration limit of 40 will not be available. So 40 nahi milega, so registration limit will be 20. His turnover is 24 lakh, liable to register. Now, how do you write these answers? Section 22, read with notification number 10/2019. The supplier of goods is liable to register from where he is making taxable supply of goods or services if his aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit. The threshold limit, section 22, read with this notification. This notification increased it to 40 lakh. So 10 for 4, 20 for 6, 40 for everyone else except a person making supply of person, not manufacturer. It can be trader, it can be manufacturer. Ice cream, edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa, मतलब कोई सा भी चलेगा. पान मसाला, tobacco or manufactured tobacco substitutes, fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregates, fly ash blocks, bricks of fossil mills, cellulose earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. So bricks and tiles cover हो गए, tobacco, pan masala, ice cream. These are the four. In light of the aforesaid provision, so first you have written the provision. Section 22, read with 10/2019. Then, independent cases का आंसर क्या है? Raghav is eligible for a higher limit of 40 lakh as he is exclusively engaged in goods. However, see, don't read half. However, since he is engaged in supplying ready-made garments from special category state, that is Tripura, threshold limit gets reduced to 10 lakh. Thus, Raghav is liable to register as his turnover exceeds 10 lakh. He is required to obtain registration in both Assam and Tripura. So, writing answer is critical and writing it correctly is well. Second wala to easy hai. Goa 40 lakh will be the limit, but his turnover is less than the registration limit. Then pan masala not eligible for 40 lakh, so it will become 20 lakh. Thus, Harshit is liable to register under GST. Okay. Okay. Now a very good question. That's just September. Institute asked a very good question on registration. Let's have a look at it. In the month of Feb 2025, Mr. Venkatesh started supply of both goods and services from the state of Rajasthan and Tripura. So two states, Rajasthan and Tripura. Lower limit 10, good Rajasthan will be 40. His statistics for the month of February is as under. Intrastate taxable supplies 11 lakh, 5 lakh. Both will form part of turnover? Yes. Intrastate sale by Venkatesh as an agent of Ganesh Enterprises, a non-taxable person of Rajasthan. So, as an agent of a non-taxable person of Rajasthan, as an agent, if I am making a supply in my name, then obviously it will form part of turnover. Intrastate supply of non-taxable goods. Non-taxable goods is like alcoholic liquor for human consumption, undenatured, extra neutral alcohol, 5 petroleum products. These are non-taxable goods that will also form part of turnover. So all this will form part of turnover for sure. Now let's see additional information. In the state of Rajasthan, intrastate taxable supply includes commission received as an insurance agent from insurance company 50,000. Should I exclude it? No. Why will I not exclude it? This is my outward supply under RCM. See, outward supply. I am receiving commission. That means I am providing service to insurance company. I am not required to pay tax on that, but it is my outward supply under RCM. As it is my outward supply under RCM, it will form part of turnover. So no need to subtract, as it will form part of my turnover. Then, in the state of Tripura, intrastate taxable supply includes intrastate services on which tax is payable under RCM. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So this 5 lakh includes inward supply under RCM. Oh, inward supply under RCM is my purchases. Inward supply under RCM is my purchases. So I will have to subtract 1 lakh, because inward supply under RCM is not my turnover. That is purchases under RCM, not sale under RCM. Okay. For sale by Mr. Venkatesh in the capacity of agent of Ganesh Enterprises, invoice was issued in the name of Venkatesh only. That is fine. Anyways, we assume that he is billing in his own name. Assume all figures are excluding GST and given amounts to be considered as value determined under section G under GST law. Based on the above mentioned information, you are required to determine the following along with relevant provisions in brief. Compute aggregate turnover of Venkatesh. Compute aggregate turnover of Venkatesh for the purpose of registration. Whether Mr. Venkatesh is liable to register under GST or not. First, let's calculate aggregate turnover. 11, 12, 13, 14, 19. 19 minus 1, 18 lakh. Now, what will be the registration limit? Registration limit will be 10 lakh. Now, as my turnover is more than the registration limit, I am liable to register. Tripura anyways is liable to register because this is inward supply under RCM. And if you are a person who is receiving something under RCM, then anyways you are liable to register. Correct? Okay. Also discuss whether your answer to second one will change or not if the state of Tripura, Venkatesh is engaged in only intra-state supply of exempt goods. Other information remains same. Okay. If Tripura is only dealing in exempt goods, then I will not be required to register under Tripura. Plus, registration limit will get enhanced to 40 lakh or 20. See, here they have said I am providing a service. As I am providing a service, it cannot be 40, it will be 20 lakh. But sir, still, even if it is 20 lakh, my turnover is 18 lakh, I will not be required to register. Correct. But sir, will Tripura have to register under RCM? Now, Institute has said Tripura, if that entire 5 lakh is not exempt, 4 lakh is exempt, 1 lakh is taxable under RCM. Then for paying that taxable under RCM, Tripura branch has to register. This is the position taken by Institute that Tripura branch, if even if they are only providing exempt supply, they are liable to register. This is quite different from the normal stand taken by Institute. The normal stand taken by Institute is 23. Section 23 is stronger than section 24. So if you are not liable to register under 23 because you are only providing exempt supply, then just for RCM, are you required to register? Institute has taken a position that if there is just RCM, then in that case, you will have to take registration to pay that RCM. This is the position taken by Institute. Let me take you through the answer. Very critical to see the complete answer. Let's see. Computation of aggregate turnover of Mr. Venkatesh. Intrastate taxable supply includable in aggregate turnover. Further, inward supply on which tax is payable under RCM is excludable. So 1 lakh is removed, balance is added, correct? But outward supply on which tax is payable under RCM is includable. So outward supply 50,000 we included, but 1 lakh which is an inward supply under RCM, that we excluded. Fair enough. Then as a agent, schedule 1 agent, yes, included. There is one more position, schedule 1 agent, compulsory registration again. So we don't have to even check turnover because schedule 1 agent anyways compulsory registration. But institute has not kept that point. Even I am surprised with the answer which is given in this. But that was the problem with September 25 paper. Intrastate supply of non-taxable goods includable. So aggregate turnover 18 lakh. Okay. The applicable threshold limit for turnover will be reduced to 10 lakh. Correct. Mr. Venkatesh is making taxable supply from Tripura, a special category state. Since turnover of Mr. Venkatesh exceeds 10 lakh, he is liable to obtain registration in both. Correct. Mr. Venkatesh is liable to obtain compulsory registration since he is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism in Tripura. Fair enough. Let's see second part. In case Mr. Venkatesh makes only exempt supply of goods from special category state, the applicable threshold limit will not be reduced to 10 lakh. The applicable threshold limit will be 20 lakh because he is engaged with goods and services. Since the turnover of Mr. Venkatesh does not exceed 20 lakh, he is not liable to obtain registration under GST. I feel he's a Schedule 1 agent, so it's very well possible that Schedule 1 agent will be compulsorily required to register under Section 24. Then Mr. Venkatesh is liable to obtain compulsory registration as he is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism in Tripura. So for Tripura, anyways, you are required to pay under RCM. So anyways, you have to register in Tripura. Clear? Okay. Okay. 29, a good question. Let's see. Nesha Money started business activity in the month of Feb 22 in the state of Orissa. He provided the following details. Outward supply of petrol 4 lakh. Okay, first let's read what is required. From the given information, compute aggregate turnover. One is aggregate turnover, and also decide whether he is required to get registered under GST. Assume that the amounts are exclusive of tax. Okay. Outward supply of petrol, yes, it will form part of turnover because non-taxable supply is part of exempt supply definition. Exempt supply is part of aggregate turnover definition. Transfer of exempt goods to his branch in Rajasthan. So from Orissa to Rajasthan, but exempt goods. If it was taxable goods interstate, compulsory registration. Exempt goods interstate, no compulsory registration, but it will form part of turnover because exempt goods from one state to another, distinct person. Outward supply of taxable goods by his branch in UP. UP branch making intrastate supplies within UP. Aggregate turnover includes all branches turnover. This will also get added. Outward supply of service on which tax is payable under RCM. Outward supply on which other person has to pay, it is my turnover. Inward supply on which tax is payable under RCM, this is not part of turnover, but section 24, because of this there will be compulsory registration. Just because of this point there will be compulsory registration. Clear? Okay, so aggregate turnover answer 17 lakh, and compulsory registration because he is liable to pay under RCM and he is not covered by 23. In this, he is not covered by 23. क्यों? क्योंकि वो खाली एग्जाम सप्लाई थोड़े दे रहा है. ही इज नॉट एक्सक्लूसिवली एंगेज्ड इन एग्जाम सप्लाई. He is also making taxable supply. So he is not covered by 23 but compulsorily covered under 24. In the above question, what was happening is, in one state, that is Tripura, you are only doing exempt supply. So for RCM, just for RCM, should you take registration? Institute took a position that yes, just for RCM, you are required to take registration. Okay, so this is simple. 17 lakh is the aggregate turnover and compulsorily liable to register irrespective of turnover because you are liable to pay tax under reverse charge. Yes. Okay. Okay. 30th question. This will give you a good practice of cancellation provision. Mr. Yudaya has obtained voluntary registration under GST law in the state of Madhya Pradesh in January, but has not commenced business till September. See, January उसने registration लिया. January to September, more than 6 months he has not started his business. In October, proper officer issues a show cause notice to him for cancellation of registration. You are required to examine whether the action taken by proper officer is justified in law. Also, list other circumstances of cancellation of registration under 29.2. 29.2 is suo moto cancellation by officer. So, first of all, is the action taken by the officer valid in law? The answer is yes, it is valid in law because this person has taken voluntary registration, but he has not commenced business for 6 months. If you take voluntary registration and you don't commence business for 6 months, then in that case, officer has the power to suo moto cancel the registration. So the action taken by the proper officer is valid and justified as per the provisions of the law. बराबर. This is first part of the answer. फिर पूछा है कि what are the cases where proper officer can cancel the registration. If I talk about taken registration by fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of facts, did not file return for 6 months, did not file return for 2 quarters if he was under QRMP, composition dealer did not file beyond 3 months from the due date, contraventions, various contraventions, issuing invoices without supply of goods, carrying business from a place which is not registered, that is not conducting any business from that particular place. Then you have a case of section 16 violated, rule 86b, 1% to be paid through e-cash, that is violated. Thereafter, mismatch between 1 and 3b, rule 88c notice, then anti-profiteering measures not followed, or the revocation of cancellation had happened and still he has not filed return for 30 days. These are the cases where officer can suo moto cancel the registration. कितना point लिखना है सर? After the main one, main is for 2.5 marks. If you write 4 points, that is more than sufficient. तो इतने points में से 4 points if you write, that is sufficient because ये question 5 mark के लिए आता है. Clear? Okay. Okay, let's see the next one. Now we move on to invoice. See, invoice, be very careful about one important aspect. Time limit to issue invoice, section 31. For goods, the time limit to issue invoice, if the supply involves movement, date of removal of goods. If the supply does not involve movements, date of making available, sale on approval, acceptance or 6 months from the date of removal, continuous supply, statement or payment as the case may be. Then goods, this is the one. Services, 30 days. For normal case, 30 days. For banks, financial institution, insurance company, 45 days. Then continuous supply, Ascertainable, date mentioned in the contract. Not ascertainable, based on date of receipt of payment. Completion, depending on completion of each event. So let's take this. MBM caretakers. A registered person provides the services of repair and maintenance of electrical appliances. On 1st April, it has entered into an annual maintenance contract with P for its air conditioner and washing machine. As per the terms of contract, maintenance service will be provided on first day of each quarter of the relevant financial year, and the payment for the same will become due on the date on which service is rendered. So service is rendered on first of each quarter. During the year, it provided service on April 1st, July 1st, October 1st, January 1st in accordance with the term of contract. When should MBM caretakers issue invoice for the services rendered? So, what is the date mentioned in the contract? The date mentioned in the contract is 1st April, 1st July, 1st October, 1st January. So, he should issue the invoice on or before 1st April, 1st July, 1st October, 1st January, because this is a case of continuous supply of service, periodical payments more than 3 months. ये दो conditions satisfy हो गए तो it becomes a continuous supply of service. Clear? Great. Okay, let's see the next one. Rameshwar Industries is engaged in manufacturing of semiconductors in the state of Assam. Fair enough. It makes only intra-state outward supply. Okay. Following details are made available. Let's see what we have to find. Based on the above information, you are required to determine the following by briefly stating the relevant provision. Effective date of registration. Okay, effective date of registration. You remember the law? अगर आपने 30 days में अप्लाई किया, see, you become liable to register if you apply within 30 days. Then the effective date of registration is liable date. If you apply after 30 days, then the effective date of registration is date of grant of registration. Okay. Period for which revised invoice can be issued. 1 month from the date of grant. That too, if you have applied within 30 days from the date when you were liable to register. Wordings ध्यान रखना. That's why I am putting the entire sentence in English क्योंकि आपको एग्जाम इंग्लिश में लिखना है. Timeline within which such revised invoice should be issued. So period and timeline. Timeline will be 1 month from the date of grant. Period will be from the date, effective date till the grant date. तो इसका आंसर होगा effective date till the grant date. Effective date find करना है and timeline will be 1 month from date of grant of registration. Let's see. Commencement of business 14th May. Okay. 10 lakh exceeded on 29th May. 20 lakh exceeded on 15th June. Okay. What is he doing? Goods. Assam. Intra. Goods. Assam. Intra. 40 lakh. So these are not relevant to us. Okay. Turnover exceeded 40 lakh. 28th June. Date of application of registration 15th July. Now, have you applied within 30 days? Yes. Now, if you apply within 30 days, then the effective date of registration will be 28th June 2024, and grant date is given. Date of issuance of certificate is 29 July. Did you apply within 30 days? Yes, I applied within 30 days. Grant date is 29th July 2024. So, first answer effective date. Second, between these two dates, you can revise the invoices. And third answer, timeline, within 1 month from the date of grant of registration, that is 1 month from here. Clear? Let's see the answer. Where an applicant submits application for registration within 30 days from the date he becomes liable to registration, effective date of registration is the date on which he becomes liable to register. Rameshwar Industries become liable to register on 28th June when the turnover exceeded 40 lakh, since he is exclusively engaged in supply of goods. All this you have to write. Since it applied within 30 days, effective will be 28th June. Okay. Revised tax invoice can be issued against the invoices already issued during the period starting with effective date of registration till the date of issuance of certificate of registration. Therefore, in the given case, Rameshwar Industries can issue revised tax invoice against the invoices already issued during the period beginning from 28th June till 29th July. And revised tax invoice are to be issued within 1 month from the date of issuance of certificate of registration, that is within 1 month from 29th July, that is up to 29th August. Clear? Okay. Okay. Another very good question, again an exam question. Mohan Enterprises is a registered person having principal place of business in Gujarat. Okay, no problem. Then they received services of advocate Samir, who is registered in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Shekhar, an unregistered person, provided services of labor to Mohan Enterprises. Explain the provision relating to issue of invoice by recipient Mohan Enterprises if he is liable to pay under reverse charge 9394. That means, you remember, self invoice is required to be issued. When is self invoice required to be issued? Self invoice is required to be issued by recipient when two conditions are satisfied. Supplier is unregistered person plus tax is payable under RCM. Now, advocate service, is it under RCM? अरे हाँ, advocate service is under RCM. बरोबर, correct. Advocate service is under RCM. Is supplier unregistered? No. Advocate Samir is a registered person. Now, if Advocate Samir is a registered person, should I issue a self invoice as Mohan Enterprises? The answer is no, because Samir Advocate is a registered person. He will issue invoice. I don't have to issue a self invoice. Correct. Okay. Second, labor service from Mr. Shekhar, unregistered person. Labor service, is it under RCM? No, labor service is not under RCM. As labor service is not under RCM, there is no question of self invoice. So, in this entire thing, advocate Samir is registered. I don't have to issue a invoice. Second, labor service, though the supplier is unregistered, but it is not covered under RCM, so I don't have to issue a self invoice. So the answer for both is I don't have to issue a self invoice. Clear? Okay, let's see this. A registered person shall issue an invoice for goods or service received by him, provided is liable to pay tax under reverse charge. Supplies received from supplier who is not registered on the date of receipt of goods or services. In the given case, tax on services received from advocate is payable under reverse charge. However, Mohan Enterprises is not required to issue invoice with respect to the said supply as supplier Samir is registered. Then, further, tax on labor service received from unregistered person. Shekhar is not payable under reverse charge. Unregistered person Shekhar, but that is not liable under reverse charge. That's why Mohan Enterprises is not required to issue invoice with respect to this supply also. So no need to issue self invoice. No. Okay. Let's see this. Good question. RTP. Mr. Mutswamy, a electronics dealer registered in Bangalore, Karnataka, hired Parivahan Logistic, unregistered GTA. So GTA is unregistered to deliver his goods at the place of business of customer in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Parivahan Logistic charged 60,000 for the transportation of goods, which was paid by Mutswamy on 4th January through account pay check. Delivery was made on the same day. Parivahan Logistic did not raise an invoice for these services since it is unregistered. In this case, you are required to determine person liable to issue tax invoice. Okay. Now, supplier is unregistered. Who is the supplier? GTA. GTA is unregistered. The GTA unregistered है तो recipient has to issue a invoice. Okay. So the answer will be Mutswamy has to raise a invoice. This is called as self invoice. What is the timeline to issue this self invoice? Timeline to issue self invoice is 30 days from date of receipt of goods or services. So 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services, you should issue a invoice. You received the service on 4th Jan within 30 days. 27 days in January, 4 days in Feb. So by that time, sorry, 27 days in January, 3 days in Feb. So by 3rd Feb, you have to issue a invoice. Now, time of supply for transportation service provided by GTA, assuming that tax invoice is issued on the last day on which it should have been issued. Time of supply for transportation service. Assuming tax invoice is issued on the last day. That means self invoice is issued on, see, 4th Jan plus 30 days will come to 3rd Feb. So 3rd Feb you have issued the invoice. 4th Jan you made the payment because payment was made on 4th Jan and you received the service. When do you receive the service? When the delivery has happened. So you received the service on 4th Jan, payment also you made on 4th Jan. So what will be the time of supply? Time of supply is date of invoice issued by recipient, that is self invoice, or payment date. Payment date is 4th Jan, so time of supply क्या होगा? 4th Jan हो जाएगा. क्यों 4th Jan हो जाएगा? क्योंकि 4th Jan को पेमेंट हुआ. Compare it with invoice, date of invoice issued by recipient. When you compare this, 4th Jan becomes the answer. So person liable to pay tax, Mr. Matswamy. Time limit 30 days. तो you will remember. What you will not remember is कहाँ से. Date of receipt of goods or service. Be very careful. Date of receipt of goods or service. And time of supply will be date of payment or 61st day. 61st day is used only when supplier is required to issue invoice. So this will not be used. Date of invoice issued by recipient, where recipient is liable to issue invoice. So the answer will be 4th Jan. Clear? Yes. It's a very good question. Okay. Okay, let's take it forward. RTP May 24. Aggregate turnover of Mangal and Co., a registered person for financial year 22-23 was 8 crore. It approaches you as a GST consultant for issuing e-invoice. Advise whether it is mandatory to issue invoice. List out the entities which are exempt from mandatory requirement of e-invoice. When is e-invoice necessary? When the aggregate turnover in any of the preceding financial year exceeds 5 crore. If in any of the preceding financial year starting from 17-18, if aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crore, then you are liable to issue e-invoice for B2B supplies or for exports. Correct? This is the legal provision. Then second part of the story is who are exempted. SEZ unit, not SEZ developer, SEZ unit, multiplex screen, insurance company, banking company, financial institutions, transportation of passenger service, government or local authority, and GTA. All these persons are not liable to generate e-invoice. So this question I just kept so that आपका ई इनवॉइसिंग का प्रोविजन रिवाइज हो जाए एंड इन दिस केस दे आर रिक्वायर्ड टू इशू बिकॉज टर्नओवर वाज 8 crore. Okay. 36. Mr. Sky is engaged in the business of trading of mobiles. He is eligible for composition scheme and he has opted for the same. That means he is a composition dealer. He seeks your advice for records which are not required to be maintained in by him as a composition taxpayer. This question is there in SM, RTP. High chances that they ask sometime, till now not asked in exam. Two things. He is not required to maintain stock of goods, everything related to goods you write, and details of tax. Details of tax you write everything, output, ITC. Nothing he is required to maintain because he does not get ITC. Only on his sale he has to pay 1%. Composition dealer na, खाली जो सेल करेगा उस पे 1% पे करना है. He is not required to maintain stock of goods. He is not required to maintain details of tax. So nothing related to stock of goods. All this he is not required to maintain. Details of tax. All this he is not required to maintain because he has to only multiply his sales into 1% and reverse charge mechanism if at all there. Okay. Then this question has been asked. Mr. Harsh Manjula is engaged in the business of works contract service, seeks your guidance for specific records to be maintained by him under GST law. So, works contractor, what will he maintain? First of all, address and name of the persons for whom he is executing the works contract, goods which he has received for all those people, goods which he has utilized for all those people, payments which he has received, and name and address of the suppliers from whom he has received the goods. That much detail he has to maintain. 5 mark question already asked once. Okay, next one. Chill chain cold, not asked till now, important, is operating cold storage warehouse, seeks your guidance on GST accounts and records to be maintained by them in terms of section 35. Chill chain cold seeks your advice what they have to maintain. First of all, warehouse owner, even if he is unregistered, he is still required to maintain records. What kind of records? the goods which are stored within, then the particulars of dispatch of goods, movement of goods, receipt of goods, the period for which it is stored, and he should maintain the records in such a way that it can be identified owner wise and item wise, so that it can facilitate any physical verification by the proper officer whenever he requires. This type of question can be asked because warehouse owner, even if he is unregistered, he has to maintain all these records. Okay, then the commissioner has notified some specified person to maintain additional accounts or documents as mentioned in Rule 56. Agent is defined in 2.5 of CGST Act is one of them. List additional accounts to be kept by the agent. This is already asked in exam. What should agent maintain? Agent should maintain details of authorization which he has received from each principal, details of goods which he has received from each principal, details of goods sold on behalf of each principal, then details of tax which is paid on behalf of each principal, and the accounts and records which are submitted to each principal. These are the five things which they have to maintain. Okay. Now, question 40, we enter into e-way bill. State the brief, state in brief the requirements of generation of e-way bill with reference to Rule 138.1 of CGST rules. Also discuss in brief the provisions relating to generation of e-way bill for supply of goods on behalf of a third person, that is bill to ship to model. So two things asked. One, the basics of Rule 138.1. What is the basics of Rule 138.1? Wherever there is movement of goods of a value exceeding 50,000, you'll have to generate an e-way bill. It is required for supply, it is required for other than supply, it is also required if it is due to inward supply from an unregistered person. Then in all this case, you are required to issue a e-way bill. Correct? Now, third person, if there is a bill to ship to transaction, then only one e-way bill is required, because in case of single movement, there will be requirement of only one e-way bill. For instance, if A is supplying goods to B and it is delivered to C, either A or B, the person who is sending the goods or the person on whom direction the goods were sent, they can generate e-way bill. This was from a press release given by government. Okay. Rule 86B. Now, Rule 86B impose restriction on use of the amount available in e-credit ledger if the value of taxable supply is more than 50 lakh in a month. Correct? Read the above statement with reference to the provision of ITC and discuss in brief the nature of restriction imposed under Rule 86B, and also list out the exceptions. Detailed discussion of exception is not required. That means you just have to mention that whether this is correct. Yes, it reduces the usage of e-credit ledger. It allows only 99% of output liability to be paid through e-credit ledger. It also means that minimum 1% of the output liability is to be discharged through e-cash ledger. Then you go ahead and write the exceptions. First one, you have paid more than 1 lakh as income tax, either the proprietor or the karta or two partners or two a managing director or two trustees, board of trustees, they have paid more than 1 lakh as income tax in each of the two financial years for which the time limit to file return of income is expired. You have got a GST refund of more than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year. Cumulatively, you have paid more than 1% up to the said month in the current financial year. And lastly, government department, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body. So this was a plain 5 mark theory question. Then 42. Favorite area of institute, interest. Now, interest, I hope you remember the provision. 50 subsection 1, output tax not paid. Interest will apply. How much? Say, suppose there is a June month transaction. If there is a June month transaction, then the liability is of June. And if you report the transaction in June GSTR 3B, so June transaction reported in June GSTR 3B, but filed late. Obviously, na, you filed 3B late. Filed 3B late. Now, if you file 3B late, then in that case, interest will apply on the portion which you are paying through e-cash ledger. Only the portion which you are paying through e-cash ledger, only that would be liable to interest. But say suppose there is June liability and you report it in September GSTR 3B, and obviously it is reported late because you are reporting a June liability in September 3B. Then in that case interest will apply on gross liability, because the 3B which you are using, ये तो दूसरा मंथ का 3B हो गया ना. So June का liability you are reporting in some other month, then in that case it's a big crime. You will have to pay on gross liability. Then this one, if it is after receiving notice under 73, 74, 74A, again interest will apply on gross liability. And then the law also says that if on this date you have sufficient balance in e-cash ledger, then no interest. If you have sufficient balance in e-cash ledger, then interest will not be applicable. Why will it not be applicable? Because बेसिकली जब आप ई कैश में डिपॉजिट कर देते हैं, दैट मनी इज विद गवर्नमेंट, सो दैट मनी विच इज ऑलरेडी विद गवर्नमेंट, व्हाई शुड इंटरेस्ट अप्लाई ऑन मी? दैट इज द रीजनिंग दैट इंटरेस्ट विल नॉट अप्लाई. नाउ दिस इज 50 सबसेक्शन 1. दूसरा है 50 सबसेक्शन 3. नाउ 50 सबसेक्शन 3, so 50 subsection 3 very clearly states that interest will apply only when ITC is wrongly availed and utilized. So you have wrongly availed the ITC as well as utilized that ITC wrongly. Then interest will be from the date of utilization till the date of ITC reversal. Ah, now, when can you say it is utilized? It is said to be utilized when the balance in e-credit ledger falls below the wrongly availed ITC. And lastly, they have defined date of utilization. Date of utilization is date of filing GST return or due date of filing GST return, whichever is earlier. This is to be used when you are using return to pay the taxes. But say suppose you are directly paying it through e-credit ledger. Then in that case, date in which it is debited from e-credit ledger, that date will be used. The date when it is debited through e-credit ledger, that date will be used. So this is about 50 subsection 1 and 50 subsection 3. 50 subsection 1 was the first part. 50 subsection 3 ITC wrongly availed and utilized. Now let's see the question. Mr. Ranjan availed ITC of 1 lakh in 3B for the month of June. The output liability of June was nil. His intrastate output supply for July was 5 lakh excluding GST. He utilized the available ITC against output liability for July 24 while filing 3B. Okay. Mr. Ranjan found on 22nd September that he had wrongly availed ITC of 1 lakh for June. So wrongly June he availed ITC. But when did he use it? He used it in July 3B. He did not use it for June 3B. He used it in July 3B. He reversed the unutilized amount of wrongly availed ITC standing to the credit on 30th September and paid the utilized amount by cash. The GST rate is 18%. Calculate the interest payable under the applicable GST law. If Ranjan has filed for 3B for June on 19 July, 3B for July on 25th August. Due date for 3B is 20th of the following month. Due date for 3B for was extended to 22nd September for 22nd August for July 2024. Now see, 5 lakh into 18% comes to 90,000. So he had wrongly availed ITC of 1 lakh. But how much is used? Only 90,000 is used. So first of all, interest on 90,000 only. Do you agree with this? Because only 90,000 is used. When is it used? It is used on July return. When was July return filed? 25th August. The utilization will be 25th August or 22nd August, whichever is earlier. So it is utilized on 22nd August 2024 till it is reversed on 30th September. So 30th September 24. So on 90,000 interest will apply for, see, August 22nd. So 31 minus 22, 9 days, 9 plus 30 days, 39 days interest. So 90,000 into 18% into 39 days divided by 365. This will be your answer. So 90,000, 18%, 39 by 365, you get the answer. Sir, should we write all this? Obviously, yes, you have to write all this for sure, because output liability, how much is used, when is it utilized, from when does interest apply, what is the date of utilization, that is due date for filing return or date of filing date of filing return, whichever is earlier. Then from that date till the ITC reversal, you will calculate, and calculate it this way, you will get the correct answer. Yes. Okay. 43. Rule 86A of CGST rules provides that certain specified circumstances, Commissioner, on the basis of reasonable belief, may not allow debit of the amount equivalent to such credit in the e-credit ledger, states the grounds on which the reasons for such belief must exist. Now, 86A gives a special power saying that Commissioner will not allow debit, also called as blocking of e-credit ledger. Basically, there are four reasons. One, Commissioner believes that the ITC is fraudulently availed in as much as first point. First point, the supplier who has given the invoice, he is found non-existent or not carrying any business from that particular place. Second, recipient is found to be non-existent or not carrying on any business from that particular place. Third, it is without receipt of goods or services. Fourth, documents are not there. Without documents, he has taken ITC. Fifth, tax is not paid by the supplier to government. As tax is not paid by the supplier to government, ITC is fraudulently availed. So these are the five grounds based on which 86A blocking of e-credit ledger will happen. Clear? Okay. So the language writing is very important in 86A, 86A, 86B, very important rules anyways. Okay. Now the next question. Next question is related to the concept of TDS. Again, a very, very important concept. Now, do you recall TDS? See, just to give you a brief, TDS basically government department, local authority, government agency, PSU, authority set up by government, or any society set up by government, or two registered persons, metal scrap. There also it is applicable. Now, when is it applicable? While making payment. Then, how do you check whether a transaction is liable? When the taxable value under a contract exceeds 2.5 lakh excluding GST, then there is a trigger of TDS. चलिए देखते हैं. मोहन, a registered person in Tamil Nadu, makes intrastate supply of taxable goods amounting to 13 lakh 57,000 inclusive of GST to public sector undertaking. Consideration is received in 5 equal installments from the PSU. Tax rate is 9%, 9%, 18%. What will be your view with respect to applicability of TDS provision as per Section 51 of CGST Act regarding the above transaction? What is the period by which TDS is required to be deposited to government account? See, first of all, 13 lakh 57,000 divide by 118 into 100. Do this math. So this comes to 11 lakh 50,000. Now 11 lakh 50,000 he is paying in 5 installments. So whether TDS will apply, the answer is yes, TDS will apply. So each installment is 2 lakh 30,000. So whenever they pay each installment, now TDS will be CGST 1% 2,300, SGST 1% 2,300. So whenever they pay each installment, they will have to do this on all the 5 installments. That will be the answer. You state the law, you write about the provision, you say that it is more than 2.5 lakh. Second, when are they required to deposit? Because that is also asked. What is the period by which it has to be deposited? By 10th of the next month in which payment is made. So whenever government department makes a payment, while making payment, they will deduct this and pay it by 10th of the next month. So if the payment is made is January 10th Feb, payment made in March 10th April, payment made in August 10th September, and so on. Clear? Okay, let's have a look at the answer. In case of intra-state supply of goods by a supplier to PSU, TDS of 1% each under CGST and SGST is liable to be deducted by PSU only when the total value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000 from the payment made or credited to the supplier. Accordingly, in the given case, since the value of supply under the contract, excluding taxes, is 11 lakh 50,000, TDS of 1% each installment will be 2 lakh 30,000 into 1%, that is 2,300 each in C and S, is to be deducted even if individual payment is below 2 lakh 50,000. TDS shall be paid by to the government by the deductor within 10 days after the end of the month in which such deduction is made, or 10th of the succeeding month. The 10th of the succeeding month is same. When in the month in which you deduct, next 10th you will pay it. Okay. Okay, next question. Who is liable to collect TCS? Who is liable to collect TCS? An e-commerce operator when the transaction is through such e-commerce, supply of goods or services is through such e-commerce operator, and payment is also through such e-commerce operator. Briefly explain the provisions of registration. TCS, any e-commerce operator has to compulsorily take registration and apply for registration for TCS. Not necessarily he should have a place of business in that state, but he has to apply for registration. Even today for TCS, you get the registration within 3 working days. Then filing of returns, he files GSTR 8 Deposit due date, deposit 10th of the next month. GSTR 8, when you file it, that is also the due date for paying the tax to government. Clear? Okay, great. Okay, let's see one more. Mr. Bholuram, a supplier located in Meerut, UP, supplied bed sheets, pillow covers, blankets to government agencies in UP under a contract. Total contract value is 4,61,000 excluding GST. The value of supply is bifurcated as below. 400 blankets at 600 rupees, 800, 1 lakh 50, 1 lakh, okay, 68. Total 4 lakh 61,000. Is government agency required to deduct tax while making payment to Bholuram under section 51? If yes, determine the amount of tax to be deducted. Very straightforward question, but it will give you a base understanding of how institute can make you spend time on all these calculation. That's why I have kept it. Sometimes na some things are given which is completely irrelevant. These all details breakup is just that you lose time, क्योंकि सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज एग्जाम में टाइम ही होता है. अभी ये सब में क्या होता है, टाइम वेस्ट हो जाता है. अभी 4,61,000 है, उस पे 4,61,000 पे यू अप्लाई, एंड गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी इज वन ऑफ द नोटिफाइड पर्सन. So one of the persons who is liable to deduct tax. So 4,61,000 into 1% CGST and 1% SGST. This will be the TDS, and write the plain provision. So write the plain provision and then mention the CGST and SGST. Okay. Okay, let's see this. Mr. X, a registered person under GST, has an aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year amounting to 8 crore. He is desirous to know whether e-invoicing is applicable for supplied made by registered person to government department or establishments or government agency or local authority or PSU who are registered solely for the purpose of deduction of tax under section 51. Advise Mr. X. Now, this is not by government department. Careful, there is a specific circular on this. Mr. X is invoicing to government department who have taken registration only for TDS. He is a registered person. The person who takes TDS registration, are they also registered person? Yes. Will e-invoicing apply? First of all, e-invoicing applies only to B2B transaction. Agreed? So as it applies only to B2B transaction, whether this transaction will be covered by e-invoice, the answer is yes. This transaction will be covered by e-invoice, because the person who has taken registration for TDS, he is regarded as a registered person for this provision. And as he is regarded as a registered person, e-invoicing will be applicable. Now, when they issue invoice, when government department further issues invoice, जब government department किसी को invoice issue कर रहा है, say suppose to a business entity, तो business entity को RCM में पे करना पड़ता है. अभी इसके लिए whether the supplier will be regarded as registered or unregistered, for this transaction the supplier, that is government department, is regarded as unregistered person. मतलब recipient will have to do a self invoice. Just imagine the way in which the provisions are made. जब compliance is on Mr. X, that means e-invoice will be required to be issued by Mr. X. But when they are supplying some service to business entity who has to pay tax under RCM, उसके लिए they are regarded as unregistered person. So government department एक provision के लिए unregistered person है, एक provision के लिए registered person है. High chances that they confuse you with two government department by government department. This is the reason why I have kept this question, so that I can explain you the difference between two government department and by government department who are liable only for, who have taken registration only for TDS. कहीं प्रोविजन में आप उनको रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन मानते हैं, दूसरे प्रोविजन में आप उनको अनरजिस्टर्ड पर्सन मानते हैं. सो बी वेरी केयरफुल ऑन दिस. सो हियर द आंसर विल बी yes, as they are registered person and 8 crore limit है, sorry 8 crore turnover है, so it crosses the limits, you have to issue a e-invoice. Let's see. Government department, establishment, government agency, local authority, PSU, which are required to deduct TDS under section 51 are liable to compulsorily register. Therefore, government department, local authority, government agency registered solely for TDS are treated as registered persons. Accordingly, the registered person whose turnover exceeds prescribed threshold limit for e-invoicing is required to issue e-invoice for supplies made to government department. By government department होता तो e-invoicing तो आता ही नहीं है, they are exempted from e-invoicing. Or establishment or government agencies under rule 48(4). This was also given in a circular number एग्जाम में लिखने का जरूरत नहीं है. Okay, now let's talk about returns. Write a short note on rectification of errors, omissions in respect of returns filed under section 39. Exception to rectification, time limit for making such rectification. Now, first of all, rectification is allowed and it can be done in the month's return in which the error or omission is noticed, and that has to be paid along with interest. Exception is in case it is discovered by way of scrutiny, audit, inspection, enforcement by tax authorities, then rectification cannot be done. That is the second point. Third, time limit for rectification is 30th November after the financial year to which such details pertain, or actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. That's the simple answer to this. But this has been asked 2 times plus. There have in the earlier old syllabus also it was asked. In this also it has been asked. Plus it keeps coming in RTP etc. They can test you on this. Okay. Now this is about a very important concept. Let's see. Mehul Enterprises, registered under GST in Uttar Pradesh and a monthly return filer, is engaged in making taxable supply of goods or services. Okay. It furnished the details of outward supply in GSTR1 for January on 11th Feb. Okay, by 11th Feb he furnished GSTR1 detail. Good. However, on 14th Feb, the accountant of Mehul Enterprises noticed that one invoice issued to Vaishali traders of Gujarat for supply of goods of 1 lakh, taxable at 18%, pertaining to January has been inadvertently missed to be declared in GSTR1. अभी उसमें से एक इनवॉइस डिक्लेयर नहीं किया. One of the invoices was not reported in GSTR1 for January. He approached you for advice before filing 3B. कुछ याद आ रहा है? GSTR 1A for the said month. You are required to briefly discuss whether Mehul Enterprises can amend the details of outward supply in GSTR 1 of January. No, he cannot refile January, but he can file GSTR 1A for January. If such amendment is permitted and the details of GSTR1 are amended using Form 1A, whether the details of the said invoice will be available in 2B of Vaishali Trader for January? No, it will not be available in the 2B of Vaishali Trader for January. It will be available in 2B of Feb, because whatever you file till the due date, then it goes into same January 2B which is generated on 14th Feb. If you file 1 or 1A after due date, and 1A na can be filed only after due date. Oh, is it, sir? Yeah, 1A does not open on the portal before ड्यू डेट, तो वो तो आप आफ्टर ड्यू डेट ही फाइल कर सकते हो 1A, और 1B अगर आप आफ्टर ड्यू डेट फाइल किए हो तो देन नेक्स्ट टू बी विल बी फेब. सो अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग नाउ व्हाट आई थिंक इज, या तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन आ सकता है आपको. And second, what institute can do is they can give you as part of the first big question. What they will do is they will say, out of the purchases made, one person did not report it in GSTR 1, but he reported in GSTR 1A. Now 1A will not be reflecting in 2B of the same month. So for that month, you will not do any ITC computation. But for subsequent month, yes, you will get ITC for that missed out invoice by your supplier. तो ये ध्यान रखना कौन से मंथ के टू बी में आएगा. बेस्ड ऑन दैट मंथ टू बी यू विल बी एबल टू क्लेम ITC. So this question can be asked in theory form or as part of a bigger question. Very important area from examination point of view. Let's see. As per the proviso to Rule 59, a registered person may, after furnishing the details of outward supply in GSTR 1 for a tax period, but before filing GSTR 3B for the said tax period, at his own option, amend furnish additional details of outward supply in form GSTR 1A for the said tax period. For the same tax period, you can file it. Thus, Mehul Enterprises has the option to furnish the details of the invoices issued to Vaishali traders in 1A on or after 14th Feb, but before filing 3B. Corresponding effect of changes in 1A will affect the liability of Mehul Enterprises in 3B of Jan. Mehul Enterprises के Jan के 3B में ही effect आ जाएगा because net amount will get effective in 3B. But सामने वाले को ITC मिलेगा क्या? Let's see. Further, Rule 60 provides that additional details or amendments in the details of outward supply furnished by the supplier in Form 1A filed after the due date for furnishing Form 1 for previous tax period shall be reflected in 2B of the current tax period. That means सेम टैक्स पीरियड में नहीं आता है, नेक्स्ट टैक्स पीरियड में आता है. तो अगर आपने प्रीवियस में फाइल किया है तो वो नेक्स्ट टैक्स पीरियड में आएगा. This implies that ITC for supplies declared or amended by the supplier through 1A will be made available to the recipient in Form 2B generated for the next tax period. Thus, the details of invoice of Vaishali traders will be available in its Form 2B for the month of Feb and not for January. Clear? Okay, very important one. Okay, last one, question number 50. Briefly explain the manner of dealing with difference in ITC available in auto-generated statement containing details of ITC and ITC availed in the return in terms of Rule 88D. So we are talking about difference between 2B and 3B. Now, if there is a difference between 2B and 3B, then we will get a notice, and that notice will say that the ITC claimed in 3B is more than the ITC available in 2B, and this will come in the form of intimation to our email ID. ठीक है, ईमेल आईडी में आ गया, कॉमन पोर्टल पे भी अवेलेबल रहेगा. व्हाट शुड वी डू? वी शुड either pay the liability or explain the reasons. And now, after which officer can, if he is not satisfied, he can initiate the provisions of section 73, 74, 74A, where the amount of ITC availed by the registered person in the return for a tax period is furnished in 3B exceeds the ITC available in to be, then ये अभी तक प्रिस्क्राइब नहीं है by specified amount and percentage. Said registered person shall be given an intimation on the common portal and copy will be sent to his email ID. It gives him to pay the amount or explain the difference within 7 days. Said person, upon receipt of intimation, will have to either pay the amount or furnish the reply. If it remains unpaid or where no explanation is given, then they can initiate the proceedings under 73, 74, 74A. But all the three provisions of 73, 74, 74A, you read at your final level. Yes. So these were the 50 questions which are very much important for your exams. Wishing you all the very best. I hope you were able to revise most of the concepts using these questions. तो चलिए अब केस स्टडी बेस्ड एमसीक्यूज का डिस्कशन शुरू करते हैं. पहले केस स्टडी बेस्ड एमसीक्यू में लेट्स रीड कि क्या चाहिए इंस्टीट्यूट को. लेट्स हैव अ लुक. Which of the following activities of the trust do not amount to a supply under GST? तो पहले ये देखना है कि what will not be a supply. Where compute the value of inward supply on which tax is payable by the trust under reverse charge for the month of July. Okay, RCM concept revise हो जाएगा. Compute the value of exempt supply for the month of August. Exemption. Compute the value of taxable supply made in the month of August. So taxable supply, exempt supply, supply, सब कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट एक ही क्वेश्चन में टेस्ट करता है. तो आई हैव पिक्ड अप दोस केस स्टडी जहां ओवरऑल आप सब कुछ देख सके जो इंस्टीट्यूट जनरली पूछता है. And the last one, determine the amount of ITC that can be credited to e-credit ledger of the trust for the month of August, assuming GST rate to be 18%. Let's now start. तो हम लोग को क्या क्या देखना है. सप्लाई है कि नहीं है, RCM, एग्जेम्प्ट सप्लाई, टैक्सेबल सप्लाई, ITC. सर सब कुछ ही देखना है. हाँ, पूरा पूरा. Let's now read. Manavta Trust, a charitable trust registered under Section 12AB of Income Tax Act 1961. The trust is well known for its educational, charitable, and religious activities. The trust became liable for registration in the current financial year since it exceeded threshold limit and thus registered in Gujarat for the month of May. So current financial year they exceeded the threshold limit. Matlab last year they did not exceed the threshold limit. In the month of June, a multinational company, Dhruvtara Limited, gifted 500 laptops worth 50 lakh to the trust free of cost for charitable purpose without any intention of seeking any benefit by way of promotion of business from such activity. The trust distributed this laptop free of cost in the same month to deprived students for assisting them into higher studies. So, पहले we got the laptop, then we gave it the laptop free of cost. If we get free of cost and give it free of cost, क्या GST इस पे लगेगा? No GST at all. हाँ, ध्रुव तारा लिमिटेड, if they have taken ITC they will have to charge GST, but हम लोग ध्रुव तारा के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम लोग मानवता ट्रस्ट के लिए कर रहे हैं. So when मानवता ट्रस्ट is giving it free of cost, तो उन्होंने ITC लिया नहीं है, तो उनको आउटपुट पे नहीं करना है. The trust also runs higher secondary school in the name of Manavta Higher Secondary School in the state of Gujarat. In the month of July, the trust availed security personal service from Perfect Security Solution, Gujarat, a proprietorship concern for security of school premise for a consideration of 2 lakh. So this is received. This service they have received. So याद करने का कोशिश करो, security service provided to a school. एग्जेम्प्ट, करेक्ट। बट ये परचेजेस एग्जेम्प्ट है, दिस इज नॉट द आउटवर्ड सप्लाई एग्जेम्प्ट, ये एग्जेम्प्ट है, इनवर्ड सप्लाई एग्जेम्प्ट है। और एग्जेम्प्ट है तो आरसीएम में पे नहीं करना है। सिक्योरिटी सर्विस पे आरसीएम कब लगता है? व्हेन फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट इज टैक्सेबल, ये तो हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल को दिया है तो इट विल बी एग्जेम्प्ट। It also received legal consultancy service from Maya and Co., a firm of advocates, for issue relating to the said school for 1,20,000 in the same month. देखो, this financial year they crossed the registration limit. That means last year their turnover was below registration limit. If last year their turnover was below registration limit, तो एक exemption है, advocate to business entity whose previous financial year turnover does not exceed registration limit. So इस पे भी RCM नहीं लगेगा, ये भी exempt है। पर ये exempt क्या है? Inward supply exempt। तो मतलब मेरे को आरसीएम दोनों में पे नहीं करना है, बिकॉज एग्जेम्प्ट है तो आरसीएम नहीं लगेगा। हाँ, अगर लास्ट ईयर टर्नओवर मोर देन रजिस्ट्रेशन लिमिट रहता मुझे आरसीएम में पे करना पड़ता। The trust furnished the following information regarding expenses incurred by it for the month of August. All transactions are interstate. Service received and used for taxable supply, ITC मिलेगा 3,50,000 into 18%, 63,000। फिर केटरिंग सर्विस रिसीव फॉर स्टूडेंट्स, एग्जेम्प्ट है। क्यों सर? हाँ, केटरिंग सर्विस टू हायर एजुकेशन स्कूल, हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल इज एग्जेम्प्ट। बस परचेस्ड विद सीटिंग कैपेसिटी of 25 person including driver, bus was delivered in September, तो सितंबर में आईटीसी मिलेगा, अगस्त में नहीं मिलेगा। नो आईटीसी इन अगस्त, आईटीसी इन सितंबर। तो देखेंगे क्वेश्चन में अगर सितंबर पूछा है देन वी विल टेक आईटीसी, अदरवाइज नो। Trust provided the following information in respect of services provided. Now services provided मतलब outward supply, यहाँ से हम लोग को पता चलेगा कौन सा exempt है कौन सा taxable है। During the month of August, it runs an old age home for citizens of 65 years or more. Nominal monthly fee of 15,000 is charged. Total number of members are 20. Old age home, you remember, it's a charitable trust. So old age home, 15,000. It will be exempt. 15,000 into 20, 3 lakh will be exempt. Which entry, sir? Up to 25,000 per month, old age home charging enjoys a exemption. It rents out community hall situated within precincts of a temple managed by it on 15th August for religious function, half day, and art exhibition for half day, 6,000. So total कितना हो गया? 5,000 plus 6,000, 11,000. This will be taxable because 9,999 रहता तो exempt होता, ये तो 9,999 से ज्यादा है तो it will be taxable. It rents out rooms in the precincts of a temple to devotees at 950 per room. Total rent is 35,000. ये 35,000 exempt होगा, क्यों? 999 तक रूम एग्जेप्ट होता है। सो 3 lakh plus 35,000, 3 lakh 35,000 will be exempt and 11,000 will be taxable supply। तो हम लोग को exempt और taxable supply मिल गया। All the figures given are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. Aggregate turnover for the trust in preceding financial year was 15 lakh. वो तो वैसे भी हम लोग को पता चल गया था, but here also they have given. So last year turnover below registration limit, advocate service पे RCM नहीं लगेगा। All the conditions necessary for availment of ITC are fulfilled subject to the given information. Trust intends to avail exemption from GST wherever applicable. Based on the facts of the case scenario, determine the most appropriate answer. चलिए देखते हैं। Which of the following activities does not amount to a supply? Free laptop distributed. Yes, it is not a supply. Boarding, lodging, maintenance of senior citizen. It is an exempt supply. But it is a supply. Supply है, exempt supply है। Renting of community hall within the precincts of temple. This is also either exempt or taxable supply, but it is a supply. Renting of rooms in the precincts, again it is a supply. Exempt taxable हो सकता है, but it is a supply. तो आंसर क्या होगा? A. Okay. Then compute the value of inward supply on which tax is payable under reverse charge. The answer will be nil. Security service exempt है and advocate की service भी exempt है because last year turnover is below registration limit. Then compute the value of exempt supply. Exempt supply 3 lakh or 35,000 था, so 3 lakh 35,000 will be the answer. Then compute the value of taxable supply. Taxable supply कितना होगा? 11,000. That also we found out. ITC एक ही चीज का था, 3,50,000 into 18%, that comes to 63,000. So this is how you approach a question. Yes. Okay. अगर ऐसा 5 question आया तो 10 mark का question है. Okay. Case study scenario 2. Let's first read क्या क्या चाहिए. Which of the following statement is correct under GST law in relation to hotel accommodation service received by the company? So company is receiving hotel accommodation. We have to see what needs to be done. Then what will be the place of supply of gift items purchased by the company? तो gift items खरीद रहे हैं, place of supply चाहिए. Which of the following statement is true in relation to gift items and insurance policy purchased by the company? So gift items insurance policy शायद होगा कि whether you will get ITC or not. Which of the following statement is correct in relation to issuance of e-way bill for transportation of goods between factory and warehouse in non-motorized cart? Non-motorized cart आपको ऐसे ही पता चल रहा है, non-motorized cart exemption में आता है, non-motorized conveyance, so there is no need to issue e-way bill. तो इसका आंसर तो ऐसे ही मिल जाता है, e-way bill is required, गलत है, e-way bill is not required. So this you find out even without reading the main case study. Which of the following statement is most appropriate in relation to new warehouse taken on rent by the company? So new warehouse is taken on rent, what will be the status of that warehouse? So let's now go to the main part. XYZ Private Limited is a mid-sized company registered in Delhi dealing in manufacturing and distribution of electronic goods in India. The company has been operating over a decade and has robust supply chain. And remember, they are registered in Delhi. The company needs to ensure compliance with various GST regulations relating to return filing, registration, payment. That means focus is on these chapters. The company is exploring to expand its sales channel in India through distributors in each state. In view of the same, company has undertaken the following activities for June. Organized a distributor conclave in Udaipur, Rajasthan, where the distributor from Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh participated in the conclave held in Rajasthan. The total cost of hotel accommodation is 25 lakh, which was paid by the Delhi office for the hotel located in Rajasthan. So, who will issue the invoice? Rajasthan hotel will issue the invoice and they will charge C plus S because hotel कहाँ है? Rajasthan. Where is the supplier? Rajasthan. He will end up charging C plus S of Rajasthan. The company purchased certain gift items for distribution to the participants. The gift items were purchased from vendor located in Punjab and were delivered to Udaipur Hotel for distribution to participants. Cost of such gift item was 25 lakh. Value of individual gifts was 75,000. Individual gift doesn't matter. Now, see, पंजाब से गिफ्ट मंगाया एंड बिल किसको कर रहे हैं? दिल्ली ऑफिस को. एंड गया कहाँ गिफ्ट? राजस्थान. व्हाट विल बी द प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई? एक गुड्स का केस है. दिस इज अ केस ऑफ 10(1)(b). इनवॉइस एंड गुड्स आर गोइंग हियर. So place of supply will be Delhi and you will end up charging IGST. Be very careful on this. Very important point. Then, the company purchased insurance policy for its employees traveling to the conclave. Premium for such insurance policy is 1 lakh, which was paid by the company. There is no requirement under the law for such insurance policy. Okay. The company took on rent a new warehouse near its factory in Delhi. Okay, Delhi में और एक warehouse लिया for storage and dispatch of goods. Goods are being transported between factory and new warehouse in non-motorized cart. Wonderful. The value of such goods transported is 5 lakh. Further, the rent of the warehouse is 18 lakh for 11 months and it will be revised to 21 lakh. तो मेरे को क्या करना है रेंट? हाँ, अगर ऐसा दिया हुआ रहता कि आरसीएम में पे करना है क्या, रजिस्टर्ड अनरजिस्टर्ड, सो वी कुड हैव यूज्ड कमर्शियल प्रॉपर्टी अनरजिस्टर्ड सप्लायर टू अ रजिस्टर्ड रेसिपिएंट, देन आरसीएम अप्लाइज, पर ऐसा कुछ तो पूछा नहीं है. रेट ऑफ टैक्स 18 IGST 9 C and S. On the basis, find the most appropriate answer. Okay. Which of the following statement is correct in relation to hotel accommodation service? होटल विल चार्ज C+S, यही करेक्ट लग रहा है. देख लेते हैं. होटल IGST नहीं. होटल विल इशू बिल ऑफ सप्लाई नो. होटल विल चार्ज C&S टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ चार्जेस रिलेटिंग टू पार्टिसिपेंट ऑफ राजस्थान. नहीं नहीं, पूरा C&S ही लगेगा. सो फोर्थ वाला थोड़ा लग रहा था कि करेक्ट है, बट उसमें एक गलत स्टेटमेंट आ गया, दैट टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ राजस्थान पीपल C+S देन IGST, वो गलत. Then place of supply in relation to gift items. Gift items का place of supply क्या होगा? Delhi. Because invoice कहाँ बना है? Delhi. It's a bill to ship to transaction. Don't go by where the movement of goods terminates. ये bill to ship to transaction था. Which of the following statements are true in relation to gift items and insurance policy? दोनों का ITC मिलेगा क्या? नहीं. The company is not eligible for ITC. That's the correct answer because इंश्योरेंस का भी नहीं मिलता है एंड गिफ्ट आइटम्स का भी नहीं मिलता है. ब्लॉक क्रेडिट में आता है दोनों. ओके. ये तो हम लोग आंसर कर चुके थे कि नॉन मोटराइज्ड कन्वेयंस में ई वे बिल लगेगा क्या? नहीं. Which of the following statements is most appropriate in relation to new warehouse taken on rent by the company? सेपरेट जीएसटी रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए? नहीं, बिकॉज ये दिल्ली में ही है, एडिशनल प्लेस बना सकते हो. सेपरेट जीएसटी रजिस्ट्रेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. ओ रिक्वायर्ड गलत है, सॉरी, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड करेक्ट. नॉट नहीं पढ़ा. होता है सर एग्जाम में, ऐसा बहुत होता है कि वी फॉरगेट टू रीड नॉट. जीएसटी रजिस्ट्रेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड एज अ सीटीपी? नो. सेपरेट रजिस्ट्रेशन वंस रेंट क्रॉसेस 20 लाख? नहीं. दिल्ली के अंदर ही यू कैन रिपोर्ट इट एज एडिशनल प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस. देयर इज नो नीड टू टेक अ सेपरेट रजिस्ट्रेशन. बराबर? ठीक है. चलिए अब केस सिनेरियो 3 में चलते हैं. ओके, अगेन लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चंस. Which of the following statement is correct under GST law? So there are various statements given. In respect of services availed by Safe Bank Limited, the bank shall be liable to pay under reverse charge for which of the services? Okay. Compute the value of exempt supply for the month of May. Okay. Compute the value of taxable supply for the month of May. That's it. Let's focus on exempt supply, taxable supply, RCM, and which of the statement is correct. Maybe some supply related question. Okay. Safe Bank Limited, a small finance bank, was incorporated in April this year. That means last year turnover is 0. जैसे ही question में लिखा हुआ रहे it is made this year, that means last year turnover is 0. The bank got registered under GST immediately on its incorporation as a banking company. Safe Bank Limited received software support free of cost from its head office located in United Kingdom for the purpose of business in April. Okay. Safe Bank Limited provided one high-end laptop worth 50,000 to new managing director as gift for his duties. Up to 50,000 gift, not liable. Initially, bank opened 125 branches across India, covering various states. To secure business, the bank appointed Quick Loan Providers LLP, a direct selling agent LLP, not a individual direct selling agent LLP, on pan India basis. The bank needed services of recovery agent for various retail and personal loans by its branches. For this purpose, bank appointed Fast Recovery Services Private Limited, a recovery agent. So recovery agent पे RCM लगेगा, direct selling agent पे no RCM, because why do you say no RCM on this, sir? Because see, you are getting the service from a LLP. Only individual direct selling agent providing to bank or NBFC is covered by RCM. Safe Bank Limited provided the following details for the month of May in respect of one of its branches. Interest received on term loan exempt. Interest received on credit card transactions. Interest received on credit card transaction. याद करो तो interest received on credit card transaction taxable. Interest on fixed deposits exempt. Commission taxable. Documentation charges taxable. Sale of foreign currency to Bank of Rajasthan and authorized dealer exempt, because exchange of foreign currency amongst banks or authorized dealers enjoys a exemption. तो चार exempt नहीं, तीन exempt है, तीन taxable है. So we will total it. Exempt 1075 plus 25, 3575, 3575 and 15, about 51 lakh 35,000. And exempt होगा 620, 920, 920 plus 1 lakh 1020, 1045. We'll see the answers. कुछ अगर totaling में mistake है, we will come back. All the amounts are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. All supplies are intrastate unless specified. Okay, which of the following statements is correct? Under GST law, receipt of software support services by Safe Bank Limited from HO is a supply. Is it a supply? The answer is yes. From outside India to India, it is a supply. Issue of laptop to new MD is a supply. No, up to 50,000, it is not a supply. Receipt of software support service by Safe Bank is not a supply. ये गलत है, because this one, issue of laptop to new MD is not a supply. This is correct. So 1 is correct, 4 is correct. So the winning answer is 1 and 4. So this takes more time. Whenever 4 question पूछा है and you have to read all the 4 questions, तो थोड़ा time ज़्यादा लग जाता है, but हो जाएगा. Then, in respect of services availed by Safe Bank Limited, the bank shall pay under reverse charge for LLP services? No. Fast recovery? Yes. Both? No. None? No. Okay. Then एग्जाम सप्लाई हमने कंप्यूट किया था, हाँ 5135 ही आया था हम लोग को, बराबर. ओके. एंड देन टैक्सेबल सप्लाई 1045 आया था. एंड वी आर डन विथ केस सिनेरियो 3. Now let's discuss case scenario 4. Again, we will go by the same methodology. Neelkant & Co. needs to furnish a statement containing details of stock of inputs held in semi-finished goods and finished goods on the withdrawal of composition scheme by. Withdrawal of composition scheme. Withdrawal of composition scheme क्या होता है? Composition to regular में the time limit to give the details of stock is 30 days, बराबर, from the date of shift. So we'll have to see date of shift and वहां से 30 days compute करना पड़ेगा. Then, in respect of goods sent on sale on approval basis, Neelkant and Co. shall issue the invoice by, okay, sale on approval basis 6 months और acceptance देख लेंगे क्या है. Determine the eligible amount of input tax credit which can be availed. Okay. Then compute the ITC to be reversed in the month of September. Ignore interest. Time of supply in respect of services imported by Neelkant and Co. from its associated enterprise. Associated of enterprise, date of entry in the books of recipient or date of payment, whichever is earlier. This is the time of supply. So let's now see the main part. Okay. Neelkant and Co., a registered supplier under GST, is dealing with supply of taxable goods in the state of Karnataka. Fair enough. The firm has opted for composition scheme from April month of last financial year. Its turnover crossed 1.5 crore on 9th May of current financial year. So 1.5 crore crossed on 9th May plus 30 days. So 9th May plus 30 days. See, May totally has 31 days. 31 minus 9, 31 minus 9 comes to 22. And then you want to reach 30 days. That means 8th June will be the answer for giving the details of stock. Then Neelkant and Co. removed goods on 10th June for delivery to Chandra and Co. on sale on return basis. Chandra and Co. accepted on 15th December. So 10th June plus 6 months comes to 10th December. So by 10th December, you'll have to issue the invoice. The firm has paid GST on various items during the month of August. It comprised of the following: GST paid on input services intended to be used for personal purpose, no ITC. GST paid on purchase of motor vehicle for business use, two-wheeler, engine capacity up to 25 cc. Up to 25 cc eligible. More than 25 cc is blocked credit. GST paid on purchase of computer 19,000. GST portion was included as part of cost to claim depreciation, no ITC. Because you have claimed depreciation, you will not get ITC. Then during May, Neelkant and Co. had reversed ITC of 10,000 for not making payment to vendors within time period prescribed. वो 180 days में पे नहीं करते तो हम लोग को रिवर्स करना पड़ता है. This pending payment was cleared in the month of August. तो अगस्त में जब पे करोगे, can you re-avail this ITC? The answer is yes, you can re-avail that ITC. तो re-avail 10,000 हो जाएगा and ये 9,000 मिलेगा. So 9,000 plus 10,000, total ITC will be 19,000. Out of the purchases made and ITC availed during earlier month, following information is made available for September. Payment due in 145 days, 199 days, 99 days. तो इसका रिवर्सल नहीं करना है, इसका रिवर्सल नहीं करना है. This you'll have to reverse. Why you'll have to reverse? Because 180 days has elapsed. As 180 days has elapsed, you'll have to reverse ITC. Then when you make payment, you can re-avail ITC. Neelkant and Co. received accounting services from Raghu and Co. and associated enterprise located in Sri Lanka. Raghu and Co. issued the invoice on 1st September. This is not relevant. Which was entered in the books. Entered in the books on 10th October. Payment was made on 30th September. So the time of supply will be 30th September because 10th October or 30th September, whichever is earlier. चलो सब आंसर तो मिल गया हम लोग को. First one, what is the time limit to furnish the statement? Furnish the statement 8th June. We have calculated. Then sale on return basis, you have to issue by 10th December, 6 months from date of removal. Eligible ITC 19,000, 10,000 will be re-availed and 9,000 is motor vehicle. Then ITC to be reversed 15,000. This was easy, 180 days जहाँ cross हुआ है. And then time of supply for this one 30th September. Date of payment was earlier compared to the date of entry in the books of recipient. Clear? Okay. Okay, now let's discuss the fifth case scenario. Let's read the main question first. Effective date of registration for Pawan. That means we will have to see whether he has applied within 30 days or not. Consignment value for goods supplied to Delhi. Consignment value e-way bill के basis पे. Then due date by which Pawan is supposed to file final return. 3 months from date of cancellation or 3 months from date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. That's it. These three things. Let's see. Pawan is engaged in providing various services within the state of Rajasthan since May 24. His aggregate turnover crossed threshold limit on 4/7. Okay, liable date. He applied on 2/8. Applied within 30 days. Good. He got his registration on 10/8. So this will be the effective date because he has applied within 30 days. After taking registration, Pawan started a business across India, including supply of goods also. He dispatched goods pan-India basis based on the orders he got for the goods dealt by him. He received an order from Delhi, which he supplied taxable goods worth 45,000. Applicable rate was 12%, so GST will get added. Exempted goods worth 4,000. One invoice was made for taxable and exempted goods. 4,000 will not be included. So 45,000, 45,000 plus 12%, which is 5,400. So 5,400 plus 45,000, that comes to 50,400. He asked his consultant for the requirement of generation of e-way bill. Yes, this will be the value. The tax consultant informed him that the requirement of e-way bill is based on consignment value. Consignment value is 50,400. Even being a micro enterprise, Pawan did not receive timely payments from his customer, because of which he ran into severe cash crunch and eventually could not make on time payment to the suppliers. As a result, he decided to shut down his business and got placed in the software company as senior program executive. While shutting down his business, he informed his tax consultant to cancel the registration. The tax consultant surrendered his registration on 25/10. Application was approved on 31/10. So whichever is later from here, 3 months, which will be 31/1/2025. By this date, he has to file final return. Let's see. Effective date 4/7. Then consignment value 50,400. Then final return 31st Jan 2025. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now let's discuss the fifth case scenario. Let's read the main question first. Effective date of registration for Pawan. That means we will have to see whether he has applied within 30 days or not. Consignment value for goods supplied to Delhi. Consignment value e-way bill के basis पे. Then due date by which Pawan is supposed to file final return. 3 months from date of cancellation or 3 months from date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. That's it. These three things. Let's see. Pawan is engaged in providing various services within the state of Rajasthan since May 24. His aggregate turnover crossed threshold limit on 4/7. Okay, liable date. He applied on 2/8. Applied within 30 days. Good. He got his registration on 10/8. So this will be the effective date because he has applied within 30 days. After taking registration, Pawan started a business across India, including supply of goods also. He dispatched goods pan-India basis based on the orders he got for the goods dealt by him. He received an order from Delhi, which he supplied taxable goods worth 45,000. Applicable rate was 12%, so GST will get added. Exempted goods worth 4,000. One invoice was made for taxable and exempted goods. 4,000 will not be included, so 45,000, 45,000 plus 12%, which is 5,400. So 5,400 plus 45,000, that comes to 50,400. He asked his consultant for the requirement of generation of e-way bill. Yes, this will be the value. The tax consultant informed him that the requirement of e-way bill is based on consignment value. Consignment value is 50,400. Even being a micro enterprise, Pawan did not receive timely payments from his customer, because of which he ran into severe cash crunch and eventually could not make on time payment to the suppliers. As a result, he decided to shut down his business and got placed in the software company as senior program executive. While shutting down his business, he informed his tax consultant to cancel the registration. The tax consultant surrendered his registration on 25/10. Application was approved on 31/10. So whichever is later from here 3 months, which will be 31/1/2025. By this date, he has to file final return. Let's see. Effective date 4/7. Then consignment value 50,400. Then final return 31st Jan 2025. Yes. Okay. Now let's deal with case study scenario 6. Let's start with the questions. So determine the services on which company is liable to pay under reverse charge. We have to focus on where the company has to pay under reverse charge mechanism. Value of exempt supply, then total value of taxable supply, then determine the amount of ITC. So RCM, exempt supply, taxable supply, ITC, time of supply. Wow. For services provided to IPL franchise. So these are the things we need to find out. Now let's go to the main one. Reverse charge, exempt, taxable, ITC, and time of supply for IPL franchise. Let's start. Okay. ABC Insurance Limited is an insurance company providing life and non-life insurance products across India. The company has been carrying on its business for the past 3 years with approval of IRDA. Good. ABC Insurance Limited secures its business through various insurance agents, RCM, spread across India. Those agents include individual firm, LLP, or private limited company. All of them are licensed under Insurance Act. So insurance agent to insurance company has to pay tax under RCM. The company availed services of renting of motor vehicle for its employees in Pan India through RR Travels Private Limited, where cost of fuel is included. See, RR Travels Private Limited, body corporate. Now, renting of motor vehicle, where the supplier is a body corporate, is not covered under RCM. Even if cost of fuel is included, doesn't matter. In fact, service provider charged 5%. Wow. He is charging, that means he is charging on forward charge basis. And informed the company that it is only claiming ITC in respect of same line of business. क्योंकि 5% का जो रेट होता है रेंटिंग ऑफ मोटर व्हीकल के लिए, वो एक कंडीशन के साथ आता है कि आप एक ही चीज का आईटीसी ले सकते हैं जब आप मोटर व्हीकल रेंट पे लेंगे और मोटर व्हीकल रेंट पे देंगे. दैट कैन बी क्लेम्ड एज आईटीसी. बट एनीवेज, दैट्स नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर अस. नो आरसीएम. ABC Insurance Limited provided the following details of insurance business for the month of May. Premium received on Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, exempt. Premium received on Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, this is also exempt. Premium received on life micro insurance product having a sum assured of 2.5 lakh taxable. Up to 2 lakh micro insurance enjoys a exemption. Premium received on reinsurance of group personal accident policy. This is exempt because group personal accident policy is exempt. Reinsurance of such insurance is also exempt. Premium received on fire and special peril policy to various business units. This is taxable. Premium received for money pack policies, again taxable. So three things are taxable. One, two, three. So total comes to 923 lakh. And then exempt 531. So 9 lakh is exempt. So we got the taxable and exempt. KBC Insurance Limited received a proposal for pandemic insurance for IPL matches from franchisees. Sum assured for the said insurance is 250 crore. Premium is 50 lakh. The company issued the said policy on 1st July. So 1st July is the date of completion. The invoice was issued on 5th August. So invoice for insurance companies, invoice can be issued within 45 days. Is it issued within 45 days? Yes. 30 days for normal banks, financial institution, insurance company get 45 days. Premium was received on 14th August. So we will compare invoice date with payment date. Invoice versus payment, whichever is earlier, 5th August will be the answer because the invoice is issued within 45 days. KBC Insurance Limited received the following supplies in the month of May. Details of GST paid on such supplies are as follows. GST paid on purchase of car for use of managing director. No, you'll not get ITC. GST paid on bus seating capacity 14 persons purchased by the company for transportation of its employees from their residence. Allowed. Why is it allowed, sir? 14 passengers, more than 13 passengers, and will be allowed. GST of 80,000 was paid on general insurance taken from Amity Insurance for motor vehicles for transportation of persons with seating capacity of up to 13 passengers, including their driver, which were used for transportation of staff of the company. So, who has taken it? KBC Insurance has taken it from Amity for motor vehicles for transportation of persons up to 13 passenger including driver, which are used for transportation of staff of the company. No ITC. See, insurance company gets ITC for motor vehicle and repair maintenance insurance if it is related to motor vehicle insured by them. If say in line of business, then they will get ITC. Otherwise, if it is for the vehicle which is used for transportation of staff, that is not eligible as ITC. That is my view. But institute, when you see the answer, they have taken ITC on this. And see, this is 3 lakh, this is 80,000. They have taken the ITC eligible as 3 lakh 80,000. But with the law stated, because reason is also given, with the law stated, the answer has to be 3 lakh rupees, not 3 lakh 80,000. I've kept this question only for this, that this question I don't agree with the answer given in the case study booklet. Okay. All the above amounts given are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. All the supplies referred above are intrastate unless specified. The company has a policy to claim ITC for all capital goods where it is eligible to avail ITC on capital goods. Aggregate turnover is not less than 10 crore in last 3 years. That's fine. Conditions necessary for availing ITC are satisfied. Let's now answer. Determine the services on which you are liable to pay under reverse charge. Services availed from insurance agent, yes. Services availed from RR private limit, no. None will not be there, both will not be there. A is the answer. Value of exempt supply we had computed, it was 9 lakh. Value of taxable supply we have computed 23 lakh. Reasons you don't have to write in the exam, huh? You just have to mark the answer. Determine the amount of ITC that can be claimed. Now here the answer given by institute is 3 lakh 80, but as per me It should be 3 lakh because 80,000 will not be eligible. And here institute has only said only when it is same category of goods or services, then ITC would be eligible. So the law is stated correctly, but the answer is, to my understanding, wrong. Time of supply for IPL franchise services 5th August. Here there is no problem. This is the answer. Okay. Okay, now let's discuss case scenario 7. Let's first read the time of supply for goods supplied to Velocity Limited. So time of supply. GST payable on outward supply for the month of November 24. So November 24 we have to do the full calculation. Then total eligible ITC for the month of November 24. It's like a full question of output minus ITC. That's it. Let's now start. Okay. Mr. Rajiv Sharma, a regular GST registered supplier in Rajasthan, provides the following information. Rajasthan will be important here because we need C plus SI. He received an order from Velocity Limited, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, for supply of taxable goods worth 2,50,000 on 15th November and received payment on 18th November. Goods were supplied on 22nd November, invoice on 23rd November. So payment date is not used, order date is not used. So removal is 22nd, invoice is 23rd. So time of supply will be 22nd November because for goods we don't use date of receipt of payment. The applicable GST rate on such goods is 2.5, 2.5 and 5%. See, we are in Rajasthan. This recipient is also in Rajasthan. So on this 2.5 lakh, C plus S will be charged. And 2.5%, 2.5 lakh into 5%, 6250, 6250. Okay, then he deals in laptops and related accessory. He sold a laptop along with lap desk for a single price of 1,25,000 to a person in Ahmedabad. Laptop is the principal supply, so 18% will apply. 1,25,000 into 18%, so 1,25,000, and it will be IGST because the person is okay 22,500. The person is of Gujarat. Okay, then he purchased raw material worth 75,000 for business use from Orion Industries, a registered supplier in Karnataka, on 10th November. However, he consumed raw material worth 10,000 from the said purchases for his personal use. So he will get ITC on only 65,000, 65,000 into 5%. So 65,000 into 5%, IGST 3250 will be the ITC. He has paid 1 lakh on 20th November for membership of club located in Udaipur, availed for employees working in the factory, not obligatory in the law. No ITC, block credit. So only one ITC, 3250. Let's see the answer. Time of supply for goods 22nd November. That was our answer also. Then GST payable 6250, 6250, 22,500. This was the answer. And total eligible ITC only 3250 IGST, 3250. No, this will not be the answer. 3250 nil nil. Okay. 3250 nil nil. This will be the answer. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now let's see case scenario 8. First, let's have a look at the questions. Okay. Supply of package by Himadri to Nataraj traders is and is taxable at what rate? So composite mix supply will have to say and which rate. Out of the payment received by Himadri for the month of May, what is the value of exempt supply? So exempt supply is required. Compute the value of supply under section 15 for the month of June. Value of supply for the month of June. So for May we want exempt supply, and for June also we want something. Compute the amount of ITC that can be claimed by Himadri for July. Wow. May, June, July, everything mixed. In respect of services availed by Himadri in April, which of the following is correct? So services availed in April. Wow. April, May, June, July. They've asked everything possible. Out of the payment received by Himadri in the month of May, value of supply on which tax is payable by recipient under reverse charge. For May, we want reverse charge also. So many things are asked in this RCM, and in this it is difficult to remember which one they want what. For May, they want exempt supply, value of supply for June, for July ITC, for April something is availed, and we have to find the answer from that. So we have to be very careful while reading the question. Yes, scenario 8, let's start. Himadri started providing bouquet of goods or services in the month of April in current financial year under regular scheme in the state of Telangana and obtained voluntary registration before starting business. Okay. In the month of April, she availed services of construction of godown for the business from her brother-in-law, who is financially dependent on him. She also availed professional consultancy service in April for her business from her son, who is a well-settled chartered accountant in Telangana. Himadri did not pay any consideration for both the services, but see, son, uh, children need not be dependent, and brother-in-law. See, brother-in-law, can brother-in-law be related? He is not related, people. Even if he is dependent, he is not related. Son is related. Son is related, but brother-in-law is not related. Brother is a related person. If at all, he is dependent. So without consideration, it was received. In April, she supplied 1000 packages to Nataraj traders, each consisting of pen holder, pen, pencil, box for a single price of 150 rupees. Rate of GST, this is all rupiah. Rate of GST for pen holder, pen, pencil is 5, 12, 18. It's a mixed supply, highest rate will be applicable. She earned the following payments during the month of May. She earned 1,60,000 by providing services as a business facilitator to bank. Bank has to pay under RCM because it is for accounts in urban area branch. So RCM will apply in the hands of bank. Earned 50,000 by providing services by way of renting of residential dwelling for use as a boutique to an unregistered person. So this 50,000 residential dwelling to an unregistered person, commercial property, this will be a taxable supply because residential dwelling for residential purpose is exempt. So this will be taxable under forward charge. Received 70,000 for supply of manpower for cleanliness of road, etc., not involving supply of service to municipality. Municipality related services, this will be covered in exemption. Then Himadri made supply of taxable product A during the month of June. Details is as follows. Basic price of product before TCS 45,000. TCS is 2,500. TCS will not be liable, only 45,000 will be liable. She received a subsidy of 55,000 from Habitat Foundation for using green energy, was linked to the unit of energy and not of the product. This subsidy is not directly linked to the subsidies, not directly linked to the product, so no GST on this. Himadri provides following information regarding receipt of inward supply for July. Purchased bus 1224 capacity for transportation of employees. Depreciation is claimed on the GST component, no ITC. Purchase of truck having GST component of 1,50,000 for transportation of finished goods. No depreciation is claimed on the GST component. Eligible. Availed outdoor catering for marketing services. Not eligible. All amounts given are exclusive of taxes wherever applicable. Further, all supplies referred above are intrastate supplies unless specified otherwise. Conditions necessary for claiming ITC have been fulfilled subject to information given above. Opening balance of ITC is nil. Based on the following, let's choose the most appropriate answer. Supply of package, it will be a mixed supply, 18%. This is easy. Out of payments received, which one is exempt supply? May 1, which one is exempt supply? See, May only this is exempt, 70,000. Because second one is forward charge and first one is taxable under RCM. So 70,000 is the right answer. Then value of supply for June, that was easy, 45,000. Compute the ITC which can be claimed 1,50,000. Only one entry was there. Fair enough. Looks big, but it is not a big question. In respect of services in April, which of the following is correct? Let's see. Godown construction service availed from brother-in-law free of cost is a deemed supply. Is it a deemed supply? No, it is not a deemed supply. This is not a correct statement. Professional service from son is a deemed supply. Correct. Neither of the two are deemed supply. No. Both are deemed supply. No. So the winning answer will be B because brother-in-law is not a related person. Out of the payments received in May, value of supply on which tax is payable by recipient under reverse charge. Reverse charge, there was only one, which was that business facilitator to bank 1,60,000. So the answer for this one will be 1,60,000. Yes. चलिए अब डिस्कस करते हैं केस सिनेरियो 9. पहले देखते हैं क्या क्या चाहिए इसमें. What is the due date for filing final return for the state of Assam? Okay. Which of the following statement is correct in relation to reavailment of input tax credit that has been reversed earlier upon payment of disputed amount by the company to Rudraksh Limited? So 180 days में रिवर्स करना पड़ता है अगर पे नहीं किया तो अभी पे किया तब मैं आईटीसी वापस ले सकता हूँ. हाँ, बिकॉज रीअवेलमेंट में टाइम लिमिट नहीं मिलता है, नहीं लगता है. Then amount of tax to be deducted at source under GST law by government agency of Gujarat. Amount of tax to be collected at source by the company under the GST law during January. Ignore CSI. So basically TCS, that means question में जो है वो e-commerce operator होगा तभी उसके ऊपर TCS का liability आएगा. What is the due date for issuance of invoice in relation to construction of road by the company for the last tranche of payment received? So construction contract में time of supply. Okay, let's see the scenario. Sambhav Limited, a company registered under GST and engaged in the manufacturing and e-commerce operation, operates in multiple states across India. Okay. Company procures raw materials from various suppliers and supplies finished goods both domestically and internationally. It also acts as an e-commerce operator, facilitating third-party transaction as well as supplying goods and services on its own account. तो थर्ड पार्टी ट्रांजैक्शन भी करता है, ओन अकाउंट पे भी करता है. ओन अकाउंट पे करता है उस पे तो टीसीएस आएगा नहीं. Through its portal round the clock. During its financial review, the management of Sambhav Limited observed the following. The company discontinued its operation in the state of Assam from 15th December. Online application for cancellation was filed on 5th January. Registration was suspended on the same day. Further, order of cancellation was passed on 2nd Feb and registration was cancelled with effect from 31st Jan. So फाइनल रिटर्न का ड्यू डेट क्या होता है? 3 months फ्रॉम डेट ऑफ कैंसलेशन और 3 months फ्रॉम डेट ऑफ ऑर्डर ऑफ कैंसलेशन. डेट ऑफ कैंसलेशन इज 31st Jan, ऑर्डर ऑफ कैंसलेशन इज 2nd Feb, विच एवर इज लेटर. तो यहाँ से 3 months, तो 2nd Feb से 3 months, दैट विल बी द लास्ट डेट टू फाइल फाइनल रिटर्न. Company paid an amount of 5 lakh along with tax payable thereon to its supplier Rudraksh Enterprises pursuant to settlement of dispute in December month of current financial year. The company had earlier reversed the ITC related to supply received from Rudraksh Limited due to non-payment of consideration and tax amount. तो पहले रिवर्स किया था, भी पे कर दिए तो आईटीसी वापस ले सकते हैं. हाँ, आईटीसी वापस ले सकते हैं. The invoice was issued by Rudraksh Enterprises in the month of September of previous financial year. Company provided accommodation service to government agency Gujarat, registered only in Gujarat, okay, in its own hotel located in Rajasthan. अरे होटल राजस्थान में है तो होटल राजस्थान में क्या चार्ज करेगा? C+S of Rajasthan. Will Gujarat person be able to take ITC? No. Will Gujarat person be required to do TDS on this? No, because it is C+S of Rajasthan. वो कैसे उस पे TDS करेगा? Because he is registered in Gujarat, so no TDS, because location of supplier and place of supply is in a state which is different from the state of the registration of the recipient. Recipient गुजरात में registered है, C+S राजस्थान का है. The accommodation service were provided for stay of employees of government agency of Gujarat who had to attend training program organized by central government. Total amount charged by the company was 25 lakh. So 25 lakh पे no TDS will apply. During the month of January, Dum Limited supplied goods worth 75 lakh through the company's e-commerce platform. So Dum Limited is supplying through Sambhav Limited. We are doing for Sambhav Limited. Out of this supply, goods amounting to 15 lakh were returned in January. So 75 lakh minus 15 lakh. So TCS will apply on 60 lakh. फिर आगे देखते हैं. Further, the company also supplied its own products amounting to 20 lakh. No TCS on its own product through e-commerce platform. But खुद का प्रोडक्ट खुद के वेबसाइट पे सप्लाई करने पे TCS नहीं लगता है. Amount of hotel accommodation service supplied through its platform by hotel owners not required to obtain registration under GST amounted to 20 lakh. So hotel owners are not required to register. That means this will be a case of 9-5. 9-5 meaning Sambhav Limited will have to pay main tax. As it is a case of 9-5, there will be no TCS applicable on this. Correct. Okay. Then कंपनी ऑल्सो कंप्लीटेड अ प्रोजेक्ट. तो टीसीएस किस पे लगेगा? 60 लाख. और रेट क्या है? 0.5% होता है. 0.25 CGST, 0.25 SGST और 0.5 IGST. 30,000 का टीसीएस होगा. कंपनी ऑल्सो कंप्लीटेड अ प्रोजेक्ट फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ रोड for a government agency on 31st December. Total time taken for completion of the projects was more than 13 months. As per the contract signed with the agency, last tranche of 25%, that means part payment हो रहा है more than 3 months. It's a continuous supply of service. Of the total contract value was linked to the date of issuance of completion certificate. Okay. The completion certificate was issued on 15 Jan. So this will become the due date to issue invoice. Because the contract says that Whenever completion certificate is issued, that is the due date to issue invoice. Invoice was issued on 5th Feb and payment was received on 20th Feb. So you should have issued the invoice by 15th January because that is the due date to issue invoice. Now let's see. Due date for filing final return 3 months from 2nd Feb. ये correct होगा. Now, which of the statement is correct in relation to re-availment of input tax credit that has been reversed earlier? Upon payment of disputed amount by the company could have re-availed by 30th November of previous financial year? No. Company could have re-availed ITC only up to 30th November of current financial year? No. Re-availment पे तो time limit ही apply नहीं होता. Time limit is only for availing ITC, not for re-availing ITC. Company could have re-availed only up to end of previous financial year? No. Company can re-avail without any time limit after making payment of disputed amount of along with tax to Rudraksh. Correct. So D is the correct one. और ऐसे में यही होता है generally ना, big options C or D will be generally right. Why? Because institute wants you to spend some time on reading also. A पढ़ोगे, B पढ़ोगे, फिर C and D में से one becomes the answer generally. Obviously don't apply this in the exam. आप एग्जाम में अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करके जाइए, you will be able to answer. Amount of tax to be deducted at source nil. Amount of tax to be collected at source ये भी कंप्यूट किया हमने, 30,000 किया था कंप्यूट. What is the last date for issuance of invoice for construction of road? 15 January because that is the due date to issue invoice. Correct. Okay. Now let's discuss the 10th scenario. Okay. On the basis of above, choose the most appropriate answer from 1 to 5. Which of the following statements is correct under GST law in relation to registration requirement of the company in relation to its operation commenced in the state of Gujarat? So they are commencing in Gujarat. We have to determine registration requirement. Then, which of the following statement is true in relation to filing of return by VCPL? Okay. Which of the VCPL is required to levy GST on rental basis, rental charges? In respect of refundable security deposit, you know there is no GST applicable, so GST is payable, nahi, GST is payable, no, there is no requirement to pay GST. So this answer we know even without reading the main case study. And last one, VCPL is dash for advertisement material sent to Maharashtra office to Gujarat office in relation to upcoming movies. See, Maharashtra office to Gujarat office, obviously there will be separate registration, distinct person, GST will be applicable. So not liable to issue any document, wrong. Delivery challan, wrong. Bill of supply, wrong. Have to generate a invoice as well as e-way bill. Okay. Up now let's read the main part. Vintage Cinema Private Limited is a leading chain of multiplex operating in several states across India. The company has its corporate office in Mumbai, Maharashtra, and is registered under GST in multiple states including Maharashtra. Company offers movie tickets, food, beverages, and other entertainment related services. ठीक है? Turnover of the company last year, as per audited financial year statement, was 175 crores. Company had crossed aggregate turnover of 35 crore till June in the current year. In July, VCPL opened a new multiplex in Gujarat, wherein its commercial operations will commence on 1st August. Due to operation in multiple states, finance and accounts operations are handled by centralized team at the corporate office. The same team is also responsible for filing GST return for all GST registration. Company is also engaged in leasing of space to independent vendors in its food court against rental charges for the purpose of increasing source of revenue. Okay. Company has obtained a new office building in Mumbai under rental agreement and paid an amount of 5 crore as refundable deposit for to the owner. Terms of rental agreement is 5 years. Okay. Company also dispatched advertisement material worth 35 lakh from Maharashtra to Gujarat for upcoming movies by way of transport through road in September. Company claimed ITC on such advertisement material at the time of receipt in Maharashtra. So obviously Maharashtra to Gujarat it will be a supply because from one branch to another distinct person GST will be applicable. Okay. Let's read the statement. Which of the following statement is correct under GST law in relation to registration requirement of company for its operations in Gujarat? तो गुजरात में registration लेना पड़ेगा क्या? हाँ, VCPL is not required to register in Gujarat till turnover does not cross 20 lakh. Wrong. Aggregate turnover is checked. VCPL is required to take GST registration in Gujarat while commencing business in Gujarat as aggregate turnover has already exceeded 20 lakh. Correct लग रहा है. VCPL is allowed to add Gujarat as additional place of business in Maharashtra. Very much wrong. VCPL is required to take registration only next financial year. No. So B is the correct answer. Now, which of the following statement is true in relation to filing of return by VCPL? VCPL is required to file single consolidated return for all states. No. Required to file separate registration for each state. Correct. Only Maharashtra. No. Option to file. No. Separate registration, separate return. VCPL is required to levy GST on rental charges only if exceeds 20 lakh. No. Only if turnover exceeds 1.5 crore. No. Only if turnover. Irrespective of turnover, they will have to charge GST. So that will be the correct answer. Fourth and fifth we had already completed. Yes. Case scenario 11. Let's start. Whether the issuance of revised tax invoice by Paradise Resort is valid as per the relevant provision. Okay. What is the GST treatment for performance by Dorahar Group? Okay. Whether there will be any GST liability on interior design service provided free of cost by DEF Interior. Which of the following statement is most appropriate? What will be the time of supply in respect of marriage function hosted on 1st June? Which of the following statement is correct? Place of supply for services provided to Ajay will be location of immobile property. No GST is payable on transfer of business of the going concern. This second statement is correct for sure because exempt supply, transfer of a going concern. Now let's see the case scenario. ABC Associates is engaged in hospitality sector in Rajasthan under the trade name Paradise Resort. Commenced operation on 1/4/25. Last year turnover below registration limit. Aggregate turnover crossed 20 lakh on 1st June 25. And the application was filed on 15th June. Registration was granted on 1st July. Applied within 30 days. Effective date is 1st June. Consequent to grant of registration, Paradise issued revised invoice for the period beginning from with 15/6. They can issue from 1st June itself till 1st July. For its hotel interior, Paradise Resort availed interior design service free of cost from DEF Interiors, Japan, whose proprietor is son of one of the partners of Paradise Resort. So DEF Interiors they have availed free of cost service, and that is in Japan, whose proprietor is the son of one of the partners of Paradise Resort. Okay, that means Paradise Resort ABC Limited is a partnership firm, and that particular DEF Interior is providing a service. Other relevant transactions of Paradise Resort include the following. Mr. Ajay, a GST registered person in Madhya Pradesh, availed lodging accommodation service at a resort for 2 nights, 3 days. For the New Year celebration, Paradise Resort engaged Dharohar Group, a classical music performed troupe, for the performance at an agreed consideration of 2,50,000, taxable because more than 1,50,000. Marriage function hosted at hotel premise on 1st June, date of completion. Invoice was issued on 28th June, issued within 30 days. Consideration received on 29/6. So issued within 30 days, this will be the time of supply. Owing to extensive compliance requirement, management is also exploring the possibility of transferring hotel business as a going concern. On the basis of the facts given, you are required to answer 1 to 5. Let's see whether issuance of revised tax invoice is valid as per the provision. Yes, revised tax invoice may be issued from 15 June to 1/7 within 1 month. No. No revised tax invoice may be issued from 1st June to 1st July within 1 month from 1st July. This is correct. Revised invoice may be issued from 15 June. No. From liable date till grant date. Liable date is 1st June and grant date is 1st July. So liable date till grant date, you can issue revised invoice, no problem at all. Then what is the treatment of dance performance? Entire consideration is taxable. This is the correct answer. Whether there will be any GST liability or interior decoration service provided free of cost by DEF Interior. Which of the following statement is most appropriate? Yes, since import of service from a related person in the course or furtherance of business will be treated as a supply even if without consideration. No, since no consideration is paid. No. No, import of service from related person is exempt. No. Yes, fully taxable irrespective of whether for business or personal purpose. No. The most appropriate statement is yes, because there is no statement called as no, it is not a related person transaction. So the most appropriate statement is that partner's son who is providing the service, son is a family, because whether dependent or independent, it falls under family. So as it falls under family, it should be liable to GST. In real life, we can take a position saying that it is not a related person transaction because to the firm, partners are related, not partner's son. But there such option is not given, so we'll have to go by the answer given in the RTP. And then what will be the time of supply for marriage function? 28th June. That's very simple. Place of supply for services provided to Mr. Ajay will be location of immobile property, that is Rajasthan, correct? And second statement is anyways correct. So both statements are correct because 12(3) IGST Act, place of supply for immobile property, location of the immobile property. Clear with this? So these were the important case studies along with Super 50 questions. Wish you all the best for your exams. I hope you were able to revise everything. If this video was helpful, please share it to your friends. All the best once again.